worth of shares in recent days. That pushes its total sales to nearly $7.2 billion since July. Bank of America remains Berkshire's third largest holding at just over 11% of the shares outstanding, but that does come in behind American Express. That's number 2. Apple still leading the pack in terms of Berkshire's holdings. Bank of America's CEO, Brian Moynihan, praised Buffett as an investor in his company, but said he has not asked him about his recent reduction in the bank. They have to report their sales every 3 days, as long as they own more than 10%. The sales did look like they slowed down a little bit. It's not at the recent pace they've been doing, but still at 11%, so we'll find out what he does
I still
next.
wish I knew everything that was behind
The reason?
idea. Yeah, it was macro. Is it Bank of America related? Is it, I mean, the more cash that Buffett raises, the more it makes me think that he isn't quite as excited about near-term prospects for the stock market, because he always likes
kind of plays into
long-term.
what Jamie Dimon says too.
And then suddenly Jamie Dimon says that after Warren sold all this Bank of America. It just all kind of makes sense. Check out the shares of GameStop, if you would. This morning, the video game retailer reported a surprise profit despite a fourth consecutive quarter of falling sales, declining 30%. The stock appeared to slide, though, after the company amended an open market sale agreement filed with the SEC, allowing it to sell up to 20 million additional shares of its Class A common stock. Coming up, more reaction to last night's debate from the economy and inflation to border security and the war in Ukraine. And a reminder, you can get the best of Squawk Box on our daily podcast. Follow Squawk Pod on your favorite podcast app and listen anytime. We're coming right back.
That's 2 roaches.
China took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation.
It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries.
And those are some of the moments from last night's debate. And joining us now is Tobin Marcus, head of U.S. Policy and Politics at Wolf Research. Probably be easy. I read a lot of conjecture this morning. The Journal's editorial board, everybody weighed in on what they actually witnessed. How would you summarize it for me, Tobin? I'm not going to put words in your mouth. To summarize what the if you had to do it as let's say you were an AI program and someone said what happened at the debate last night, what would AI spit out? If it was not biased AI, which I see everywhere, but let's say it was normal, unbiased AI.
Sure. I think you have to say that Harris won. I think she did a much more effective job at drawing contrast against Trump than she did about answering the questions about her own agenda. So, sort of net strong performance for her, looked presidential, drew the distinctions that she wanted to draw. But I think a lot of questions still outstanding for swing voters about exactly what's going on with her aggressive pivot to the center and the extent to which she can be relied upon to govern as a pragmatic moderate. And Trump, Trump was Trump as he usually is. I think he took the bait a lot. He missed a lot of opportunities to go after Harris. I think that's sort of the big cost of going into these rabbit holes, is that he just missed a lot of layups on things that he clearly intended to hit her on coming into the debate, but did not consistently maintain focus on.
Because that would be the criticism. And it gets tiresome to blame the messenger and to blame the moderators. But then again, I just think there's no doubt that they did not press. Did they have no interest in trying to find out about what you just mentioned, the switch from some of those positions back to where they were? They didn't make her answer those questions. And then the bad thing is that Trump didn't do it either. He had plenty of opportunities. That could have been the first thing he said was, I just asked you about why you left the tariffs on, and you started talking about, I can't remember what you came up with, but it was a total, there were so many non sequiturs, and David Muir sat there just picking his nose.
She did press him on things.
She did, but he could have done it, but so could the moderators had no interest in doing that, Tobin.
Well, that's the thing about complaining about the refs, is that ultimately the candidates have a lot of agency, and it was up to him to prosecute that case. That's one of the, there were lots of failures that went on in the Biden performance in the first debate, but among others, he did not go after Trump for the things that he wanted to hold him to account for. So, they both dodged a whole lot of questions, both during the debate and then in the spin room when he appeared afterwards. The reporters kept trying to get Trump to give a direct answer to the question of whether he would veto a national abortion ban if one hit his desk. So they were, ducking, diving, and dodging all throughout. That works at a performance level for Harris. I do think that voters still have whatever questions they have. Even if you can manage to get off the debate stage without getting held to account on that, you still haven't filled in the blank. So, that I think is the weak spot in her performance. There will be lots of voters who looked at this and say, look, I did prefer her to Trump. I have lots of concerns about Trump, but ultimately I still have the same questions about her, which is, what's she really going to do, and what does she stand for, and where have these pivots come from? But I think from an actual policy perspective, it's important to remember she's probably not going to have unified Democratic control. So her plans are all well and good. I think her housing plan has some merit to it. But what's going to actually happen next year is whatever she can get through Congress or whatever she can do with executive authority, which does not include a lot of what she's proposing.
Well, it doesn't, but there still is a lot you can do with for example, if I had been the moderators, the Aaron Burnett interview from and I know you saw it got a lot of play from the night before, where she was just shocked at some of the policy positions that were part and parcel to where Kamala Harris was running in 2019. Now, maybe she was trying to get to the left of Bernie Sanders, but I would have thought that would have been incumbent upon Muir Lindsay, I'm not familiar with her. I don't really watch ABC, but I would have thought that would have been something, and the thing that bothers me, Tobin, I looked at some of the commentary from mainstream media, glowing commentary on the job the moderators did. So they're all in this little echo chamber where they all, it's this vicious circle where I thought they did a terrible job, but all their peers in the mainstream media business are saying, what an incredible job you did covering all these different topics.
There are different schools of thought about how to approach the moderation. I generally think that what you want to do is let voters hear from the candidate. So I think in that respect, the moderation was, accomplished what it set out to, because we heard a lot from both of them. I think voters were presented with a clear choice. Ultimately, it was kind of up to the two candidates. It was up to her to dodge away from those questions, which, again, works in the moment, but does not fully allay voters' concerns. And it was up to Trump to figure out what angle he wanted to go after her.
Right. That's my concern is that at 78, maybe a younger Donald Trump might have said, I know it's 3 against 1, but I'm going to take care of my own business here, and this is what you're failing to do, and I'm going to, instead of the grievance stuff and revisiting old things and just get off my yard, that that type of stuff. All right, Tobin, thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Okay.
When we come back, pollster and political strategist Frank Luntz will break down last night's debate. That's coming up at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. And of course, we are counting down to the number of the week. That's the Consumer Price Index for August. That's hitting at 8:30 Eastern Time. That is about an hour and 45 minutes away. Squawk Box will be right back.
Fabletics.com.
Coming up, the word from NVIDIA, the chip maker's CEO, Jensen Huang, getting ready to speak later this morning. And what do investors need to hear with the stock now well off its all-time highs? That's next. And as we head to break, a live look at the 9/11 memorial, September 11th in New York City. Today marks 23 years now since the terrorist attacks, which killed nearly 3,000 people at the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and in a field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Squawk Box coming right back. NVIDIA CEO, it's a portmanteau, so easy to do that. Jensen Huang speaking at the Goldman Sachs Communicopia conference later this morning. What do investors in markets want to hear from the leader of the chip maker? Joining us now, Ben Reitzes, Melius Research Head of Technology Research, and it's good to see you, Ben. I figure you'd have to say the stock, you could call it a bear market I guess, although the bull market was like nothing, the likes of which we've never seen. I'm tailing Trump. But it was an amazing bull run. It's down about 23%, though. Is it in a bear market, or is this a time to actually is it a falling knife?
I don't think it's a falling knife, Joe, and it's good to be with you on such an important day in our history, in New York especially. I think that NVIDIA right now, last year, actually, if you remember, it took a break in the back half of the year. This is more severe. I think there's some macro worries and whatnot, but the big thing about NVIDIA is they're in a product transition, and the rest of semis also is absorbing the potential recessionary risks and some other things going on. So I think that in terms of NVIDIA, one of the big surprises on the last call was taking gross margins down in the near term. And semi stocks that hit that usually with a gross margin bump tend to not perform anymore for a little while until they get that going again. But I think they'll come out on the other side of that within a few quarters. And I think that'll be a big topic when he speaks later today, if folks are able to ask questions.
We watched NVIDIA sort of ignore everything not related to AI. I mean, the Fed, global growth concerns, what was happening in other semiconductors. Are you saying now it might actually be paying attention to the possibility of a global slowdown, growth? I mean, I watch oil and look at the 10-year. We're going to see inflation numbers today, but there are some macro things going on that might be reaching a more climactic point than before with NVIDIA. Is it subject to that or no?
Well, I think that they have a lot of things going on that are immune. I think the semis in general are having potentially another macro scare here in the back half of the year, and NVIDIA caught up in that. But in terms of AI in general, I think there's a lot of tailwinds, secular tailwinds that over the long term we're going to be doing really well. I feel like they're insulated a bit from some of these macro swings, like in PCs, some of the commodity servers potentially, and some other areas. So I think they're doing really well. One of the issues is they're sucking a lot of the air out of the room, and folks need to allocate their spending towards AI, which is potentially impacting some other sectors. That's been bigger potentially in the first half. I think that's going to be a big narrative again next year. So look, I wish the macro data was better, but I feel NVIDIA is pretty well insulated. But I do feel like it's gobbling a lot of mind share within the sector in general with this sell-off.
We hear margins at NVIDIA and we just go, oh yeah, that's pretty good, whatever they happen to be. And a company that size, it just can't last where the margins stay where they are. So what would be considered, okay, margins are falling more, they're spending even more money, trying to make the next generation chips than we thought. And this is actually troubling that margins are going to drop to this low, because they're still going to be so rich even after a pretty big drop.
Well, the thing is, NVIDIA is putting together tens of thousands of little parts in these chips, and it's very complex. They do deserve to have a very high ASP with the complexity of their product. And the other thing is they, over time, are going to have more software and services, which are very high margin. So some other companies, maybe Apple and others, get into this area where their business is an ecosystem, and they can tap into other elements of that. So I think that right now we have this Blackwell production issue, temporary. It hits gross margin, and then I do think they grow other things such as software and cloud and other things that allow the margins to stay relatively high. But yes, 78% gross margin was rarefied air. It was margin. are in rarefied air. It's better than elite software companies right now. So you do have to watch it carefully, but I feel like actually it'll get hit a little near term and then power. Out.
Yeah, it's a margin that no. That's so high you worry about politically that someone's going to notice it, and you know, have a knee-jerk reaction to margins that high that are completely deserved when someone is so so ahead of the rest of the industry, and that's where margins are. And if you can sell for that, shareholders deserve it. They invested. They put their money on the line, and it's deserved. You could actually teach Econ 101 using NVIDIA, I think, Ben. But thank you. Yeah, go ahead. The final word.
No, tough to get penalized for winning and thinking ahead. And,
oh, they'll try. They'll try. They're very popular these days. But all right, Ben. Thank you.
Here, Joe. Great to see you, by the way.
Good to see you. Thanks.
It is just after 7 a.m. on the East Coast. It's 4 a.m. on the West Coast where I am. You are watching Squawk Box on CNBC. I'm Andrew Ross Sorkin, along with Joe Kernan and Becky Quick. Good morning to both of you.
Good
We've
morning.
got so much going on. Post-debate, of course, among today's top stories, the markets waiting on the first of two key inflation reports. The Consumer Price Index for August is going to be released. That's happening at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Economists predicting prices will rise by 2%, or I should say by 0.2%. We can hope not by 2%, before excluding food and energy also rising by the same amount. Oil prices climbing this morning, with Brent and WTI crude both up more than 2%. Concerns, though, about supply disruptions in the Gulf of Mexico from Hurricane Francine, offsetting worries about weak global demand. And yes, the big story of the morning, reaction to the debate between former President Trump and Vice President Harris, the candidates sparring on the economy.
What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues.
I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes.
Joining us right now is political strategist and pollster Frank Luntz. Frank, want to get your reaction to what you saw last night. I followed you on Twitter, and you said after this debate, the Harris campaign will have little reason to do another one. What did you mean?
Well, the fact is, it appears that Harris actually gave more details last night than Trump. It appears as though she was more presidential than Donald Trump, even though she's never been president. And it appears that Donald Trump is going to double down on his claim that people are eating their dogs and cats. I can't believe I'm saying that on CNBC. And I know that the people who want me in your control room want me to speak about the economy. But last night's debate, and I remember how I felt in 2020 watching Donald Trump time after time after time after time light into Joe Biden, alienating the people he was trying to win. The level of detail in last night's debate from Harris and from Trump on their economic policies was so slim that the public was left wanting. And as I'm following it, I'm being texted and emailed by people who watch your program and how disappointed they were in both candidates for not being explicit, in both candidates for not being articulate about exactly what they would do, particularly with inflation, particularly with economic concerns, but that Trump missed a golden opportunity to speak up and speak out about why we're in the situation we are now, and that, frankly, he lost the debate last night. Not that she won, but that he lost.
And let's talk about that then. What do you think the distinction is? You said not that she lost, or not that he lost, but that she won, or not that she won, but he lost. What do you mean by that?
That there was person after person who were on the shows after the debate, delivering talking points, being typically partisan, and saying that whoever they supported won the debate. But the fact is, his talking about, and I still can't believe I'm saying this on CNBC at 7 a.m., the idea that anywhere in America they're eating their pets, and he will never acknowledge, and he did not last night. The moderators gave him a chance repeatedly to acknowledge that he made a mistake, that he cannot do that. Well, let me tell you, Andrew, the undecided voters are not voting over policy, they're voting over personality. And the idea that someone can be president for 4 years and not make a mistake and not acknowledge with humility that you don't get everything right is going to cost him this election. On the issues, Andrew, Trump had the advantage: inflation, immigration, and 2 issues that matter most. But instead, he prosecuted Harris with the same kind of anger and the contempt that he showed towards Joe Biden. It absolutely feeds his base. It will absolutely be cheered on by 42, 43% of America. But the goal in any debate is to win that undecided, and he most certainly failed to do that last night.
We saw Elon Musk tweet out that he thought that the vice president exceeded expectations. Do you think that there's a sense among undecideds, and by the way, not even just undecideds, was there anybody on the Trump side that you think switched after seeing this? No.
No, I don't believe that Trump lost a single vote last night. But that segment, that 5% in the key swing states, he gave them no reason to vote for him on economic issues, which is their number one priority. He went back again and again and again to immigration, but he did that ineffectively. You can't just beat up on your opponent. You have to have solutions. And Trump did as president. But the fact is, last night was a very poor debate performance for someone whose campaign has done quite well in articulating the difference between himself and Vice President Harris. The Trump campaign is succeeding in drawing a distinction, in drawing a clear difference. But the candidate himself failed last night. And in fact, if he doesn't apologize and backtrack on the eating of pets, again, I apologize to your viewers for saying this,
right.
But he doesn't do it, the press is going to eat him alive over the next 48 hours.
Frank, speak to the Taylor Swift of it all and what you think that endorsement means or does not.
It's important for younger voters. It actually does mean something. We polled on this, and if I'd known you were going to ask this question, I would have given your viewers the chance to see it. A third of Americans think Trump is more credible. A third of Americans think Biden is more credible. But 1/4 of Americans actually are listening to what she says. And it's primarily younger voters, primarily female voters, but they matter in this campaign. And actually, as we wake up this morning, we should not just be talking about the impact on the presidential race, but Taylor Swift will help bring out younger voters, and make no mistake, they will not be voting Republican down ticket. Andrew, this is the first time I've said this on CNBC, but this morning, Republican House candidates and Senate candidates have to be considering where they stand. Because if you turn out younger voters who prefer the Democrats over the Republicans, and particularly younger women, by 25%, you could have a earthquake in the congressional races that provides Democrats with what they've been seeking all along: a trifecta: Senate, House, and presidency.
Final question for you, Frank, just about the moderators, because there has been this critique among some, mostly Trump supporters, but it seemed your tweets last night seemed to suggest you thought they did a good job, and a lot of people have looked to you as a Republican pollster for a very long time.
Yes, but I've been very straight on this program and on other programs. The moderators have been under attack for fact-checking Trump and not Harris. And all you have to do is put all of those challenges back. Who did they challenge? Now, the argument on the Harris side is that she didn't say anything wrong. But the fact is, viewers looked at this and they thought that it wasn't necessarily fair. And this could be the way that Trump survives. Just as he was indicted and convicted, every time those indictments came down over the last 18 months, Trump's numbers went up because he looked like a victim to voters. But I will also tell you that I'm being texted and emailed, even right now, by billionaires who love your program, who are saying that last night simply wasn't fair. They acknowledge that Trump did horribly, but they also are complaining about how he was held to a different standard than Kamala Harris. And that could make a difference in the long term in how people perceive this. Frankly, if I'm the Harris campaign, I'm not doing another debate. There's no reason to.
Frank Luntz, always great to get your perspective, especially on a morning like today. Thank you.
Thanks.
There you are. What can we say this, Andrew? There's definitely still going to be a lot of bad blood between these two parties, and they are never, ever, ever, ever getting back together. If Trump doesn't shake it off, it's going to be that we find out that we knew what was going on all too well. Do you know any of those songs, Andrew? Any recognition at all with that?
I noticed a couple of the lines, not all of them, but I think
Do you
you're
think I normally say things like "we're never, ever, ever getting back together"?
That I know. That I know.
Bad blood, bad blood. Cool summer. Yeah, that.
It's a factor. I mean,
It
I like
is.
to bring it up.
That's what I said. We buried the lead. I guess we should have started with that.
Andrew, good to see you, by the way, and thank you for getting up so incredibly early on the West Coast. We're going to have a lot more when we come back on Squawk Box. New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu will join us with his takeaway from last night's presidential debate. And we are counting down to the August CPI report. The numbers and the market reaction at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Squawk Box will be right back. clever line.
Checking the futures, we're down 150 points. People think I know a lot of Taylor Swift. Google. There's a Google. I have a Google.
Yeah, but she does have a lot of
She
really
does have a
well-known
lot.
songs.
Oh no, it's insane. It's after the Beatles. I don't know anybody who's written 200 songs, where 50 of them are, to her fans, are, you know, huge. Let's get to like Dom Chu, constantly humming a Taylor Swift song. With what's your favorite, Dom? And then you can tell us about the big movers today. I like Love Story. I do actually like that. So
Love Story is good. It's catchy. I'm a shake it off kind of guy because I'm constantly like.
Oh, you? I don't like
shake
that
it off,
one.
but,
And I don't like the back there. I like Red. I like that song. I like Red a lot.
There's a reason, though, to your point, why her concerts last 3 hours, right? So it's a lot of songs to kind of go through. Anyway, Joe, Becky, Andrew, we'll check on morning movers with some of the big names in banks. First off, they're mostly down pre-market after falling yesterday as executives, including Daniel Pinto over JP Morgan Chase, delivered more dour kind of news or forecasts at an investor conference over by Barclays. JP Morgan's right now off by about 0.5%. Citigroup, Morgan Stanley, Wells Fargo, all amongst those kind of to the downside. Meanwhile, Ally Financial is up about 0.5%. If you take a look at some of those names, all following yesterday's big kind of drops, shares of Ally, by the way, are sliding just kind of with that particular news as well. The outlier, again, being that because it fell 17% yesterday after its CFO said its borrowers are kind of struggling with higher costs and a weakening employment environment. So getting a bit of a bounce back after a big outsized loss yesterday for Ally Financial, so keep an eye on the banks. Now we got shares of GameStop. They're down roughly 10% after the video game retailer reported actually a surprise profit for its 4th consecutive quarter of falling sales, though. That's the juxtaposition. The stock started to slide after the company amended an open market sale agreement filed with the SEC, allowing it to sell up to 20 million additional shares of its Class A common stock. So GameStop off about 10% on that kind of mix of news. And we'll end with Walmart. It's roughly flat, though, just down about 0.1%. This is after analysts at Citigroup reiterated it as its top pick in retail. Analysts saying after meeting with top execs, they believe the company's top-line momentum and market share will continue to grow. Now, keep an eye on Walmart. And by the way, for more and that and other top analyst calls of the day, just head over to cnbc.com/pro. Subscribers get the full access and detail of all those big calls. Andrew, I will send things back out to you in Southern California, and maybe a question about what your favorite Taylor Swift song is.
Ooh, that's a good question. You know, I've been listening a lot to the new album, actually. Give me the commercial break to come back to you with actually a good answer there.
You got it.
Dom, thank you for that. Still to come, New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu is going to join us to talk about his favorite Taylor Swift song. No, we're going to talk about last night's debate and both candidates' economic pitches to Americans. And in the next hour, former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy will also be joining us with his reaction. Squawk Box coming back with all that and so much more in just a moment.
For today's Aflac trivia question, what year was the first televised presidential debate? The answer when Squawk Box returns. Now the answer to today's Aflac trivia question. What year was the first televised presidential debate? The answer, 1960, between John F. Kennedy and Richard Nixon.
All right, welcome back, everybody. That's right, 1960, that first debate. Right now, we want to take a look at last night's presidential debate and the latest in the 2024 presidential race. For that, we welcome New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu. And Governor, thank you for being here this morning. Okay, we've talked about a lot of stuff. Frank Luntz was going on and on about eating dogs. To me, or eating cats, right? To me, the thing that really struck out the most, though, and probably where former President Trump did himself the most damage, would be when he doubled, tripled, and quadrupled down on the idea that he did not lose the 2020 election.
Yep, and he took the bait. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I mean, as someone who's voting for Trump and supporting Trump, it was frustrating. That prosecutorial style definitely got under his skin, and I think his team was very adamant. Just keep looking at the camera, don't make it personal. I think he was trying his best to show some discipline there. So when she did get under his skin, it was amplified, and she tripled down on it without a doubt. And she took advantage. I think she knew he was going to come in trying to be disciplined, so she could be aggressive. The question is, what does this all mean, right? I mean, that's the big thing. I think it is going to mean something. I think of the 10% swing voters that are out there, I think 80% of them really care about results. Are you going to make my life cheaper? Can you bring my rent down? And for those folks, they're not going to move, because I think it's obvious to them that the vice president didn't answer those questions and really avoided it. 20% are on style are going to potentially be moved. So you'll see a 1 to 1.5, 2% swing at most in some of these swing states, but there's still 50 days to go. That's a lot of time in politics. There's going to be a lot more action. And how this all sets up into the second debate, if there is one, I think will be very
I think that's a big question. Frank Luntz said Kamala Harris should not accept a second debate. Do you think there will be one?
Well, they've effectively last night said, oh, we'll do a second debate. Absolutely, let's go. So they were saying that last night. I think it would be a little bit difficult to backtrack, or they'll have to talk themselves out of it. I think the American people will want it, right? And the other piece of this is it's an hour and a half. I mean, who really watched the full hour and a half?
I did
right?
intentionally.
Oh, I did, because we're in it. But the average American had to go to bed and make sure. So they got what they needed out of the first 20, 30 minutes. What they're watching now is today's response. And I think overwhelmingly the response is, oh, she beat him.
Here's the thing. The frustrating thing for me, watching this and watching a lot of things closely, is I don't feel like I learned a lot about either candidate last night. And maybe that's not the purpose of debates anymore. I think that was originally the purpose of debates. I think each of them came in with a different mission than that. And as you said, it's only 50-some days left to go for this. Early ballots have already gone out. Early voting has already started to take place.
I'll say this, I don't think there's much more to learn about Trump. Trump is Trump, right? He can be bombastic, he can throw things out. If anything, you learn that he does have the ability to try to stay disciplined in the moment.
But he had a chance to drill down on everything we don't know about Kamala Harris and her previous positions, her current positions. I mentioned the moderators to you, and you said, well, it was ABC. No one expected anything. People pretty much knew that and assume and look at it the way it was conducted, that was going to be the way it was. But it would have been nice if someone had drilled down. And it should have been him.
He should have been.
It should have been him.
Yeah, he missed that opportunity to go back and say, wait, I'll give her more time, because she just completely ignored your question. And that happened 4 or 5 or 6 times.
Right in the first, I only saw the first 25 minutes, and it happened 3 or 4 times. I was like, that was a total non-answer of the tariff.
And what I'll say is, I think she was very smart. She gave her non-answer, and at the end, the last 20 seconds of every answer was a shot at him, knowing that would get under his skin, and that's what he would focus and respond on. So she really took advantage of that psychological aspect of how he approaches this stuff. Now, I think he probably woke up this morning, and I think he's upset. I think President Trump is very angry right now. And he's probably blaming his team, because he's not going to say, gee, I should have done better. He's going to blame his team. So if that second debate does come in, it'll be interesting to see how he approaches it stylistically. And again, if he can just stay on the issues, he's got the answers.
Let me just add this in really quickly. Trump called into Fox and Friends this morning after the debate, and he said, I'd be less inclined to have a second debate because we had a great night.
Well, no, he did not have a great night. I mean, that's very interesting. He's going to say that on Fox, I assume, and my sense is he's going to push that publicly. But he knows that.
By the way,
I think as a candidate, trust me,
Governor,
you never
the other thing he said was, not only does he not want to have a debate, he apparently is insulting Brett Baer and Martha McCallum of Fox, saying he wouldn't want them to actually moderate the debate. So he's doubling down, saying he wants Sean Hannity or Jesse Waters or Laura Ingraham. You know, it's just, my question to you is actually I was gonna go back to, we were talking about Taylor Swift before. What do you think the Taylor Swift effect may or may not be? And I thought it was interesting that she actually came out publicly and did this now. I thought actually if she was gonna do this, she was gonna do it later on, closer to the election. But in fact, I think to Becky's point earlier about early mail-in ballots, and she actually made a point of this in her post last night, which was to say, go and register, and by the way, go and vote early, that by doing this now, you might actually have a meaningful effect. It also puts her in her position, and we don't know whether you'll actually see her out either on the campaign trail itself or making other comments or statements throughout the rest of this campaign.
Yeah, I'll honestly tell you, I think celebrity endorsements mean absolutely nothing on either side. I mean, really, they don't bring anything they never have, right? That's why everyone kind of marginalizes Hollywood and all that. And I don't think anyone's surprised. Taylor Swift endorsing her is like, you know, Liz Cheney endorsing her. I mean, it's not a complete shock. The swing voters want results. They want to know who's going to make their life better and who's the change agent. That's what neither of them really were able to sell and focus on. Who's the agent of change to bring a culture change to D.C.?
Right.
Again, appreciate that individual.
Can I ask you a different question, Governor? Because since we're on Squawk,
since it's your
celebrity
show, I think you can ask anything you want.
It's a business-related endorsement question, which is, so if a celebrity endorsement doesn't matter, does an endorsement of an Elon Musk or a switch from like a Bill Ackman, who obviously was a Democrat for a very long time and has been very public online, campaigning effectively for former President Trump, are those endorsements meaningful? Sort of, how do you think about in the context of name brands, whatever they are, endorsing different people?
Yeah, I think there's very few name brands that actually matter with both these entities because these entities are known. They really are. You know what the Harris-Biden administration is all about. You know what Trump is all about. The most valuable endorsements as a candidate, even at the presidential level, is the endorsement of your neighbor, right? It's the endorsement of local officials. It's the endorsement of a local business owner that says, hey, I've really looked at this, and this is going to change. Can I go back to one business aspect that I think Trump completely missed? Yeah. Where were the price controls? Right, the fact that, I mean, that's a huge issue that crushes competition. That's a very Marxist thing, right? That and he never tied that
because
into
he went hyperbolic and when he called her a Marxist
and the grievance stuff. But the other grievance stuff, whether it's the 2020 election or the grievance stuff.
Yeah.
Instead of going back to her, it's like it would have been so easy.
Yeah.
Price controls. You know, raising corporate taxes.
Right. Now, going back to what Becky said, if he's really thinking to himself, you know, I don't want to put myself through that again, I'll claim I won, I'll avoid it, and I'll let the next 50 days, you know, settle down. This whole honeymoon period of this August honeymoon that the vice president had, keep letting that settle down more and more. Let those rent bills come due, let the credit card bills come due, let the electricity bills come into these American families. That is going to be a bigger reminder.
Doesn't it look like he's afraid, though, if he doesn't go back and do it again?
He's always, you know, he'll talk himself out of it potentially. I would love to see it. I really would, just because I think it would be interesting. But
I just think the more information we have, the better.
And both sides may just quietly pull away. Yeah. They'll know.
But we have seen big switches. I will never forget how poorly President Obama did in the first debate, and Romney looked so presidential. By the time of the third debate, it's like
you hadn't forgotten it all.
And Romney was awful, and Obama looked like the greatest president in history. It was very weird.
Well, again, we had the dog and cats moment last night.
Yeah,
right? Romney had his one, I think the big error, the binder full of women comment and all that. So it just takes one or two off comments where people...
Especially memes on social media.
Well, that's it, especially nowadays. You can't do that.
We have to go, but did I see you saving a guy who was at the lobster eating contest by giving him the Heimlich maneuver?
Apparently my Heimlich maneuver skills are still there. I'm not that I knew I had them.
Impressive. Even more impressive was the guy went back to eating in the contest, right?
Ate another set of lobsters after we saved him. Yeah, unbelievable. I'm the individual.
See, I've done that with alcohol. You know what I mean? Wait.
Not recently.
Like in college, where and then back to the trough and then back.
The bourbon Heimlich was
okay. I'm good for a few more cocktails.
Yeah, when you were like 19.
Yeah.
Governor,
Booten rally. You're talking about that's a Booten rally. So I guess he Booten rallied on lobster.
I never actually did that. I have seen people do it. It's, oh my God, you're back to the bottle.
Thank you, Governor Sununu.
You bet. Thanks.
Okay, coming up, we're going to talk markets and today's big CPI reports with Hightower's Stephanie Link. We'll do that in just a little bit. Plus, former Hillary Clinton campaign manager Patty Solis Doyle is going to be here to discuss the Harris economic agenda and her takeaways from the debate. We're hearing from all sides this morning. We're going to be back after this.
.com.
All right, let's get a check on the futures ahead of today's CPI report. We have seen some red arrows this morning. Not the lows of the session at this point, but the Dow futures off by about 120 points. NASDAQ's down by about 50. The S&P off by about 11. We'll be speaking with Stephanie Link about the latest market moves and what she's expecting when those numbers are released. Right now, though, as we head to a break, let's take a look at this morning's pre-market winners and losers in the S&P 500. Squawk Box will be right back.
Let's talk markets and CPI data. Joining us now is Stephanie Link, Hightower Chief Investment Officer. She's also a CNBC contributor. And Stephanie, that bold expression, it's quiet, too quiet. That's kind of where we've been in terms of inflation numbers recently. The risk has been, or the concern has shifted to maybe worries about growth in the labor market. Is there any way we could have inflation fears rekindle that's not on anyone's radar, or probably not?
I don't think so, Joe. We've made a lot of progress. Maybe we just kind of stay where we are. We peaked at 9.1% in inflation, and you're now running at about 2.5%. Maybe we just stay at 2.5%, but that would be fine, I think, because we're really close to where the Fed wants it to be. More importantly is going to be tomorrow when you have the initial jobless claims, because we know that they have pivoted away from kind of the fear and the focus on inflation, more on labor. And that number probably comes in at about 229,000 for the weekly initial claims. If you look at the 4-week moving average, Joe, you're at 240,000 in initial jobless claims. Recession is more like 350 to 375. So we're nowhere near that. But kind of just stepping back for a minute, September we know is usually an uneven month, and this year is no different because there are just a lot of uncertainties. You do have some concerns about growth slowing. Growth is slowing, but I don't think you're going into a recession. You're running at about 2% GDP. You've got the tech unwind, you've got the elections, and oh, by the way, yesterday was fascinating with the banks. I mean, if you look at some of the banks yesterday at a conference were talking about really disappointing trends. Ally with credit challenges, Goldman with trading being down 10%, JP Morgan being their typical conservative, saying NII and expenses are too high for next year. And then you flip it around, you then had Brian Moynihan talking at Bank of America, talking about reiterating net II and increasing for the fourth quarter in terms of NII, and talking about no issues with the consumer, no growth slowdown. Morgan Stanley's talking about an M&A pipeline that's accelerating. So you talk about cross currents. You have haves and have-nots in the banks as well. So a lot of unknowns, a lot of things to pick and choose from. But I do think there's opportunity.
You do. Okay. I mean, there's always opportunity when there's some, when things pull back from really incredible levels, like Nvidia's down 23%. Maybe that's an opportunity, or maybe it's another warning sign about things. I mean, when Buffett has so much cash, that concerns me. When JP Morgan goes down $11 in one day, when oil can barely get out of its way at $67 a barrel. It's when you have a bad week like we had last week, and it's the month of September with October, as it usually does following September. I can give you a lot of things that I could lose sleep over, thinking that maybe we're getting set up for some type of October low again, based on growth concerns.
Well, we could, Joe, but the market always climbs a wall of worry, and you and I have talked about it. I worry when I don't worry, because that means we're being complacent. So you have to pick and choose. I think now more than ever, you are seeing opportunities, and stock picking, you're getting rewarded for it. You talked about Nvidia being down so much. Yeah, but guess what? It was up 151% into the earnings print. It is so over-owned at this point, and maybe it justifiably so, but it's over-owned, and maybe that needs to work itself through. JP Morgan, it's up 21%. It is absolutely beating every other bank this year to date, and it is also over-owned. It's kind of like the safe way to play financials. So you have to look for, maybe you want to look for these names in particular for a pullback to buy, but I think you find these other companies that are saying some pretty good things. And that's like Bank of America, that's like Truist, that's like Broadcom. So I think there's opportunities out there.
Okay, Steph, playing this out. Thank you. We'll know more in a little while. Everything happens so that we don't have to wait forever, which that's a good thing. Steph, thanks. Andrew.
Thanks, Joe. When we come back, a lot more right here on Squawk Box after that contentious debate last night. Vice President Harris and former President Trump both claiming victory, sparring on the economy and immigration and so much more. We're going to get reaction next from former Hillary Clinton campaign manager Patty Solis-Doyle. We're coming right back with that and so much more. Squawk Box rolls on this morning.
insurance.
We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people.
What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit.
Donald Trump said it was his best debate performance yet. Kamala Harris's team says she commanded the stage on every single issue from the moment she came out. Joining us right now to talk about last night's presidential debate is former Hillary Clinton presidential campaign manager Patty Solis-Doyle. She is the head of the Brunswick Group Public Affairs Practice. And Patty, you said you thought Kamala Harris had more to lose and more to win last night. How do you think it turned out?
I think she won. I think she won a lot. Look, going into last night's debate, as you mentioned, she had the most to lose because, according to the New York Times Siena poll, 28% of voters still wanted to know more about her. And while, both candidates did not put much more specifics to each of their policy agendas last night, what we did learn about Kamala Harris is that she's tough, she's smart, she's ready to lead. She most certainly passed that commander-in-chief test. She was likable, she was agile. I think voters really got a glimpse of what she would be like as president. So I thought she knocked it out of the park, in all honesty.
You know, a lot of times these debates are relative performances based on the person standing across from you. That was certainly the case with the first debate between former President Trump and President Biden, and you saw what happened after that. This was also a case where Kamala Harris laid a lot of traps, laid a lot of bait, and President Trump took it.
He sure did. Really from the get-go, from the moment she walked on that stage, walked right up to him, put her hand out for him to shake it, which she clearly did not want to do. I think she owned the debate. She started debating with the size of his rallies and the energy of his rallies, which I think rattled him and clearly made him angry. You could tell by the sort of volume of his voice, but then kept going in terms of saying that world leaders laugh at him. They call him a disgrace. He really just took it at every opportunity, and she really just twisted the knife. And I think what I found personally interested, sort of as a former practitioner and having prepped many candidates for debates, is she compensated for the muted mics by using her facial expressions to sort of contrast rather than, jumping in verbally. And at one point she put her, her hand under her chin, just in amusement. It was really remarkable how she came out on top in this debate, looking amused.
Stuff like stuff like facial expressions, that's pretty subjective, and there were people who were put off by some of the facial expressions. But look, what we've been trying to figure out today is how much this matters if there's a second debate, how that will matter too. You do have entrenched bases on each side of this. I guess they're arguing over the undecided voters at this point. How do you think that will play out? Will there be a second debate? Because President Trump was on Fox and Friends earlier this morning saying that he thinks he won the debate and he'd be foolish to take another another go at a second round of this, that he wouldn't do it necessarily.
Look, that's absolutely right. This country is very much divided. And it's going to be a close race no matter what. And we'll see what the polls say post this debate, whether it moved any needles. For Kamala Harris, she needed to do two things. She needed to make sure that her base, the Democratic base, stayed excited, stayed energetic. I think she accomplished that. And then she also needed to appeal to those moderate, undecided, independent voters. I think she did that as well by, reinforcing her position on fracking, citing Goldman Sachs about the analysis of her economic plan, touting herself as a gun voter. I think it would be smart for the Harris team to do another debate, because I think this is a world stage, a big stage where she will be able to continue to do what she did last night, and that is appeal to those moderate voters. I'm not sure if Trump will take the bait this time and accept the challenge, but we'll see.
Patty, I want to thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you for having me.
After this, we're going to bring you a lot more highlights from CBC's Game Plan Summit yesterday here in Los Angeles, where I am this morning. Meantime, we're also going to talk to former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. He's going to be joining us with his reaction to the debate and so much more. Don't go anywhere. Squawk Box coming right back after this. Welcome back to Squawk Box this morning. At the Game Plan Summit yesterday, I moderated a session about bringing the Olympics to Los Angeles in 4 years from now, following the big success that took place in Paris. And we all saw it this summer. I asked Casey Wasserman, chairman of the LA 2028 Games, to share the backstory of the epic closing ceremony stunt that we all remember with Tom Cruise.
We had the original idea was the person in the stadium was a stunt double, because we're like, well, there's no way we're getting this much. We're going to get like 4 hours of filming time. We'll do the thing that the LA with the Hollywood sign. He'll hand the thing off and he's done. Maybe we'll get the other stuff and the rest will be just a stunt double. And about 5 minutes into the presentation, he goes, I'm in, but I'm only doing it if I get to do everything. Every step of the way, he got more involved and more engaged. And I will tell you, when the mayor who orchestrated us to somehow film at the Hollywood sign, which was you actually don't know how hard that is.
Yeah.
It says, well, you need to know about Tom Cruise. And by the way, did it all for free. Everyone on that program, that 15 minutes, did it for free. He finished filming Mission Impossible at 6 o'clock in London, got right on a plane. He landed in LA at 4 a.m. He filmed the scene where he pulls onto the military plane in LA. He does 2 jumps out of the thing. He didn't like the first one enough, so he did a second jump. Then he helicoptered, and it was like in Palmdale, and he helicoptered from Palmdale to the Hollywood sign, filmed from 1 until 5, helicoptered to Burbank Airport, and flew back to London.
And nobody noticed.
At 6 o'clock.
All of this.
The stuff, there's these people who pay attention to the Hollywood sign.
Right.
I will just say, there are cameras at the Hollywood sign. I don't know why they didn't work that day.
You know somebody?
I don't know what happened, Andrew. It was just one of those weird, lucky LA things that the cameras didn't work that day, and we were able to pull it off. And I will tell the secret now: the color of the Olympic rings and the rings, that's CGI, because we obviously weren't going to touch the Hollywood sign.
We're not going to see rings on the Hollywood sign during the Olympics, or will we?
We would love to explore that. That's obviously a longer, complicated conversation, and there's a lot to do with that. But I think it's a pretty spectacular opportunity that. If there was a way to do it, it's certainly something we'd like to try and do.
But people did go looking for him afterward.
Also asked Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass to explain how her, quote, no car plan is going to work during the Olympics, a big issue here in LA.
What we hope to do is for no cars to the venues, to the games, public transportation to the games.
To the games.
Life goes on in the city. We all collectively went through COVID and learned about remote work and learned about, staying home. So I think we can stagger work schedules. Another thing that was done in '84 was truck deliveries were made at night.
Right.
And so I think there is a way that we can organize the region so that traffic will be less and manageable, and that people that go to the games will go to the games via bus and metro.
And to close out the day, I sat down with Snapchat co-founder and CEO Evan Spiegel, the company leaning into sports through partnerships with sports leagues and broadcasters using augmented reality to elevate fan experiences. I asked Spiegel if he thinks that a social media company would ever jump into the streaming war itself to try to buy broadcast rights, given we saw folks like Netflix who said
I would never say never, but I think today, if you look at the business model of social media, it's highly reliant on a very large volume of very inexpensive content that is then heavily personalized to make it relevant. And so I think ultimately that's why, tech companies and social media businesses enjoy very high margins. So I certainly think it's possible that folks may branch out into, streaming rights and things like that, but for now, I think they've got a pretty good thing going.
We also talked about how he feels about other social media companies copying so many of Snap's features.
What does annoy me sometimes, are the... I think the sense from, sometimes the investors or the media that somehow, that limits our overall business opportunity. And I think that just, frankly runs counter to the history of technology innovation, where innovation and creativity ultimately, over the long run, triumph. And we really have faith in that.
Guys, so much of Evan's features, he's been called a innovation factory for the rest of Silicon Valley and the other social media companies, because so many of the features ultimately started on Snap that we now see on TikTok and Facebook and Instagram, so we got into it. I also asked him, by the way, if he was going to buy a sports team, which one he'd want to buy or what he'd want to do, and he said, hands down, the NFL. The reason, he said, the economics. So,
Andrew,
he knows the math.
Before we talk about what else, can we go back to what the mayor of Los Angeles said about it being a no-car zone? Because I find that so interesting. I think that would obviously help a lot of the traffic issues.
You think, are we going to be there?
No,
we need a special dispensation. We need a special dispensation.
No, that's not what I'm going to say. There are so many VIPs who think they get special dispensation and it's going to tick them all off. And that was the thing about Paris Olympics. All of these VIPs and people who are used to being treated differently, do they not get special treatment?
I'm not sure how that portion of this is going to work. I will say, and people forget this, the teams themselves travel by bus, pretty much across the board. Even, LeBron James and the like.
But all the big sponsors, all the big wigs, all think that they should
But do I think that they will travel by bus? I think that they will travel by bus or minivan or something like that. And will there be special stickers for certain groups? I am sure of that. It would be almost impossible to believe it won't be the case.
Handle that for us yet, Sorkin, with Casey right there?
You're always thinking of number one.
I'm just assuming Yeah, you. I'm assuming you did that. Are you not telling us the whole story here?
No, I'm telling you the whole thing. I imagine there will be stickers and lanes for people like you, Joe Kernan. I'm sure that they will have a special.
We're all going to be there. All right.
A special vehicle for you, and a special lane.
I'll even do a scooter if I have to. Maybe a hoverboard. You got your hoverboard you can bring out there.
Skateboard.
Just remember this, Joe.
Yes,
if
sir.
you're doing the Olympics and you're covering it on Squawk, you're doing it at 3 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, it's just like Pebble Beach.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Well, then we gotta have cars.
Right, it is just after 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan, Andrew Ross Sorkin. Andrew is in LA this morning,
Well,
but
it is
it's
early.
extra early.
Yeah.
Among today's top stories, we are counting down to August CPI inflation data. That comes your way at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, about 28 minutes to go. It will be a key piece of data for the Fed next week when it decides whether and by how much to cut interest rates. Oil prices are moving higher. That comes after yesterday's lowest settlement for WTI crude since late 2021. Concerns over potential output disruptions tied to Hurricane Francine bolstering prices. And then mortgage rates falling last week to the lowest level in a year and a half. The Mortgage Bankers Association says that the average contract interest rate for 30-year fixed rate mortgages dropped to 6.29%. That is down from 6.43% the week prior. Last week was the sixth straight week of falling rates.
Futures right now show triple-digit losses. Actually, now we've just moved away from that, no longer down 100 on the Dow. But the Treasury yields have been dropping. Oil's been dropping, but it's up today on Francine. For more on the markets, let's get to Mike Santoli at the NYSE. And I guess, Mike, if you added everything up with the Ben Franklin close, the market still looks pretty good. But I mentioned, like, I don't know, I can give you 10 things that, including NVIDIA, down 23%. Warren Buffett, JP Morgan. I can give you some things that just make me feel a little bit of agita, but you think that the evidence is still in the Bulls' favor?
I think in terms of the underlying trend, there's no doubt that's still the case. But I mean, all those things you mentioned probably help explain why the market has been kind of hesitating here. Really, if you look at the chart of the S&P 500, it's almost 2 months into this period of trying to sort out just how much is the economy slowing, how much is priced into valuations, and will the Fed get it right in terms of cutting rates at the right pace in time to save a soft landing. So you see, we actually rebounded yesterday by about a third of a percent, a little more than that in the S&P 500, but it was very concentrated. So you still had this undertow of concern about some of the cyclical parts of the market that's remained underway from last week. Some of the financials definitely got hit on that in terms of concerns about consumer credit from Ally Financial and others. But take a look at the bank index. It's a similar story. A couple of months of kind of sideways, but overall trend still looks okay for now. So it seems as if we can kind of sort of rely on the idea that the economy sort of hangs in now based on what we can see and feel. But, we just don't know what the trajectory is. And when we do get a Fed rate cut, typically banks do okay in that environment, obviously, unless and until you get some more clear recessionary evidence. Now, take a look at the market implied forward inflation rate over the 5-year span. This is a 3-year chart of the 5-year expected inflation. So here we are, just about at that 2% Fed target. Of course, this is not a reliable forecast of exactly what inflation is going to be, but it shows you how far we have come down and the idea that right now the markets using real money have kind of moved past the idea that inflation is the main threat. We obviously get CPI to see if that is a valid assumption.
All right, Mike, very good. You got a favorite Taylor Swift song, and are you brave enough to admit you have a favorite Taylor Swift song?
And to sing it.
I have, well, no, Becky, certainly not brave enough. But honestly, I kind of inherited it all from my daughters, and so I have to check with them.
You don't know? Have you been to a concert?
They've been to a concert. I've been outside the stadium.
Oh, I have been to multiple, and I
You heard it
have
from outside the
multiple.
concert.
I have multiple favorites. Yeah.
What's your favorite? Come on, say it.
He's not brave enough to admit it.
That's right. I'm not brave enough.
Say it.
It's early though. It's probably
There's a song called Early.
Early Taylor.
Oh, it's early Taylor. He's giving us hints. All right, that's good. Coming up. All right, breaking CPI. Inflation data next, though. We're going to dig into the economic messages. We heard from Donald Trump and Kamala Harris at last night's debate with former Treasury Department official Natasha Sarin. Then we'll get debate reaction from former Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy. He's going to be sitting in Andrew's seat right here on set. And then tomorrow, right here on Squawk Box, Republican Vice Presidential candidate J.D. Vance will join us. He will also be on set right here in Times Square. We're coming right back.
Outcome today.
She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you.
Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country.
Just a few of the fireworks we saw concerning inflation and the economy at last night's presidential debate. Joining us right now with her takeaways to everything that she saw, Natasha Sarin, Associate Professor of Law and Finance at Yale University. She was previously a Biden administration Treasury Department official. We've been talking to folks on both sides of the aisle this morning about their reaction to what they saw. I'll ask for your initial reaction just on the broad piece of it, and then let's maybe get into some of the details of what you saw.
Well, thank you so much for having me. And I think what you saw yesterday, and you saw it sort of starting off the bat, the first question was on the economy, was a really fundamentally different vision for the future of America. You have Vice President Harris, who's emphasized that she's keen to create what she calls an opportunity economy. What that means is investing in families, investing in small businesses, creating pathways to wealth creation and opportunities for Americans. And it's a pretty positive message that I think you saw her turn to again and again last night that I hope resonates with the American people. On the flip side, you saw former President Trump, who has a less positive vision for the future of America. And he has an emphasis on, and again, turn to it right off the bat, his vision for the economy is tax cuts for the very, very top and a very, very substantial middle-class tax increase in the form of tariffs that would translate to thousands of dollars of additional taxes for the average American family over the course of a year. So again, I think those are just fundamentally different visions, and it's ripe for a lot of debate about the substance of particular policies, but we shouldn't lose sort of the big picture that these are different candidates who offer a different vision for the world.
Natasha, there's no question that is the case. I think there's a bigger question, though, about the lack of details, frankly, by both candidates in certain respects, but also I was going to say not just the details of the plans of how they plan to spend money, but how they plan to balance budgets, how they plan to deal with the deficit. None of those issues, came up at all, but they don't come up, forget about the debate, they don't come up in any context. And at some point, the math just doesn't make any sense.
And to sort of make your point for you, Andrew, the word deficit came up once in last night's debate. And so I totally agree with you. And I think this is a place, frankly, where I'm keen to see more detail from both candidates. I will say that we're in a campaign and, this is an election that is about much more than economic policy, although economic policy is sort of central to what voters care about and are concerned about. But you do, even with respect to the deficit, have a really different picture when you're comparing Trump and Harris. Harris is committed to and has been explicit that she is keen to pay for these necessary investments that she wants to make in American families. And she's outlined exactly how she would do that. If you look at the Biden budget proposals they offer, which she's embraced, they offer a different view for how we think about taxation of large corporations. She would increase the corporate tax rate. They offer a different view for how we think about taxation of the wealthy. She believes very deeply in capital tax reform, though in a different way and more moderated relative to Biden's previous stances. And so there are real revenue raisers here that she's keen to tap into to pay for the types of investments that she wants to make. If you look at Trump, he has been explicit that sort of core to his agenda is tax cuts. But other than tariffs, which are a middle-class tax increase to the tune of $2 trillion over the course of a decade, he has no pay-fors, and that's a really significant problem.
Hey, Natasha, let me ask you a question about the tariffs issue, because there's two schools of thought about the tariffs. One is that the tariff piece of his strategy is and this would be the generous view, that it's a negotiating ploy in some regards, that he may not actually go through with all of them, that he would use it as a cudgel against certain countries to get certain things from them. So that when we're doing the math, if you will, on the tariffs, it's unclear sort of where they really land. What do you make of that?
I think, you and I could sit here and come up with generous views and come up with versions of tariff and trade and competition policy that are fundamentally different than the one that President Trump has articulated, and say that would be a policy proposal that's worthwhile of debate, that may or may not have an impact on American consumers the way the policies that he's actually articulated will have.
Natasha,
and the policies that he's...
Were you disappointed when they asked the vice president, or when actually former President Trump asked her, you left all these tariffs on, and she totally punted, went on a total non sequitur somewhere. Didn't you want to hear an answer as to why Biden and Harris left all of those tariffs on, since you're talking about them, so dismissively now, the tariffs?
So I think there are important contexts and important questions to be raised with respect to the existing tariffs that we have in place. But I don't want those questions and context and the nature of what I wish the candidates would say to lose sight of the fact that the tariffs that we're talking about now are 2 orders of magnitude larger than any tariffs that have been contemplated previously. So what you're talking about here is tariffs that over the course of a decade would amount to $2.5–3 trillion in additional tax increases for American families. I wish I had heard, frankly, an answer from President Trump as to why he thinks that the only financing that he can offer for how we should try to bring ourselves towards a better fiscal position is on the heels of middle-class families paying more taxes.
Natasha, we look forward to talking to you more about all of this. Thank you for joining us, especially after the big debate last evening. Becky?
So great to be with you.
Thanks, Andrew. When we come back, breaking CPI inflation data, and we have reaction from Neuberger Berman's Steve Eisman. Next, though, former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, joins us on last night's presidential debate. Squawk Box will be right back.
Better.
All morning, we've been hearing from both sides about last night's presidential debate. It was a former Biden administration Treasury official. Let's get the perspective from our next guest. I don't know where he stands. Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, and former Speaker, it's Speaker McCarthy.
Yes, sir.
Good to have you on.
Thanks for having me back.
I asked him one earlier. Pretend you're AI, but not the biased AI that we're all used to. Pretend you're actual unbiased AI. What did you make of the debate last night?
Well, look, I think there were missed opportunities for Trump. I think there was a disadvantage. ABC really one-sided. I think she performed better than expectations, but she didn't do what she needed to do, Kamala Harris. If you take that New York Times poll, there's a big chunk that still wants to know what is her plan. She talked about plan, but she didn't tell it. Trump should have continued to frame her. I thought Trump's ending was good. Why didn't you do anything? I wish he would have started at the beginning with that. He did take the bait at times, crowd size and others, but at the end of the day, you could even watch other channels like CNN and they'll do this focus group and they'll say, okay, Kamala won, but I'm not voting for her. I don't think this makes a difference. I know it's big Taylor Swift, but I'd shake it off. I think we're 8 weeks away. So much has happened that short amount of time. That New York Times poll that came out this weekend was very telling. When it says she has stalled, is bad. If Trump is winning in a national poll, he's winning big in electoral college.
So why do they do the debates if you don't think it's going to make a difference?
Well, debates today, you have to in a basis to do it, but it's not what the people want in a debate. In my view, is there's no undecided voter in America. It's coming down to who gets out the low propensity voters. And it's the intensity level.
That's an argument for going after your base and tacking right or left, depending on which candidate you are.
Look, it comes down to 2 states. It's Pennsylvania and Georgia. If Trump carries exactly what he did before, and he wins Pennsylvania and Georgia, he's at 270. He doesn't need Arizona. He doesn't need Nevada. What you'll find if that's the day, look, my money, Trump is going to win. And what's going to happen is, all those people excited today in the Harris camp, she's behind where Hillary was sitting by 3 points today. She's 8 points behind in the polls where Biden was sitting today. Biden only won by 48,918 votes. And what's going to happen is she made a mistake in her VP pick. Had she picked Governor Shapiro, it'd be a different race.
Okay, here's another question for you. To me, the most damning thing he said last night was continuing to say that he won the election, that it was stolen from him.
Yeah.
He said that repeatedly. That's got to make some Americans look at it and say,
that's par for the course.
Yeah, but the difference is, did he say anything different that he hasn't said for the last 4 years?
It brings it back to the forefront for voters who are worried that there will be an issue.
But are they going to vote for Kamala? See, what I was saying.
People are going to make a decision when they go to the grocery store and it costs more. People are going to, what he should have done, and he should say about Kamala every time, it's more of the same. Now, I think the Democrats have done very well about trying to distance her from Biden, but that is where the commentating, she literally had said to that same ABC reporter that she was going to confiscate guns and use the executive order to do it, and no one went back at her.
The Kamala Harris of a month ago that no one knew anything about, the same Democratic voters, they're just as enthusiastic now as they were a month ago. It has nothing to do, they were going to be with her all along. So I'm wondering, who did she convert? I'm not sure there's anyone left to convert. They were going to be with her,
but Biden.
Anybody
it
but
doesn't
Biden.
Matter.
Will there be another debate?
No.
There will not be another debate.
That's my, look, I'm not running the campaign. I don't think either of them want another debate. Kamala feels she did what she needed to do. She doesn't want to make another mistake. I don't think it's going to change the outcome.
For Trump, if he can't control himself where he gets so aggrieved all the time and goes into the grievance, he had so many opportunities, and I think he went in there with the notion, I'm going to highlight her record and what happened, but then he didn't
okay, but let's not overthink it. This is like you had a wedding and it didn't go exactly as you wanted, but no one else really knows it. Trump controlled Trump controlled himself more than normal. Okay?
I don't think that's an argument that's going to make people feel good.
From that point of view, did he miss opportunities? What she did well, I would say, she would avoid answering the question, then pivot to something and talk about the crowd size or talk about Wharton.
And then jumped right on it.
Then he would jump
every one of those.
He should just avoided that.
But what does that tell you about his ability to? One of the commentators afterwards made a comment about, it maybe men are just too emotional to be president.
No, not at all. Look, simply put, did Trump make the tough decisions when he came to Soleimani? Did Trump make the tough decisions that Putin never invaded another country? Did Trump make the tough decisions to secure our border? That's what people are going to look at. That's what people are going to make decisions about.
Speaker, but here's my question to you, which
Sorry,
is,
Mr. Andrew.
No, it's great to see you. You know, by the way, I turned Fox on afterwards because I wanted to hear what they were reacting to and to hear Brick Hume.
I thought that was blocked on your TV.
But wait a minute, Andrew, that tells me you don't watch Fox. So.
No. I switch around a lot to try to see what everybody's saying and what everybody's thinking. And to hear Britt Hume say straight up, he said, "Look, I think that Trump lost and Harris won." My question to you is that former President Trump and J.D. Vance have spent the last couple of weeks, if not months now, trying to suggest effectively that Vice President Harris is effectively not competent, that she can't articulate thoughts, she can't put together sentences. I mean, you've heard that kind of language before, and so I'm curious what your just reaction was to, frankly, I think we all saw with our own eyes just how articulate she was on all of these issues. You may not agree with her policies on these issues, but her ability to defend and in some cases even attack, I think we're at a different level than I think a lot of people were expecting. Even Elon Musk, who I know you know well, was out there on Twitter saying that it exceeded expectations. You may say the expectations were low.
Yeah, look, she did do well in that, but I would tell you, even her own campaign gets concerned about that. They don't let her go off teleprompter. And we've watched at times those word salads come forward. Did she not have that mix-up? No. That's where she did well. And you could tell at the very beginning of the debate, she looked a little scripted. She got a little more comfortable in it. She smiled. She had a good night. But that doesn't mean she's going to win. That doesn't mean it changed votes in this process. So, I mean, her campaign's going to celebrate today. Maybe they raised a little money, but it's not going to change the outcome of this race. This race is going to be based upon the economy, inflation, the border, and crime. And she can't change that even if she reads something different in a teleprompter.
Thank you, former Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Glad you were here this morning. We've been going on both sides of the aisle. Coming up, the number of the more.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Rick Santelli here live at CME HQ with the important breaking news of the morning. Our August read on Consumer Price Index, the last look at this series of data points going into next week's obvious big FOMC meeting. CPI month-over-month headline up 0.2 exactly as expected. Up 0.3 when you strip out food and energy. That's 1/10 hotter than we were expecting. And that equals April. To find a higher, you have to go to March when it was up 0.4. If you look at the year-over-year numbers in the rearview mirror, 2.9. That now becomes 2.5. 2.5 is the smallest amount going back to February of 2021. And if you look at year-over-year ex food and energy, 3.2, exactly as expected, and exactly the same as the rear view mirror. And what we want to definitely pay very, very close attention to here are the indices. CPI index going all the way back to 1913 actually moved down just a smidge from 3.1454 to 3.1479. That's higher, but it's lower than expectations. And once again, that is the highest level since 1913. And if you look at the core indice, which only goes back to 1957, it also came in more than expected and more than our last look at 319.76. It has never been higher. We see that yields are moving up. And my guess is, if you look at expectations, we could see that there was one outlier there, and that was the core month-over-month, the 10th hotter. If you look at the sequential aspects of this, of course, we see that the 2.5 year-over-year headline dropped 4/10. But once again, we could talk about all the significant progress we've made on inflation, but it's still not at 2%. Will it ever be at 2%? Does it matter? Well, it mattered when it was at 1.8, and the Fed wouldn't look at that as just steady pricing. It was below the target. We'll have to see how it all works out. We do see that the closes yesterday in twos were significant. That was a 2-year low yield close. In tens, it was a 15.5-month low yield close. And everybody's talking about the debate. I was a bit disappointed having kids and grandkids who can't afford houses and, of course, can't afford insurance once you buy them, or some of the other prices. It seemed like there was really an economic tone-deaf panel with respect to drilling down. If you give people $50,000 to buy their house, I think it sounds like a good idea, but I think CPI numbers might reflect that. Price of homes might go up about, what, $50,000? Squawk Box. Well, here we are, Joe. Back to you.
Rick, thank you. That's an interesting, by the way, view that you think that if first-time home buyers are granted some money from the government, that it's going to increase prices for homes. Do you think it would happen?
That's why prices have increased. Government policies, that's the problem. That's what the moderators, they never drill down. Young people, I feel so sorry for you. Really, I do. There's an economic dishonesty going on here.
Let me just ask then, since we're on the topic, Rick, how you feel about tariffs?
You know how I feel about tariffs? It's a bargaining chip. And many of the tariffs with China are still on. Once again, the moderators don't drill down on the two aspects of tariffs, but they do drill down on other areas that make no economic sense whatsoever.
But you don't think the tariffs raise prices? Just as a mathematical economic...
Listen, prices are going up no matter what, Andrew. Whether you do it on the tax side, whether you do it on the tariff side, our policies are silly. We can't be Santa Claus. All those programs aren't policies, they're promises that never get by Congress, and each one of them has a cost we can't afford because we've done this before. When you prepay and you make policies that don't make economic sense, you may think you're getting a benefit. Look at what we learned yesterday. Finally, wages reach 2019, but it doesn't reflect how much they've gone up since 2019. If you're out there and you're a young person, study up. You know, study up. All these superstars that made recommendations in such a timely fashion yesterday, you know, maybe they don't feel the pain of what's going on, but I feel bad that they can't buy houses and insurance. You think these prices of insurance are going to go down, Andrew? You think people in Florida that could barely hold on to their homes could afford 300% increases in their insurance?
There is no question about that. It's a very true statement.
Right, so why don't we talk about it? Why don't we talk about it?
Well, then there's other issues around climate issues and other things that are affecting things in Florida.
What issues did you learn last night?
It's a longer conversation, Rick.
The Vice President smart and she could memorize that Trump takes the bait, but the ABC people were like a turkey shoot.
Rick, we're going to continue the conversation right now about CPI. I want to get everybody's take on what we're just hearing as it relates to this inflation data. Tiffany Weiling is an economist at PIMCO. Emily Rowland is the co-chief investment strategist at John Hancock Investment Management. Of course, Our own Steve Leisman is here. Steve, I want to start with you and get your reaction to the number and maybe get inside the mind of the Fed as it's looking at this number this morning.
Well, I'll do that sequentially. Food was a goose egg, energy down 0.8. I think we're going to get more of that given what's happened to the price of oil over the past month. Interesting, used cars down 1%. We thought they might level off here. New cars up at zero. Owner's equivalent rent, we can't get any help from. It's really quite a mystery. Up 0.5 again. This is the proxy that they use for housing costs. It doesn't seem to come down. I keep reading anecdotal reports about lower prices throughout the country, specifically places like Texas, places like Florida, and it's not showing up in the index. I don't know why. It continues to be expected to show up. One other thing was medical care services down 0.1%. There's an expectation that this is going to be coming back, and it had been down. Airline fares up 3.9%. I want to take a second to talk about this. There's a residual seasonality problem, or because the pandemic saw airline fares rise each summer, there's an expectation now that they'll continue to rise. The pandemic has messed up a lot of data, especially the seasonality aspect of it, the seasonal adjustments. We're going to be living with this for a while. Not sure how much airline fares have gone up. They tend to go down with energy. Real quickly then, as Rick pointed out, you have had a rise in yields. That shows up in the expectation for the Fed. So what's happened right now is that, and I think this is right, there was one chance, a small chance, that this data might favor a 50 basis point rate increase. It did not. If it was substantially lower, substantially below expectations, there was a chance it might favor 50. It does not. So what happened is you've had an increase in the probability of a 25 from 71 to 85%. And I expect with the PPI tomorrow that comes in around expectations, it'll lock in at 25 for next week.
Thank you, Steve. Tiffany, what was your reaction and take on all this?
Yeah, so I agree. I think this is probably, this is a 25 basis point rate cut in September. It takes away some of the urgency that the markets were discussing around a 50. I think ultimately, though, the Fed probably had made up his mind. I don't think that the labor market report that we got a few weeks ago was weak enough for them to go. It wasn't great. But it wasn't weak enough for them to go 50. I think more likely what happens in September is they announce 25, but they make it very clear that they're going to do a sequence of rate cuts because relative to their own monetary policy rules, they look a little bit behind a curve. So they can, there's a range of possible outcomes here where it's appropriate for them to be cutting. So I think that's really the message that they're going to send.
Emily, your reaction and what you think the Fed may do?
Yeah, this was a good report. In fact, this was the fourth consecutive good report we got after 3 bad ones to start the year. You know, the shelter component here is a little bit worrisome. It's been responsible for 70% of the gains in CPI over the last several months. So the housing market's just been very stubborn here. But overall, the Fed's going to be a lot more focused on the labor market. I agree with Tiffany. Last month's job report wasn't great. The revisions were terrible. Job openings are at the lowest level since 2021. We're hearing respondents in surveys telling us that jobs are hard to find. And then we heard from Powell at Jackson Hole that the Fed does not welcome any more cooling in the labor market. So we think that the focus here shifts away from inflation towards the labor market. It's going to be 25 basis points in September. Bond market's loading up the rest of the year. 50 basis points expected in November, 50 in December. We think that's a little bit too aggressive here, given that inflation and shelter still have not come down.
Well, and we speak to that. You know, if the view by the market, and the market hasn't been so right about the Fed this whole time, is that there's going to be a 50-point rate, there's going to be 2 50-point cuts after September. There is this argument about, as they say, ripping the Band-Aid. If you know this is coming anyway, what's the advantage to doing it more slowly?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, bringing it back to the number that's priced in, we can talk about 50 or 25. You know, that's cute at the end of the day. The Fed, on average, cuts 17 times in a cutting cycle. That's a 4.25% drop in the Fed funds rate from peak to trough. Now, that might not be the case this time. Maybe we have the soft landing, but if this plays out as history suggests, that the Fed is cutting pretty deeply to deal with a contraction in economic activity, the unemployment rate shooting up. And in that environment, just bringing it back to the investment perspective, there's a nice opportunity here to look at any backups in bond yields, and certainly we're seeing that a bit this morning and take advantage of the elevated income that's available here in fixed income.
I need to thank all of you, Tiffany, Emily, Rick, of course, and Steve Leisman, for your perspective on this news this morning. Thanks so much. Becky?
Thanks, Andrew. When we come back, much more reaction to the CPI inflation data and what it could mean for the Fed's upcoming interest rate decision. Neuberger Berman Senior Portfolio Manager Steve Eisman will join us. We will talk to him about the financials. Squawk Box will be right back.
And we are approaching 8:46 a.m. on the East Coast, and that's the time that American Airlines Flight 11 struck the North Tower at the World Trade Center 23 years ago today. The commemoration ceremony at the 9/11 Memorial and Museum in Lower Manhattan begins at that time with a moment of silence. It will be followed by several others. The ceremony honors the 2,983 men, women, and children killed in the attacks at the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and aboard United Airlines Flight 93 in 2001. Also those killed in the 1993 World Trade Center bombing.
for more on the CPI data, the Fed, and the markets, we want to bring in Steve Eisman. Of course, he's Senior Portfolio Manager at Neuberger Berman, also somebody who saw everything with The Big Short long ahead of time, was able to see what was happening. Steve, we come to you on a lot of issues because you have been so incredibly right on some of the bets you've made. Where do you think things stand right now for the financials? Because it does feel like a little bit of an inflection point. We heard from Bank of America yesterday saying that things look pretty good, but you also heard from Jamie Dimon saying that there could be some concerns out there on the broader spectrum. You haven't been worried about the banks in a while. You still feel that way?
From a systemic perspective,
From a systemic perspective, you have not been buying banks, but you have not been.
From a systemic perspective, I lose absolutely no sleep about the banks.
From
They're extremely well capitalized. They're far better run. They understand their risk better than they ever have. And there's nothing to worry about with respect to the banks. To invest them is another story.
Yeah, you didn't like them a year ago. How are you feeling about them now?
I don't think there's a story with respect to the banks. I mean, I find them to be trading vehicles. People use them as a means to express how they feel about the economy. You know, right now, what's facing the banks is the Fed's going to cut rates, and that's going to hurt net interest margins, which is what J.P. Morgan said yesterday. Credit quality is getting slightly worse on the margin, which is what Allies said, and people got hysterical and took the stock down over 20%. But there's no story with respect to the banks right now.
If it's a trading vehicle and J.P. Morgan shares were down $11 on concerns about net interest income, is that an opportunity to buy in on a trading moment?
You know, this is what I don't do. I don't trade. So if there's a long-term story, I'll own it. I don't think there's great long-term stories generally in the financial sector. There are a few, you know, things here and there, like you can own Visa long-term because it's a great business. But there's no great story in the banks right now, one way or the other.
What do you anticipate from the Fed next week? If it doesn't matter for financials, it does matter beyond that.
I actually think there's reality and there's perception. And I mean, I think people spend a lot of time trying to figure out what the Fed's going to do. My guess is the Fed will cut 25 basis points, and that'll be fine. That it's important on the margin. It's certainly important on Fed Day. I don't think it's really that important for long-term investors.
We were talking in the commercial break ahead of time about your prediction that Donald Trump was going to win. You came out with that prediction a while ago.
I said that 100% certainty.
100% certainty. It was days before Joe Biden stepped out of the race.
So in my own defense, I will say that I made that prediction before the first debate between Trump and Biden. I felt very strongly about it. That prediction was looking really good after the debate, and I withdraw it. You know, I did not anticipate that a sitting president of the United States was going to drop out of the race. It's never happened before. I think the election is a toss-up. I mean, if I had to stake my life on it, I would say still probably Trump wins because he'll win Pennsylvania. But it's too hard to tell.
I thought you were going to follow up. You had a lot of questions.
And I owe you an apology. Because the last time I was on,
I have no idea where you're going. I'm scared.
Yeah, I know you don't. The last time I was on, you pressed me about the fact that the low-end consumer is having problems, and I gave you very short shrift about it because I didn't think it was important with respect to the market.
Okay, let me just think back on times you've blown me off. No, I can't narrow it down.
It was the last time I was here.
No, I'm kidding. No, I remember that. Yeah,
and the reason why I gave you short shrift is because no one's asked me about the low-end consumer since 2008.
One of the most charming things about, and charming is sort of in an interesting term, but is your unvarnished response to many questions that you think may or may not be good questions, which is why we have you on so much, because it's refreshing.
But what do you think now about
that? No, there's no question the lower-end consumer is having problems. You know, you see that in Dollar Tree, Dollar General, you saw that with Ally, but I don't think that it is dispositive in terms of the market or the economy. I mean, it means the economy is slowing, and it's definitely slowing. But the last time the lower end consumer was really important was 2006, 7, and 8, when that consumer was over-levered. and that consumer is not over-levered. That consumer is just having issues in terms of income is not keeping up with inflation.
Is that sometimes, though, almost the canary in the coal mine, that problems start there and then work their way up the ladder?
I mean, they've worked their way through already. I mean, the economy has slowed, but like I said, it's not a problem. It's not a systemic issue. The banks are, have never been in this great shape in anyone's lifetime.
What about the non-traditional banks, other areas where you can see leverage pile up, other areas that are not as tightly regulated?
I got that question on a podcast I was on a couple of weeks ago. The problem is that there's so little data that you could extrapolate and create any nightmare scenario you want. But
are any of them plausible scenarios?
I don't think so, but given that the data, there's so little of it, you could spin any tale you want. At this point, the only thing that we can see is that delinquencies are up a little, losses are up a little. I think people got hysterical yesterday about Ally when they just said that delinquencies would be somewhat higher than expected. They didn't say they were going to blow up.
Can you put your prediction hat on the makeup of the three branches of government and whether that would change your view on anything in terms of if there was an unrealized capital gain, if it was a clean sweep?
If Harris wins and both houses go Democratic, I think that's probably extremely negative for the stock market. I put a very low probability of that happening.
And if it was just gridlock, 2 out of 3, one way or the other?
Then I think the economy's fine and the market drives higher.
And everything that we've already done percolates through and it's okay. We've had our inflation scare.
Right. And the Fed will cut rates somewhat next year. The economy will be fine.
200 basis points total? How much?
You know what?
You don't know.
I have absolutely no interest in trying to predict how much the Fed's going to cut rates. I think it's a waste of everyone's
They'll cut enough, and the next recession is what year?
I have no idea. The only thing I think is that if the Fed cuts rates sufficiently, the housing market might start to come back, which would be very helpful for the economy.
Steve, the reason you think the stock market has an incredibly negative response if the Democrats take all three?
Well, people are going to really start to worry about much higher taxes, much greater levels of regulation, and then they'll start to spin any nightmare scenario they want until we figure out what's going to happen.
Andrew?
Hey, Steve, I have a housing question. We had a conversation with Rick Santelli earlier just about Vice President Harris's proposal around first-time buyers and the government effectively handing out money to first-time buyers and what that would mean. I'm curious what you think it would mean both to the price of a home and to the housing market writ large.
I think that the proposal to hand out $25,000 to first-time home buyers is stupid. I'm not going to pull any punches on that. Will have absolutely no impact on housing sales. All it will do is drive the price of first-time home buyers for the houses that they want up by probably about $25,000. So the problems with housing are not demand; they are supply. There's not enough new homes being built, and interest rates went up too much for people to be able to buy existing homes. That's not we're going to give people $25,000. That won't solve the problem $1.
So 25 or 50?
I think it was 25.
I think it's 50, isn't it?
I think it's 50. Steve, I think it's 50.
It doesn't matter. Then the housing price, people raise housing prices by 50. It doesn't. That's not going to have an impact. So you don't have a demand problem.
Hey, Steve, thank you for coming in. We always appreciate talking with you.
I didn't remember that, and I'll think. But I like that you'll do that. If something else bothers me, will you apologize?
It's bothered me.
Okay, that's fantastic. Thank you. Programming note: J.D. Vance tomorrow is going to be sitting, I think, right where Steve is. And that should be, we have a lot to talk to him about. That'll be the day after the day after.
Mm-hmm. Let's get a final check on the markets very quickly. You'll see the futures right now still down for the Dow by about 150 points. NASDAQ has turned around. It's up by close to 10 points. Folks, that does it for us today on this 9/11. Never forget. Right now it's time for Squawk on the Street.
Wednesday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer, David Faber, Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Today does mark 23 years since the September 11th attacks, and memorials are being held Around the country today, you were looking at a live shot from the 9/11 Memorial in Lower Manhattan, as well as a ceremony at the Pentagon, and we will have a moment of silence here at the NYSC this hour. Meantime, pre-market is red. August CPI comes in as expected, although core runs a 10th hot, our last big print before next week's Fed meeting. Our roadmap begins with inflation watch, markets digesting CPI with the decision on rates just a week away.
Also ahead, we'll have a look back at last night's Harris-Trump presidential debate. Both candidates did square off occasionally on issues that included the economy. Plus, mortgage rates falling for a 6th consecutive week. Toll Brothers CEO Doug Yearley is going to join us right here at Post 9. We're going to talk about the state of the housing market.
Let's begin with some reaction to CPI. We mentioned core running 0.3, Jim. Is there some disappointment that you might not get 50 as a result?
But I got to tell you, we play this game all the time. And it's a little, I think, debilitating because there'll be people who come out and say, oh, not 50. Well, let's sell. And then the other people say, oh, if we had gotten 50, it would have meant that there's something wrong, particularly with what we had yesterday in the banks. I mean, David, when you see something like JP Morgan going down really big and then you see the whole bank group go down, you start thinking, okay, what is out there? Every time we have that. And then when you see this close to the Fed meeting, you start saying, what do they know? And I think that that's another bad game. The idea that if they did 50, they know something. I think we should just take it as it comes.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to get 25, right?
Right. But then this morning there was a lot of commentary about 50 or 25. I thought that was...
Well, we got to talk about something. I mean,
oh, jeez.
I mean, by the way, on the banks, which we can talk about and we'll get to, of course, that was an interesting day yesterday.
Well, that's what I thought was...
but not necessarily related to things like this, but much more about investment banking revenues, trading revenues, just not coming quite in where at least the analysts who follow JP Morgan, for example, had expected based on what we heard yesterday from Doug Pinto at the Barclays
Can I just talk for a second about Doug Pinto?
Sure.
Okay, I don't know the man.
No, nor do I.
But he sowed a lot of worry and concern that may not be accurate versus the bank itself. Because when I listened to him, I came away and said, cut numbers, JP Morgan. I mean, Carl, JP Morgan is doing incredibly well. I do not know whether Doug Pinto wanted to play a little bit like Jamie Dimon, who always says something that's, says, listen, be careful. But every time anyone said anything, that he was asked questions, he came up with a negative answer. And he's either a negative person or he's far more concerned than I thought. And I came away thinking, don't touch that, son. Don't touch that.
Isn't the bigger story Ally? Worst day since 2020?
They have they've got the suboptimal borrower. And the one thing that Pinto did say was, look, we don't have any of those, but they do have very much better clientele. But I was shocked that this man could be as negative, David, as he was, given the fact that they have a fortress balance sheet, they're doing quite well. And I came away saying, okay, what do I not know about JP Morgan?
Interesting. Well, the stock did get hit. Of course, there was a lot of things buffeting the banking sector. Carl mentioned LA and what in terms of consumer credit and worries there. And then you also had the rollback of certain capital thresholds for Basel, but not perhaps as much as had been hoped for. Right. And so you generally had a sell-off in all the banks. Wells Fargo was the best performer of a bad bunch.
Well, that stock had already been crushed.
Yeah.
But look, when you have something, when you watch JP Morgan, which had been the leader, and that had been the essence of the so-called broadening out, well, a fellow just crushes it. Pinto crushes it. And again, I don't know, maybe he's preternaturally negative. I've got to know more about him. They put him out, and the guy really has to do a little bit more of a kind of an optimist view, infuse some of his thinking with optimist, because that was one of those things where I just said, what's the matter with JP Morgan? What's the matter with JP Morgan? Someone guys come down anywhere. Does anyone know JP Morgan? It's one of those. It was a high-pitched Philadelphia, repulsive screaming of and then Pinto. I mean, Pinto, what is he, Camaro? I mean, what is this Pinto? I mean, there was this moment where I just said,
you hit him in the back and he hits on, and he turns into fire. Yeah. Ooh, it's
Pinto.
That's the
wow.
Vega.
I would not. There's other people they should put out. I would put out other people.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got
he's the break the glass guy, by the way. Separately, we heard from Jamie Dimon yesterday talking yet again about succession and saying that Doug Pinto is the man.
Meanwhile,
if something should happen to him, nothing is.
You mean
going
like
to happen.
come out and cut numbers and make me feel awful about the stock? Well, that's happened. That was good.
Pile on top, though, Buffett's BAC sales continue.
Yes.
And the downgrade today, Jim, of Morgan Stanley out of Goldman.
Oh, man. Well, so my Travel Trust owns Morgan Stanley. It started going up. A lot of it was the yield. But that was one of those downgrades, which just been basically what happened to the capital markets. So I merged that downgrade with JP Morgan, David, and I said, you know what? Time to go buy the tool and die stocks.
Tool and die?
Yeah.
Ah, what do you buy when you're buying tool and die?
Illinois Toolworks.
Oh, okay.
Look, what? The bank stocks, they became, yesterday in one session, thank you, Mr. Pinto, the bank stocks became, and of course, Ally, made me feel like, okay, there's one place you can't possibly touch. Going into a rate cut? That's like should be nirvana. And then net interest income moment in Pinto, it's like, well, we care about NII. And he just basically said, you guys are way too optimistic. We weren't even optimistic. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, David, I don't know.
Well, one thing that we should probably mention while we're in the neighborhood is the deflationary effect out of China. Yardeni today uses the D word to describe what's happening in China, both a recession and a depression, which is weighing, he argues, on demand for oil and bonds and the dollar.
He's dead right. I mean, that economist story, the cover story, which just said basically when the numbers get bad, they stop putting out the numbers. Well, there's a third world country, you're not allowed to use that term anymore. I mean, one of the things that just incredibly bothersome about China is that you'll see some of the retailers generate pretty good numbers, but then the retail sales numbers are so horrible. Well, who's generating good numbers if every retailer is generating bad numbers? And the Temu Shein thing, maybe they're starting to get into that quality issue that I ran up against when I bought the lingerie for my wife, which they treat.
It's a bathing suit.
I was a little more specific. I want to get a little more specific. But there's like Chevron, there's Exxon, and there's Shein. Maybe three things made of oil.
Three big chemical producers.
Yes.
Yeah, I get it.
I left out Dow because Dow is trying to be more responsible.
But that said, to get it back to China, it's not an unimportant part of the global economy.
Right.
And it certainly is not moving at a fast pace right now.
No,
they will claim they're still growing at 4 or 5%.
Yeah, I don't believe that for work.
I know a lot of people don't believe that. They're dealing with deflation to a certain extent, other than food prices, but that was brought on by some drought. That was brought,
China, big loser in last night's debate.
And they're still dealing with the property issues, which are enormous. Debt taken on by so many to that were able to meet their obligations by selling land, which is no longer happening.
I also love when you want to cause pain to U.S. companies, there's always an investigation. There's like Procter's investigating. What did Procter do? Like sell a razor too expensive? Procter, that's the problem. I mean, come on. I mean, companies are furiously trying to.
Yeah, but meanwhile, they're also going to export deflation to a certain extent because, as we all know, we discuss every day the EVs, and you and I have had this conversation the last few days, or solar panels, or so many other things that, yes, they are subsidized by the state, no doubt about it, but they also provide a real benefit to the potential consumer in certain places if they're able to buy them. For example, a nice, decent EV you can drive, and it costs you, what, $13,000?
And Spain is starting to talk about whether they should be beholden to it. Peter Navarro will be making a big comeback, is my prediction, if President Trump is reelected. And Navarro has written incredible texts about what a villain China is. So I think that China has to be, if I were China right now, I would be laying real low and not coming up in the straits of Taiwan. If they want to provoke, it's a bad call because there's no one in either administration that likes China right now.
Speaking of geopolitics, just one topic that was covered last night in the contentious presidential debate between the vice president and the former president. Both candidates now neck and neck in the race to the White House. Our Eamon Javers joins us this morning with some highlights. Morning, Eamon.
Yeah, good morning, Carl. It was lively. It was at times raucous, the debate between the two candidates in Philadelphia last night, as Kamala Harris, the vice president, was largely successful in her goal of getting under Donald Trump's skin, baiting him to debate on issues that make him appear to be on the defensive, such as his crowd size or his inheritance from his father and how he spent that. For her part, though, Harris ducking questions about her flip-flops on a number of prominent issues. But you can see here from this body language going right in for the handshake early on. These two folks had never met before. Harris walking right over to Trump's side of the stage, going in for a handshake that it appeared he didn't want to give. And from that moment on, she was successful in sort of getting under Trump's skin and provoking more angry responses from him as the night went on. The early part of the debate, guys, talked a lot about the economy, including Donald Trump blaming the Biden-Harris administration for inflation. Here's what he said.
We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people.
Now, for her part, Kamala Harris said that Donald Trump's economic plan, including his tariffs, will be bad for the U.S. economy, and she cited Goldman Sachs as her authority on that. Here's what she said.
The best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse, mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit.
And guys, that's one of those bait pieces that we were talking about, as Kamala Harris there mentioned the Wharton School at Penn. Obviously, Donald Trump went there. He could not resist responding to that. The Harris campaign clearly knew that by dropping that mention of Wharton in there, they would get under Trump's skin. It seems to have worked last night. No real indication whether there's going to be another one of these debates, guys. Trump was asked about that on Fox News last night. He said he won the debate, and so therefore he doesn't think he necessarily needs another one. The Harris campaign has said they would be open to another debate. We'll see whether it happens. Back over to you.
Yeah, Eamon, a lot of performative stuff last night. Jim, I wonder if you're surprised at things that didn't get mentioned. No tax on tips, unrealized gains, corporate tax.
I was. I mean, look, we got to get, as someone who has started a lot of small businesses, the emphasis by Vice President Harris on the $50,000 break for taxes is something that is so, that rankles me, because you don't make any money when you start a business. Everybody knows that. I mean, 9 out of 10 businesses fail as it is. So that's really doesn't really spur economic growth. But
you don't think a $50,000 credit
means nothing?
Will
no, it means nothing.
Push someone to start a business rather than not?
Well, boy, are they stupid if they do that. Because man, you don't want that type. You want revenue growth. You have to have a big bank account. But if you start by coming up with that's what you need to break. I mean, you should have what they did with PPP. You give people money. The tax rate, there's no gains, and like I just think that is so much less important for Harris than the idea that she's not going to give the same high increase in taxes that Biden would have done. That's what I would have done. I would have gone for that.
Talk about a lower capital gains tax
Isn't that
rate.
like the essence?
Yeah, I mean, Eamon, I'll bring you back in. There wasn't any real deep discussion whatsoever of these matters, as we've just pointed out. I mean, Trump continues to tell people that somehow we're not paying for the tariffs. I can't even imagine we're still having this conversation. And Harris did not go into any details of her economic plan in terms of taxes or anything else, or frankly defend the economic moment right now in the country, which obviously is not quite as dire as I think the former president certainly would have people believe.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a massive debate with a massive political audience of millions of Americans watching. They're not going to get into technical details about, tax rates on accrued income for billionaires and that sort of thing. I think what you saw was a focus on food and shelter, right? The price of food at home, inflation was a topic that they both talked about. And Harris mentioned her idea about trying to lower costs for housing for Americans. Now, there's a debate about whether that will just go right to increasing prices for houses, but she did mention her ideas there. And those are the two areas where most Americans experience the economy, right, in food and shelter. So I think there was some general debate there, but this was not the venue where either candidate was going to get into bullet points and sort of the TED Talk about the economy. This was an opportunity for them to make very broad points and try to break through and have that cultural moment.
And why didn't it matter that, as we deal with it at the top of the show, is how low rates are going to come down because inflation is much more under control? Why was there not a reference to other times in history, like a Jimmy Carter period, which many of us lived through, where it was far worse? I mean, you had a real chance to go right after Trump, and you just didn't skate where the puck was going.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think Trump, he's making the argument that this is the worst inflation that America has ever seen. That's arguable, certainly. But I think I've talked to Eric Trump about this, and what the Trump campaign wants to do is increase energy production. They want to lower costs in the country overall, and they think that's going to help the Fed lower rates going forward.
Yeah, well, energy production, all-time highs. Yeah. And as we heard from Census yesterday, inflation-adjusted household income now outpacing inflation since 2019. Things that did not get talked about. Eamon, thanks. Eamon Javers. After the break, a moment of silence on the big board and the NASDAQ in remembrance of 9/11.
David G.
What was that? Oh, my hairpiece. Shit. There it is. Okay, I gotta figure out where that thing is. Do. Which time do I have left?
The New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ each about to observe a moment of silence, remembering and honoring the victims of the 9/11 attacks, which occurred 23 years ago today. Jim, we talk about this every year, the challenges to keep that memory fresh for people who were either too young at the time or in many cases not yet born.
I think that I've always felt that there should be a national way to subsidize people to come to New York and go to the museum, because the museums, you'll never forget. If you're 10 and you go to the museum, you will have a really good understanding of what occurred there.
Let's get that moment of silence.
Moment of silence.
A lot of that.
I'll tell you about my story on 911 later today. Okay, that's enough for me. I'm not sure how long a moment of silence is supposed to be, but
50-50.
So what kind of reaction did we have to CPI data? It's flat, 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 flat. Everything's flat. Oh, what is this? Core CPI August is up, so that's not good. So it needs to be 2.5, I think. If they go to 5, it'll be a big mistake. Oh, man. We got 2 more minutes. Oh. Okay. No, you don't do that. I'm going to turn the air on a little bit. Your body temperature will rise if you're doing the kind of diet I'm doing now. It's all protein, all protein diet. Everything. And you have little relapse. Like last night, I kept wanting to eat something, and I kept going to the fridge, and I didn't have all the stuff that I used to have in there when I wanted to chew something like a strawberry or a grape, or so I got that yogurt. I ended up making a little protein burrito. It's like any addiction. When you're addicted to carbs, you gotta wean yourself off. I kind of was doing that with that previous diet, but now it's more extreme. You gain muscle, and you gain bone marrow, and you gain all kinds of stuff with what I'm doing now. So I should be able to start to run probably in about 3 months. Let's get her on. So I've got my supports here. I'm going to change this to the 1 minute. We hit my resistance level almost to the T. So see if, here, I got to set all my platforms up. Good. SPY the 11th till the 12th. We got it head and shoulders at 546.55. If this 200 doesn't hold, we'll drop down there pretty much. Right there. So you can look at the 551s or the 550s. Oh. I hate it when it does that. Can't see my thing here. Start off with 10. We're on the 200 SMA. Now we'll come up here and retest the 63 and the 50. So if you're out of the trade, get out. If you think we're going higher, There's the first scalp of the day. I think we're going to come down more. I'm not positive about that, but September the 12th. We do have a support right here. Let me get this on here. So I'm going to see if we can catch it down here, but I've got to check this resistance out. You run your candle to that and to that body, and that's what, whoop, I got it. I think I'll accept that. I'll accept that. That's going to be your resistance to break. And I think we're going to come down here. We do have a gap right here. This could be a first support level. Take it to that body and run it to that body right there. And well, it's not much. It can still come down here. And that's where I'm going to add on. Or I mean, I'm going to buy the call. Expect a lot of volatility until the election. Now, the media, you know, they're calling it a win for Kamala. If it goes below the double bottom, I'll start buying puts. I listened to the debate. I wasn't overly whelmed with either one of them. Its performance. Trump got too defensive. Too off the rail, which I still love him for it, but when you're dealing with liberals, you got to be compassionate. They can be as cruel as they want to be, but you got to be in their bed. Okay, let's get ready. Okay, 112. I'm in at 112. I'm in at 112, the 551 strike. And we can dip down to here, but that's where I wanted to be, and that's where I am, and that's what I'm doing. No questions asked, no ifs, no ands, no buts. Well, here I gotta watch my frickin' contracts. We can easily drop down here and double bottom. breakout. $10 p.m. We got what? Year auction note. Right now we have real low volume. So I think they're waiting for someone to make their first move, and I just did. A real low volume. Actually, it's my second move. Okay. And I had 96, 94. Here we go with the double bottom. It has to hold here or I stop out. .89. I added on 89 cents for the double bottom. .101 average, rounded up. Tesla pulled back to support, but I ain't ready yet for that one. I'm still in SPY. I think we're going to get a little bounce here. I'm going to look at NVIDIA. Oh, Caroline's on.
Making money out of their sales, but market just still punish them. So Oracle also day two up 1.3%. Oracle's extending its strength.
They're pumping Oracle big time.
Stock specific basis across this category right
NVIDIA is really looking good.
Fun. That's coming up here. How about GameStop slammed? And frankly, I like to see it. You know, punish them for not giving us anything. This is so ridiculous.
Well, GameStop gave a surprise profit, but not enough to send shares higher. As you said, getting slammed down more than 13% right now, likely because of a steep decline in sales. Also
steep decline.
A stock offering of up to 20 million shares, so that represents about 4.7% of total shares outstanding. In terms of the actual numbers, as you can see here, adjusted EPS of 1 cent per share. That was compared to a loss of 1 cent per share continuing to do that. Haven't decided which ones yet, but they did note it may result in the closure of a larger number of stores than they've closed in the past few years. So, that kind of stood out to me, but didn't give a whole lot in the way of, commentary, especially since they didn't have an earnings call either.
Bingo.
Not a lot of analyst coverage on this stock either, but I will say Wedbush maintained its underperform rating, lowered its price target to $10 a share, which would mean from here the share's price gets cut in half because it's currently trading just above $20 a share right now.
I want someone from the GameStop community, if people are still in it, to tell me why they don't have the conference call. I can't figure that out. So as long as they don't, I feel like they should just keep hammering the stock, because the only thing we even heard from Roaring Kitty and them over and over was we have so much faith in Ryan Cohen. Guy doesn't even do conference calls. So why do you have so much?
I don't have much faith in Ryan Cohen one bit.
Roaring Kitty's X account just to see if I could get any commentary or cryptic.
We got to watch this real close here.
See any posts after earnings. No.
Quiet. Interesting. All quiet on the Kitty front. All right, thanks. Caroline, appreciate it. GameStop getting hit. I mean, come on. Closing the stores, I guess that's a good thing.
I'm not sure yet. No, I don't.
Cases, especially when you can't do a conference call. Not that hard. All right, let's talk some tech when we come back. Let's do some trading in the mega caps. They're trying to carry the market, but unsuccessfully right now. We are down. We're under some pressure. Nvidia's having a good day though, 3.5%. And Apple started.
We got this wick down here, but we'll know here any second. But I'm not liking the volume.
Neil, how's my favorite client?
Quick question, Carl.
Well, that might be it.
The same choices as Schwab. Choices? Yeah. At Schwab, I can get full-service wealth management advice and invest and trade on my own.
Come on, you know Carl's the only choice you need, right? Neil, tell me you know this.
Gotta run, Carl.
Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
It's time to look forward.
Find the next trend.
From every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on next-gen investment.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only the Schwab Network.
Schwab Network's like no other financial media you've watched because it's all markets, all the time. It's 100% finance. We look at everything as traders and investors. And everything we say, everything we do is through that lens. There's no ulterior motive, and there's no subjectivity. There's no random guesswork about what we think. We are following the numbers all the time relentlessly. We have the best
Historic inflation data hits lowest level since February, but one segment remains stubbornly high.
which means we're always ahead of our peers.
Flash poll shows Kamala Harris as the clear winner in the debate over Donald Trump.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of think or swim.
Okay.
With robust charting and analysis tools, nearly endless customization, and up to the minute.
Shut this off for a second. We have a doji here. This doji should have held. But I don't know about it now. I'm going to hold on to it a little bit longer. I got to read what they said about that. The market's not acting too well right here. It's testing me real bad. I'm tempting to add another 10, but major indexes are lower, following mostly in the inline August CPI figures. So it really wasn't much change, but the core. Market's been open 22 minutes already. Jeez. We're getting ready to squeeze again. There's some big numbers going through right here. Come on, SPY. So they got Putin as a headline. Putin says maybe we should think about export restrictions of some goods. Especially to the United States. We deserve it. Now, there was a little push up there. This thing's starting to pick up in volume. Starting to see a little bit more volume. At least I was. I'll add on if we break 540, 550, or the 21, maybe the 21. We got to break the 9 before we can do anything, so I don't know. Yeah. I hate to sell it right here, but I'm down $400. Not looking too good, Randy. Coin's down 731. Mara's down 66. ARM is up. NVIDIA, SMCI is even up today. Yeah, this ain't gonna work. These fuckers are mad. I'm down now in my support channel, which I didn't expect. Yesterday's lows. Think about rolling these over, but this, if we're going to bounce, it's going to be right here. Why ain't that staying on there? Huh. It has. Just couldn't see it. Shit. Coming back some here.
How has it been this morning?
Yesterday's low. I'm down 50%, almost. I think this new diet's not going to allow me to snack anymore.
To kind of join on this, major bandwagon that, all out is lost at this point. However, I'm looking at the sell-off we saw from the highs last week, 57.70, down to last week's low, 53.94. And as I look at the price activity we've seen so far this week, it's been very lackluster, right? Unimpressive in many ways. I mean, and a win for the bulls, one can argue, as long as we hold above those lows that we established last week on Friday. I mean, it was a bloodbath last week, and yet we're still holding above the August lows. There it is on the right side of the screen. That's the dip in the middle of the screen there that we saw recently. And again, more importantly, we're still holding above last week's lows. So anytime we're like, oh no, the market's down, what?
You referenced the futures low, 53.94, right?
53.94.
That's from Friday. That's the
from last week, right?
Yeah, from Friday. That's the futures.
The SPX, we're talking what, 5,400?
Correct. Basically 54.
Right. So, but again, from 56.50 in the SPX down to 54.02 last week.
Yeah, that was nasty.
We haven't taken out last week's lows yet. So yeah, we're down here today, right now, down 0.75%. But this is contained selling.
Well, to the point we're looking at too on the chart is that yesterday's low should be that first place of support. For the index, that's 54.41.
Sure,
for yesterday's low. So that's what we're testing basically.
And
we're going to be testing that. Yeah, we're going to be testing that basically right now.
Yeah. My point is just, okay, so we started off talking about how yields lower isn't necessarily a good thing for stocks anymore, but the data this morning, not necessarily what stocks wanted to see, it doesn't look like, but again, we're not taking out key levels that we've already tested and have come off. Now, again, we could take out yesterday's lows, that would be significant, but then you still have Monday's low below and Friday's low to my earlier point. I mean, this is not a market that's just ripping lower by any means. It's exhibiting concern. Sure, we're down 1% here as you take a look at the NASDAQ, or upside the Dow 1.5%, the Russell down 1.25%, but again, contain some.
100%. I'm more on the perspective that multiple.
Damn, Dow Jones down 560 some points.
So the little springboard we got from Sunday night futures up until basically yesterday late afternoon looks like it might have just hit a wall there as we fails now 3 times at 55.
Okay, hit a wall at 55.
Okay, if this doesn't hold here, I'm going to get out of it for now.
54.50.
Yeah, and holding some of those other areas.
And make it back up somehow. I'm down 500.
Trade, a market that's waiting for more information.
Fair enough.
We were talking about how the jobs data would be significant last week. It didn't really tip the scales. Today into the CPI, kind of a similar situation. Watch out, CPI is sometimes a bit of a sleeper tomorrow, right? You kind of feel like you've got all the
jobless
inflation
claims
concerns in the rearview mirror, and then jobless claims, right? Don't forget about that because really a weak number there could,
A protein bar I'm going to snack on.
I expect you to tip the scales one way or the other and focus on labor. But again, here, Oliver, take out those lows from last week, and then we can even push those August lows are more significant. So
that's when it starts to get real juicy.
But the beauty of this is that's what we were talking about is the high conviction trading that we saw to the upside to these all-time highs.
Yeah, well, get my munchies off my head here before I have lunch.
Not 54.50 in the futures, not what the bulls want to see necessarily, but the fact that we're establishing this range up here, that is what the bulls want to see because that's value forming at a higher level. And then that next, what do? We look for that next break into the new all-time highs and then wash, rinse, repeat, same thing to happen.
This week is a clash so far, right? Like it's a two-way trade, whereas last week was basically a one-way trade down. This week, to your point, there's more of a two-way trade. I want to come back to bonds because actually I think that's even a more important move here because, to our point, stocks still within this kind of multi-day range, rejected to the upside. We'll see if they can hold the downside. Bonds,
more new highs.
Every sell-off right now in bonds is like fast. Fast buy the dip. Every sell-off in bonds, every pop in yields has been a fade in yields and a buy the dip in bonds. And this morning it's happening again. We're about to flip positive.
Yeah, I'm looking at bond futures higher. What is it now? It looks like it's going to be 7, almost 8 days in a row. Back above 127 to 127.14 in the futures contract. You got the 10-year up to 115, almost 116. Looking at the 10-year yield, a significant move here. We're talking below 3.6 now, 3.5, and the 2-year are the lowest levels we've seen in 2 years. I mean, it's again a market that is on the move, repricing. I feel like, or reconsidering some of those expectations. But
if stocks, here's the thing: bonds are taking their cue because stocks got hit. Bonds' response to inflation was to sell off. Bonds' response to stocks coming off is more powerful, it seems, than the inflation response. And that was kind of my point coming into today, and to your point about tomorrow, is that the job situation is so crucial right now.
And we can't believe it.
Determining what the Fed does, that tomorrow might be even the heavier, hammer on this market, depending on what jobless claims do. Because look, you take out the odds of 50 bips earlier this morning after inflation, but if equities tank and bonds start rallying again, then you're going to get that 50 bips started to get priced in.
I'm just not sure I want to add.
But the market might be willing to
if it goes below this here support line, I'm out of the trade.
A catalyst, and then you have this accelerant that could play out as well, where if stocks start selling off, and we go back into an old-fashioned kind of buy the safe haven type buy.
Exactly. I mean, bonds could go crazy.
It could be because there's a lot of people caught on the wrong side here still.
It seems like
there is me.
Every move in bonds down gets bought right now, and it's unstoppable.
So if we start to see again that accelerant come into play, and what if the data sort of adds to that tomorrow? Yeah, an interesting environment. This is a market, again, as I kind of always talk about it. Well, first of all, look at the move we've seen from 5% now to, again, below 3.6 today.
Yeah, that's where the conviction trade is right now.
Keep in mind, the move from 5 down to 4, that fueled the market higher, right? Because it was all tied to the idea that we've made progress on inflation, we've seen peak. Now that we've started to roll back up to 4.6 and come back off that level, the concerns are here more tied to demand, and again, that story has shifted and that narrative shifted. So that
Okay, I'm gonna get stopped out.
Point, you know, what was good has now become bad, and again, to what we were just talking about, if that accelerates to over the next couple of days, if stocks start selling off, and look at gold. I was surprised to see another example of how it's been hanging in there. 25.33. We saw it.
That's a good way to start the day off.
45 in the overnight. I mean,
Gold should be coming back here.
$25 off an all-time high.
Gold should be coming back here if bonds are going to rally.
Sure.
That's what I would say.
Well, it is.
Even though gold keeps getting stuck at like 25.60.
We've got the bottom support line right there.
Overnight.
Yeah.
But if stocks come off while bonds rally, that's a situation that's been pretty darn good for gold up here. And by the way, that's also like relative to other stuff. You aren't losing money in gold right now.
And then lastly, I would argue, let's keep an eye on the U.S. dollar, because if we start to see the dollar on the move higher with yields going lower, then it sort of solidifies that trade that we're talking about there, the circumstance. But also, lastly, I would remind you all that we have the ECB that's expected to cut rates tomorrow.
Good reminder.
So keep an eye again.
This is what I had right here for this morning.
Some data out of the
Here, I'm
UK,
gonna hide
a little bit of
this.
Disappointment in terms of the GDP figures. So
Hit me with that real quick, because yes, the dollar is firm again today.
GDP month over month 0.
Bottom line support for today, and we just hit it.
And GDP year over year 1.2%. So
Or
again,
did we?
A bit of a disappointment.
No, not
I was,
yet.
Reading some of the comments from Mark Chandler, you know, he's a
542.82.
He was talking about this again. The ECB meeting tomorrow. He said that technical adjustment to narrow the difference between the deposit rate and the main refinancing rates, expecting updated economic forecasts that will underscore the continuation of the easing cycle. He also did comment on some of this data out of the UK. He was talking about the disappointing numbers there, but basically suggesting that that the big decline, as far as I remember, yeah, here it is. It was led by a 1% drop in manufacturing output. We saw industrial output decline down 0.8, again led by 1% decline in manufacturing output.
Okay, good stuff. So the UK is still pretty soft. European markets, economy is still pretty
Pound
weak.
and the euro currency have been screaming higher, and you
But
know,
then the last 5 days, dollar's been hanging in there again.
we talked to Luke Groman about that earlier this morning on the Future Show, and he had kind of a hard time.
Oh yeah, he's a dollar hater. He always hates the dollar though.
Yeah,
He always hated the dollar. He loves gold. I know him. He's a perma bear dollar. All right, thanks, dude. We got Jeff. Appreciate it, man. All right, thanks. Good analysis here on the intraday. We got Jeff Pierce. Let's talk some groceries, Jeff. Let's go shopping. Where our dollar still works, enough, but it's certainly...
Pork rinds are great for carnivore. Oh yeah, I might get some of them. I haven't ate them in years.
Where do they sit in this right now? And do we have any clarity when the government...
I'm going through withdrawals right now. Carbohydrates. I mean, I'm not taking any of them. Now, I got 542.82 as a low support, Randy.
That story between Kroger and Albertsons and the FTC is really going to be, I think, the mover for the stock as we continue to watch that play out. To your point, as far as the dollar stretch,
Not yet.
locations, the slowdown in discretionary spending.
Not yet. Not until we hit this bottom support. Then I will.
The risk to the companies
But I'm still in it.
are looking for deals, and they're going to Walmart, they're going to Aldi. In some cases, they are looking at the dollar stores, although they have not fared very well. Luckily for Kroger, their profitability has continued to tick higher over the past few
This
years.
was 2 days ago.
Been related to price hikes. We saw just a
That was yesterday.
5% price hike on eggs in July, for example. We continue to see a rise on beef as well, poultry, fish, all of those. So the Kroger, they're they've been selling this food. We're seeing small margins, but they're ticking higher. The CEO talked a little bit about inflation, said that was really the main reason for these price hikes. They're seeing supplier costs higher, they're seeing fuel prices higher, they're seeing credit card swipe fees coming in higher as well. They told the course that the company would not.
If they like Kamala, I'd expect a big crash in the market.
To lower Albertson prices if the merger is completed. You know, if we look at last report, not a huge.
Okay, this is
reaction. By
it.
the end of the day, we see a big
Damn.
sales there. By the end of the day, not a big reaction. Revenue beat.
This is not good.
Sales up about 0.5%. Digital sales rose about 8%.
Well, I was on the right
Pick up on delivery and pick up sales. And they reiterated their full year.
That was bad news right there.
Causing buyback so they can get this regulatory approval
I like
for
that.
the purchase. And
There's going to be a little trap.
That seems like a good thing to do. That seems like they very mature, very measured thing to do, right? Suspend the buyback. Because there's a big breakup fee. I mean, there's a big failure fee on this thing, isn't there?
I wouldn't have seen it. And I would have seen it.
Yes, and you know, right now it seems like the FTC is not really entertaining any catalyst which pushes this deal through, right? We saw Kroger provide a solution to sell 500 stores to CS, but that's wholesale grocers. The FTC basically said that was very far from a sure bet to keep the markets competitive. Said CNS has a poor record of running stores as well. We have seen, you know, from Kroger, they don't seem to be backing down either. They put a lot of money into this. In some ways, they're even evaluating the way this entire process is kind of played out with the FTC.
I couldn't take too much of CNBC this morning. Guy got on there, and I remember many times where Democrats during a campaign would say that we're going to feed our grandma's dog food and we were going to eat our pets. So Donald Trump said the illegal immigrants were out stealing people's pets and eating them. And they just turned off. I mean, all these liberals are just going hog wild over that comment. They're saying that all people are going to have to do that. And that's not what he said. I admit, when I was a kid, I knew somebody that took and stole a goose and ate it. They were hungry during the Carter years. Well, I'm going to start off with a loss today. It's not smart. SPX, might have to make it up back with that one. In fact, I don't want to use this chart right now. I got to reset my platform up. I'm kind of moving away from TTM. That's the VWAP. So I got to figure out what I want to do, if I want to sell this or not. Should just sit it out. So we got a double bottom here at 54.08, 51. We could get another crow and have 3 crows. A small crow would be better than a big one. Not the one to equal size on the hour.
Scott, more drama around grocery stores than I can ever recall.
Yeah, more so than probably many of us want. But, you know, I'm looking at this specific for the earnings report and not what may happen with this deal. But as you alluded to, the breakup fees and the amount of
Kroger's taking a beating.
Already put towards this is just monumental.
And he mentioned grocery store.
When I look at this report here, I look at the technicals, and there's some support right here in the 50.5 to 51 area. If it breaks through there, really 48.5 or so is the next spot. And I just think that in this report, they are going to come out and say that margins maybe are going to get pressed a little bit. I know that, you know, you guys just discussed that.
I think we're in stagflation right now because the wages have not gone up with inflation, for one. Yeah, they have for the unions and all these, because they've been picketing, and I'm more with, I think we're already in stagflation. But they were arguing and debating that this morning on CNBC. No, we're not. We're not even close to it. My wages haven't gone. I'm making 20% less in my company than what I was, plus some. The Kroger's taking a big beating here. And it can go down more. $50. Where I'm gonna set my alert. But I have more of a tendency of believe in Jamie Dimon because I was raised up to believe in what he said, especially listening to CNBC for so many years. They used to back everything he said, but not now, because he turned on them. He supports Jewish people. Look at that knife on the SPY. This is not looking too good at all in the market. Look at that sell-off on the SPX. I mean, that's huge. Let's see what they're saying over here. They're probably not even talking about the, because they're all progressive. They're talking about oil again, totally off the subject.
All-time record high, and I think retail sales are going to surprise to the upside, as will personal income, because
God, I can't. Personal income is not going up for the common people.
they're absolutely up. And Leo Brenner was correct in saying that can only happen with productivity doing well.
We'll see what retail sales brings us, Ed. Interesting to get your forecast on that. Hopefully talk around that as well. Good to see you.
That's enough. I can't take it anymore.
Here, seasonally, and for stocks, we're down across the board. Selling intensifying.
Damn, 684 points. I got to keep an eye on this. See if it starts turning so I can add on. SPX, I'm gonna stay in the SPY for now. But I'll trade SPX and make up my money back. We finally broke the 9. Okay, all the calls are deep down in the bottom. I'm going to go in the money at 540. I'm going to buy 540 calls on SPX.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So, what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
Let's move it.
Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
I'd like to
Welcome back Morning Trade Live. Stocks getting hit now. Bonds rallying. Joining us, Christian Magoon, CEO of Amplify ETFs. He's got a lot in the shop there, so hopefully something in your bag works for us. How you doing, Christian?
Hey, I'm doing well, Oliver. Good to see you, man.
Likewise. So stocks
280.
are really recovering from the late July, August selling. What you take here on
Let's
where
see how
we're
this
at
very tight stop here.
Yeah, it just feels like that normal choppy fall season that we seem to always get in here in September, October. And of course, this year with the election, we know historically, the last several months going into the November election, we see VIX kind of stair step upward until after the election. So this is normal, and I think it's a great time to be a little bit cautious and defensive when you're looking at where you're going to invest your money if you're emotional about kind of what's going on with the markets.
I like leaning on the seasonality. That's a very fair, argument at this point. This is the worst month. So far, it's living up to expectations, essentially.
Yeah, you're right. Some things don't ever really change, and it seems like once we get into the fall, volatility spikes quite a bit, uncertainty, and certainly with a lot of the geopolitical events, including the election, even kind of what the Fed's going to do here, just a lot of angst. And I think that's why, being cautious with your equity allocation makes a lot of sense here for investors. Maybe sleep a little better this fall by maybe taking a hedged or a more cautious approach or prudent approach.
I should have went here and cut me a lemon before I jumped in this trade, but
You view defensive because the market has viewed that as staples, utilities, healthcare, and then basically up until yesterday, curiously enough,
the SPY, I want to get some more of this SPY here, but I'm so far out of the money.
Yeah, well, we look at it several different ways, Oliver. I think one way would be to focus on high quality. Certainly, I think you can't go wrong.
Tempting to roll it up.
Quality names, and that means names that are increasing their earnings, increasing their cash flow.
Danger, Will Robinson. Danger, Will Robinson.
Specific level
SOS.
are going to weather whatever choppy markets we have. And of course, you can couple high quality stock exposure with the ability to potentially write covered calls against those companies as well. So acting as an additional hedge should markets
I'm in both now.
decline. And we have our Devo ETF, which is our flagship fund at Amplify, that really focuses on those high quality names that pay dividends, but also because it's actively managed, the manager can step in and actively write covered calls on the individual stocks. So now you have like an equity airplane, if you will, with two income
With a tight
engines,
stop.
dividends and option income, and that plane is well built because
On the
of high quality
SPX.
stocks, and that should help you through any type of market turbulence relative to maybe just owning the S&P or an overall core equity position.
I like that. So you're really going for income here. You're going for security, but staying within the equity asset class. So I assume that for many, that is a way to stay within their mandate.
I'm sorry, but I'm getting a little, can't listen to you right now. I just got one call here at 280, but I'm down $700 on my SPY. Yeah, I don't think there's possibility of a rebound today. I hate to sell it, but just might have to do it. Damn. Today's not my day. Fuck. I think I'm gonna go have a black tea. Come back and regroup. I had 540851 is what I called out. I should just waited for that number. See, on CNBC this morning, they were all talking like the market's reacting to a win on Kamala. And I said, no. I'm going to go get my water started and regroup.
Triple Y there with 11%. Hey, Christian, for those that are looking for some more action, the best performer in the suite of the three we're looking at on the year in terms of just the capital appreciation of the ETF is Swan. So let's talk about that to go full circle here, because this is more like if you're thinking volatility sticks around. It's not like black swan, like you don't want the market to crash, do you, for this thing to work? Because it's up 11% on the year.
Yeah, sometimes people confuse our black swan ETF with a tail risk strategy that only works during like a market plunge. And the reality is, the black swan strategy is really just a barbell strategy where on one side you own treasuries, on the other side you own S&P leap options. So you have equity participation on one side should the market go up. On the other side, if there's a risk-off event, you have that treasury participation as well. This year, certainly the fund has benefited from kind of what's happened with the S&P and with treasuries. And the last several years, Swan hasn't been in vogue because rates have been rising, not good for treasuries. But now that we're going into really a rate-cutting season, that should be a tailwind for Swan's treasury risk-off portfolio. And then also potentially positions the S&P side of the barbell to do well as well. So this is a product that is, I think, great for the people who say, well, what if I'm wrong? If I'm wrong about being too bearish or wrong about being too bullish, you actually are in the game either way with the Swan strategy, and it certainly has held up quite well. If we do get a black swan event and money goes into treasuries on a risk-off situation, that's where this product especially shines. But again, in a flat market to maybe a declining market, this is probably our ETF that offers the most hedging ability, and certainly it's had a good year this year due to rates kind of seemingly being cut here going forward.
Yeah, it's an interesting approach, and the more the market pulls back, the better this looks in comparison. It's now almost on track with the NASDAQ on the year. It's only like less than 1% away. And the S&Ps, as they've come under pressure, obviously the gap closes here too. So it seems like the last couple months, has been generally good. You get to bounce back with the leap options, and then right now Treasuries are just unstoppable. So the bond part of that barbell is doing some pretty heavy lifting, I imagine, right now, right, Christian?
Yeah, that's right. And for those who are maybe owning buffer ETFs or some of those products that have a capped upside or a capped downside,
Yeah, you're kind of stuck.
Yeah, you're not stuck, and that's where Swan really, I think, makes a lot of sense. Certainly, we've seen a lot of interest in the buffered side. This is a nice alternative to not necessarily be stuck in these artificial caps.
Got it. All right.
I'd have to add a lot to the SPY.
Thanks, Oliver. Take care.
We're at a good price here, but I don't know if I want to add yet. I really want to add.
Devo for the dividend, equity exposure,
And just
Swan. If you think the chop will benefit bonds, coming up.
put another 1,500 in this trade.
Of one analyst on Wall Street. Wells Fargo's
Right now I got 1,000 in it.
That's the one they took out. Disney, that's one.
That'd be 2,500. That'd be 50, 60 calls. And for every penny, that would be 60 cents. 60 bucks.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by
I gotta be smart about this because I'm down on both trades. Think if it broke the 21
Our team of passionate traders
on the SPX would move up, hit the 50.
Plus, get 24/7 live
And this one,
and access
I don't know
support
about SPY.
by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
SPY's way below. Let me here get on SPY
Trading
chart.
the trending names every day. It's Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go. I'm Kevin Hinckley. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Ethan, how's my favorite client?
Great. I started
SPY would have to break
so now I can easily invest in trends.
this trend line for it to become good.
All that research sounds exhausting.
Nope. Schwab's technology does the work.
Yeah, I'd have to break that double top.
Robotics or pets.
I'm gonna clean this up.
In a few clicks.
Can't be that easy.
It is with Schwab.
Schwab investing themes. 40 customizable themes up to 25 stocks.
We're now at 29.
Download the Schwab Network app.
I gotta read this
Join
better.
us
It's
to
too
follow
fogged up.
market trends. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Yeah, I'd have to break the 21 before I'd want to take the trade. But we're so far out of the money, it's almost just good enough to sell it and move up, but which is probably a good idea.
Stocks are getting hit. Let's talk some favorite picks from one analyst in our chart master segment.
I'm gonna go get my tea going.
Green. With us looking at some technicals on one analyst's signature picks. I've never heard that, signature picks.
I always love, okay,
Just
this is like
like a
Alex
game
Coffey's biggest grievance.
I didn't
is, like,
feel
we
good
do
about it
various
for one
terms in
thing,
which they
in
coin
numbers.
to basically say, like, hey, buy this stock.
Yes.
So,
Being in the now, I didn't care much for about the media this morning.
Steak.
I know,
Like our signature,
signature entrees, signature, like, yeah.
This is
the pick on, yeah,
this is the best
like totally
water
like
warmer
some deal you're getting.
ever. I love it.
Their favorite stock. So yeah, Wells did say that they're
I no
adding
longer use a tea kettle
to their signature picks portfolio
and get perfect.
increasing their Vertex pharmaceutical position, removing actually Disney. So to start off here, a spot.
This kettle right here gives me 6 options in water, how I want it warmed, for green tea or specialty or like instant coffee where I just go ahead and guzzle it up. Black coffee, black tea. I really like this kettle. I mean, I was using the same temperature on the stovetop kettle, and it just never did come right. But now that my tea tastes a lot better. So I'm not going to let this sit all day and be so toxic where I can't drink it. set it in there for a few seconds. And it tastes so much better. Okay, well, Jimmy got screwed this morning. The last 3 weeks have been some of the best weeks that I've had. So this day ain't over yet. But I listened to that debate last night. I wanted to just puke. To listen to that woman talk. But she was good. I mean, she did it well. For her. Not for Trump. Trump should just let her talk and just not even respond to her lies. I'm going to have to tell him, come on, man. That was a very poor performance. You let her win. He was telling the truth, but still yet. I wish he'd never brought up that damn eating a pet thing. It was nice to hear, but not when you're up against a bunch of liberals. So we've been here for the last 12 minutes. It's consolidating out of this. First time we've consolidated all morning. And I'm going to add on. I'm going to go for it here in a little bit. I'm going to add, let me see how much I got here. Got to add on. I don't want to go over $1,000, but might have to. 0.25 times 50. $25 times 50 is $1,250. And we just dip more. So no. We'll wait until we get to the double bottom. We're at the shoulder line right here. $540.15 would be, if I wanted to go, I'd go in 20 now, 25 of them now. Yeah, let's do it. Or I'm going to do it. One thing I've noticed about carnivore diet, I'm not pooping 2 times a day or 1 time a day. I'm doing it every 2 to 3 days.
Fascinating.
It is. I mean, I always woke up, heard the first morning shit was a good thing, but So there should be some kind of award for carnival eaters because you're not wasting. You're good for the environment. You're saving money on toilet paper. My toilet paper consumption will be cut almost in 5/8. Okay, I want to see a rebound here. We can dive a little bit more. Buying ahead of Nvidia Jensen Hang speech. Hotter core upsets stock market. You sure it wasn't the debate? It was definitely the core, CPI, but the debate has something to do with it. But I put more emphasis on the CPI number being up 1. So we've got a snake and a wedge. Well, not quite a wedge, kind of a wedge. Oh, God. Always clean as Jim. Say, Big, what's going on? Damn, you hung up on me. I've never had a woman hang up on me before. Besides my sister. Hey. 540s are still in the money. What? What's going on here? That ain't right. What'd I do? Oh man. I think I bought the SPY instead. I did, you stupid. Yeah, I did. I bought 2 SPYs, so I'm done. It's funnier. Cockroaches. What the heck did I do here? I only got one, but I'm done. That's horrible. Huh. How in the hell did I do that? I think I'm seeing things now. fuck. So I got just one call, and I'm glad I did. That was stupid. This better pay off now for sure. Now I'll get the SPX. Fascinating.
China.
Every bit China probably had. I give up. So I'll get an alert if we break 54.1165. About the money, let's not talk about it right now. We got a gap at 54.0805. We hit my number that I called. For the pullback. We were way up here when I did that. George, I need your help.
Things are slowing down economically speaking. Bonds are a safe, liquid place to be when it comes to some of the risks that are intolerant right now, especially in the equity space. It looks like if you look at the federal funds futures, which I just a moment ago, we're back at 25 basis points.
54.03.
Obviously, we're selling off as a result of this because the perceived panacea of this.
It's another $5. I'm in. I added on big to the SPY here.
For a rebound in the equities. Seasonality, we know that seasonally speaking, this is a weak time of the year. There's
Let's
a
see
lot
what
of political uncertainty. There's fiscal uncertainty because there's the 2025 budget.
60 times 25 gives
by
me.
the end of this month to avert things like government shutdowns.
Yeah, if I'll get 100% if we get back to 50 on the SPY call.
I can see this as a liquidity grab at the end of the day. So we're moving into bonds just because they're moving inversely with interest rates, which are coming down across the entire curve, as you know it should, since we're now peaking in terms of our biggest business cycle.
Caroline's point about the banks, George, I wanted to get your thought on that real quick because it's day 2 of selling on the financials. Yesterday was a really interesting moment where the bank leaders just volunteered heavily negative outlooks. What do you make of that, GT?
It's not good. Look, you saw really some strong strength in large mega cap banks, J.P. Morgan. You saw strength in the energy complex. Now you're seeing weakness. I don't look at this as very good, to be honest with you, especially with
Better be
the
honest.
banks, coming out and
Hope
really
you're honest every
just
day.
declaring that they're not as strong as they once expected, just going back not too long ago. So maybe this is a
See, when someone says that to me,
sending to the Fed.
I'll be honest with you. I want you to be honest to me all the time. Because you're telling me that you're not always honest when you say, I want to be honest with you. How many times were you not honest with me? And I want to know now. Randy, I'm going to be adding to my risk level here. $54.70s. And I need 50 cents out of the 551s. And I'll be up 1,500 points. Or more. We'll do the math when I get there. Let me see. $50 times 60. 3,000. And I'll be up less, but I'll be up. I don't know how. It seems like I'd be up more. But the market's very negative right now. Don't follow me in this trade by any means. Oh, I know what today is. 9/11. $54.70 at 160. Now I'm taking another risk here, but if this all pans out, I'll be up about $3,000 today. I've consolidated for 5, 10, 15 minutes. It's almost long enough to have some kind of move to the upside, and I got two of these moving averages. So I'd want to take it to the double top. I got two resistance levels to break. Give me good luck. I added on. I added 50 contracts at 25 cents. That was an extra 1,000. $1,250. can't believe I bought them in the money calls. I had just one. I thought, oh hell, man, it's 260. I'll go ahead and jump in this. Then I looked at him. I said, what? That ain't. What am I doing in the? I had two of my platforms up on the SPY. It was a big mistake. So we did break the 21. Now we're squeezing again. I need 50 cents. Now what the? It's 280. Oh, you dumbass. The NVIDIA CEO was on, so that's why this bounce here. I'm going to take these headphones off until somebody wants to say something. See, I'm at 240 now in these calls on the SPX, so it's already starting to look better. And I got 29. I need 20 more cents, 21 more cents on the SPY. On the 551s. I got 60 calls. My average is 38 cents on the 551s. So I can get out at 39. 38. I can get out even, but I'm holding on to these son of a guns. If this thing starts to take off and run up here, I'll be filthy rich. I'm up $1 on my SPXs, and I got $500 now. Now we're at the 63. Oh shit, that's the wrong one. Jim, just fucking get it together. You stupid beach. No, 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 no. No, stay there. It's the 540s. Oh! What's going on? 540s are doubled. No, something ain't right here. What have I done? I got 34 cents now. We got the VWAP. Something's not right. Oh, I know what I did right. Oh, okay. I'm so fucked up today. Oh, I know what I did right, wrong. About the 11th. So I'm actually in the green now on my 540s because I bought them for today. Well, I was, yeah. Jim needs a nap. Get off the pot, one or the other. You know, changing your diet over has a lot of side effects. It really does. Going from last 3 months I changed it to a carb, not a carb, but lettuce and salads and sweets, strawberries and apples and grapes and fasted in the daytime. And then I changed it now to all protein. And you go through a lot of hallucinogenic stuff. You have dreams about what you used to eat. You got the craving to want to go into the kitchen and grab you some chips and some hummus. I'm still in this trade. We're getting to the VWAP now. I want to break the VWAP and get it up to 545.38 and get out of this trade. I'm almost even right here. I'm just all shook up. Ooh. I'm even now. But I want to keep going. Fuck it. I'm going to go all the way with this bitch. I could get out right now. I mean, I was down quite a bit. $750, almost. I'm gonna round it up to 38. I can get out right now. I got the 11th, the 260s. They're at 3.8. 540s are at 452. Nope, no. I gotta look at a different date. I'm in the SPX is at 390. Come on. $390 on these, right? $4. I'm up 1,500. I mean, not that much. $240 times 5. We got 3 white soldiers, 3 white soldiers. We can pull back and hit the support level. Oh yeah, triple top break. We got a triple top support. So I'll stay in it as long as we hold the 9. This could drop a little bit more. And on the 11th. My 540s are at 325. So I'm up a little bit. I got in at 260. The 540 calls for today, and I never trade the same day in the SPY. But in the money might be a different story. I might have to put myself on a case study and watch the in the money calls on the expiration day on the SPY, not the out of money, but in the money. I might be able to still trade them. Okay, we pulled back to support on the SPX off the 9. I need to hold the 9. And we could easily drop down here and hit the triple top. 1 bis, 2 bis, 3B. Usually when I see 3 white soldiers, a lot of cases we'll pull back to that 3rd soldier. But if we hold the 9, 5460s, 5440 is your next bet on the SPX. Now on the SPY, I'm in 2 different dates on the SPY. I need 38 to break even, above even there. And we're at 320. I'm up $60 a contract on these calls right here, and I got 5 of them. So it matters a lot to this one here if I want to make big money today. If I break that 38 and get to 50, and that'll be times 60 bucks. That'd be $720 profit. I think I'll just have me a burrito today. I'm down to eating one of those protein cupcakes that I made instead of 2 in the morning. And 2 pieces of bacon. And next week it'll be eggs and bacon no matter how I look at it. And I always had like oatmeal, or I guess always told that bacon will give you a heart attack. But now what I'm reading, it's totally the other way. I have no plaque on my teeth. None.
15%.
Yeah, and that's exactly why I'm going to get bearish. Ben and I are going to get into it, I think, on this chart. But I'll tell you what, so I put together this trade right pretty much as the market was about to open, and obviously there's some sell-side activity in XLP. So consumer staples, let's talk a little bit about them. Really, the consumer seems completely like fractured. If you look at stuff like Dollar General or Dollar Tree versus maybe Walmart and Costco, it's a tale of two totally different retail marketplaces. Nevertheless, with a quarter-point rate cut, in store for us, I think that's actually going to have negative implications to some of the retailers. So my trade is a bit less about some of the technicals here, and it's a lot more about the consumer is beaten down, bludgeoned. Inflation has not necessarily gone away just yet, and we're probably only going to get a quarter-point cut. As such, nice bearish trade here. I'm going all the way
We
out
want a
to
quarter
720
point, nothing
as
more.
expiration. I'm going to be buying the 82 puts, selling the 77 puts. Again, this is XLP. This one is done for a 95-cent debit.
Okay, let's see what Ben says. Ben, what do you think about the chart? So he says that's it. It's had a great run up. It needs a little pullback now.
Yeah, well, it looks like
back and fill.
It looks like it is pulling back as we speak right now, right? I mean, this one's been coming under pressure here today. To credit to Don's trade here, and I know he had this in earlier this morning as well, so it didn't just happen. But I'll also say that that $82 level I think is key. That's going to be the first indication that we're starting to lose some of the momentum to the upside. Don's right. The trend is still up, so he's trading counter trend, and that's why we're kind of at odds on this one. I like to kind of participate with the trend, hope it continues, rather than get ahead of it thinking, okay, now it's about to change, because I've had difficulty trying to do that multiple times. I don't have the ability to read the crystal balls clearly, but just taking a look at some of the price activity we've seen as of recent, bullish type pattern playing out. Migration of value to the upside, a pretty well-defined bottom left, top right. Now, we are seeing some price decay come into play. It's a 5-minute candle chart.
Give me the 200 a day. I want the 200 SMA. I'm praying, Lord. Will you give me the 200 today and give me 60 cents a contract? I know what I'll have. I've been wanting to cook this thing up. I'm going to have me a hamburger with an egg on the inside. And tonight I make avocado bread. Avocado for my roast beef sandwich. And I'll put the roast beef in my Instapot. Okay, I just now found something here I like. Definitely a resistance level. It took a little time, but there it is right there. So that'll be my exit idea. I'll scale it, maybe, I don't know, we'll see. Tape's looking a lot better than it has been in the past here. I thought I put a resistance line on here. Fudge. Right there on this top right here. At or above, it should, there we go. And then the next one will be right here at this here. See what I'm doing is I'm taking my moving averages and I'm looking for the place of consolidation, which was resistance, and that'd be right there. And that's where I want to take it. Either one of those two resistance levels. I'm not going to use the 200, but I'm going to use the somebody about 1200 there. Oh. Maybe that'd be too much work. I'll just have the burrito because I want to be on this market today. I think today could be better than I anticipated. The 540s are now at 332. I got them at 260. So I'm up $70 a contract times 5. And I'm still in these stupid 551s for tomorrow. And the SPX, I'm in it too. The SPXs are looking real good. Back to almost even again. We're at $4, back to $4 on my SPX, 420. That's Randy's time. Now please, blank it. I've never traded on hope, but I think I am today. I hope you break it. The way I traded today, you have to have at least 5,000, and that'd be in your account. But that'd be you. That's not a good rule, because you don't want to trade your whole account on a couple of trades. If I was in a challenge, I probably wouldn't do that. I'd probably stopped out real fast, which I'm thinking about doing again. But I'm a little iffy because of the volatility in the market. I'm not sure if that'd be a good idea. I'm gonna go in there and steam my hamburger. I found a new way of warming up. You know how when you microwave cooked hamburger, it kind of clings together and stuff? I started steaming it. To warm it up. I'm going to make a big fat one here in a second. I think I should go now and not watch this continuously. I think I will. Finish up my tea. Go get some more. I got to put my water back on. Have tea with my. I'm drinking black tea today. And I had a glass of lemon water this morning. First thing. I just keep talking about this because it's kind of an experiment. You could get headaches if you change over real fast in one of these diets. At first, you go through like symptoms for the first week. Because your body metabolism's so used to eating carbs. Now it's going to start eating protein. And I'm going to put more weight on my muscles and on my bones, and my bones are going to get stronger. I mean, I can walk farther. I've been walking 6,000 steps for the past 3 days, which is 2.5 miles. I think I'm going to break this thing. And who knows, man, these suckers could hit that 200. Now, see, the 200s came down, so I'm going to start lowering my support level. If this 200 drops below where my resistance was, I'm going to be using this one for sure. And I might exit at that trade. There we go. Bam! This is going to be a good day. Randy, are you still, did you add on? I know you're probably down if you didn't. Randy. Did you add on? Just not as much as I did. I'm looking at 544.70 long today. Actually below it a little bit, maybe right in here. 544.34 as of now. As the day goes along, it could go higher and higher and higher and meet this resistance level. Right now I'm above even, but if I get up another 12 bucks a contract, I could sell them. I'm about to hit my first resistance. That's going to be the test, 543.60, and the SPXs are at 510. I'm up real nice on these babies. I'm up 1,500 on the, not yet. If I get 560, I'll be up 1,500. And that's the 200 SMA. We want that. We're at 45. Oh my God. 650, baby. I nailed that support level. I'm so proud about that. I'm not proud about this, but I'm proud about this. I mean, I guess. Should I hold on, Mike? Are you listening? I don't even know if Mike's listening to my crap. Where's Mikey when you need him? Yoko, you on here? No. No, I don't know if we can break the 200 or not. I mean, if we do, it's higher level. I should make a business decision right here. We got to really respect the 200, I think, today. So I'm going to get out of my calls here. Oh, yeah. Now's the time. I'm thinking about selling here. Think profit. 50 cents, that's my target. Now, if we break this, we're moving much higher. This is it. $0.54. I'm done. I'm out. I'm out. Damn. $54. I'm out. $8.10 on the SPXs. I'm getting out of these suckers too. We're at the 200. I'm out of the SPXs. Damn, I'm good, Jay. Okay. I can't help but sing a song right now. I haven't played this one in a while. I can't tell you how happy I am right there. Lord, thank you for the blessed day that you gave me today. I was about ready to crap my pants, and I've only been shitting every other day, sometimes the third day. So thank you very much.
Do you want to learn how to be a successful options trader without all the confusing charts, indicators, and strategy?
Found four-leaf clover, this love to you. No perfect chart, and read me to tree, but I got lucky. So I got lucky when I traded you. Bow around my finger, shoe on my door. Got to hold me tight, and who could ask for more? Well, I got lucky. I got lucky when I traded you.
afraid the love I found just might get lost. So won't you tell me that you
Love me, help and make my day. You know that love is really here to stay. Well, I got lucky, I got lucky when I traded you.
I always walk around with all my fingers crossed. I'm afraid the love I found
Just might get lost.
So won't you tell me
That you love me, helps and make my day. Oh, that love is really here to stay. Well, I got lucky, I got lucky when I traded you. I got lucky, oh, I got lucky when I traded you. Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. Ellis just left the building. 32 to 115. Hell yeah, CF. When I trade you, I trade Spy. Oh, I should have added that to my prayer. Landon. That is so freaking great. I made 2 or 3 major mistakes today. So now, eating the carnival diet, you feel like you're a lot fuller too. I wish I'd been like this a long time ago. But it's never too late to start. Oh, that was tough. I'm going to go into the kitchen, whip up I don't feel like I need to eat a lot, so I'm going to whip up a smaller burrito than what I thought. Just something to put in there, and then I'm fasting until I go to bed, and then about 2 hours, I'm going to have a cup of, half a cup, 3/4 of a cup of Greek yogurt with my what do you call that? Then I'm gonna eat 2 magnesium pills. And today's commercial was brought to you by Nature's Plus Collagen Peptides. This will help with my bones, my joints, my hair, my fingernails, and it'll make your dick grow. And I'll be right back. I'm gonna go warm my water up and get my burrito going. So this was off of yesterday's low. I take that back. 4 days ago. We had 5 red candles on the 15-minute, something to recognize on the 15-minute time frame. We had a triple bottom here, and that's where I drew my support. I forgot what time frame I used to, I think it was the hour. Or no, it was the 5-minute. I ain't gonna worry about it. I'm just excited. That was sucked. I'm sorry to get you all in that trade if you got in it, Randy, especially Randy, because he trusts me more than anybody. Are we still friends, Randy? What kind of grade do I get, Magnificent, for making kudos on that one? Do you know how much I made on the SPX? And that was a very little amount. $2,800. He's away smoking.
Where it has started. And then if there's data that supports being more aggressive in the future, they still have a couple of more opportunities to go 50 basis points if they need to. But the Fed has always been gradual, and it's an open question as to how much their rates and the rates above the 2-year.
So that's good.
Tightness,
so I get a B plus altogether.
The economy. So I think
that's averaged in, right?
First, and as far as for the rest of the year, if they can be, they will continue.
I get a B plus. Started off with a D minus, and it averaged to a B plus by the end of the day, or by the end of that trade. You see how valuable that 200 is right now? I want you to understand how valuable that 200 is. Now, if we hold the VWAP, we can reverse to the upside. If we don't, we could easily fall back down here again to the inverse head and shoulders. We've got a big wide head right here. So I'm gonna make my lunch right now, and I'll be right back.
It's being fixed.
It sounded like I hit a new plateau on my singing today too, singing that Elvis.
Effective mortgage rate is below 4% for so many of the locked-in mortgages that we see in the United States.
Sure. Thomas Martin, Stephen Colano, thank you both so much for being with us today looking at the CPI. The PPI will be tomorrow, folks. Consumer sentiment on Friday. The market's selling off here, down 485 on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. We're back above 40,000, but did look below the 40,000 at one point. Thanks for being with me. I'm Nicole Henry. Keep it right here, Fast Market Sales.
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging. Schwab Network's by-the-numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week. Election trades are fraught with risk.
No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
The
The market is a multi-trillion-dollar beast. When there's profit, you can take it. That's always going through my head.
My job as a trader is to just make money.
With a history and a geography degree, how did you find your way into trading?
Trading attracts a lot of the best and brightest students because it is this enormous data set. It is incredibly competitive. And so if you really want to put yourself out there and test yourself and find out how good you are, it is very attractive.
So how are you exploiting human weaknesses?
Being lucky in trading is great, but it's not the formula for success.
You need to be able to find opportunities in the marketplace and sift through enormous, staggering amounts of data. You certainly see patterns. Context is so important. I think the best traders I've seen have insatiable intellectual curiosity. Otherwise, certain parts of your skills will become outmoded by competition or by technology.
When we look at your whole brain, you don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways, as if you don't have an emotional reaction.
I'm not very good at sales, turns out. I am very good at trading.
I have a trading system that I've used for over 10 years now, and it's almost second nature to me.
Do you think that this is potentially a human superpower?
Welcome to Market Overtime on the Schwab Network.
Quality Focus has worked pretty much across all 11 sectors.
We deployed a fantastic array of new technology.
The companies that are doing well are almost too big to fail.
Have you set yourself up correctly?
It's controversial.
The old guard is saying, away, off with their heads.
AI feels controversial and it's going crazy right now.
It is going crazy.
So what does all of this mean for the market?
As long as people want to buy it, the price can go up.
Oh my goodness, the Fed cannot do everything they used to do to save this market.
Instead of taking cues, set the cues.
There's nowhere else I would want my money.
No more than 5% in any one stock, no more than 20% in any one sector.
Now there's a market for every single one of these people. There's a market for you.
Market Overtime on the Schwab Network. Thanks for tuning in.
Traders, and welcome to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. I'm Tom White. We've got a great lineup for you today, including discussions, and we'll look at some option strategies. And JP Morgan Chase, which is extending losses after yesterday's over 5% slide on disappointing net interest income updates. And Tesla, which is up about 3% so far this week in anticipation of its robo-taxi event next month. And like Folio, break down consumer sentiment data in Kroger, the grocery store stock, has risen about 11% so far this year into their earnings ahead of the opening bell tomorrow. Now let's take a look at the major indices, which are off the session highs. Cut those losses in half, basically. S&P 500 down 0.8%. The Dow Industrial's off over 475 points. NASDAQ 100 down about 0.4%. And the Russell 2000, the small caps down 1.1%. Bring in my co-host to break down this market action. That's Kevin Hanks. Kevin, pretty choppy session. I mean, this is a whipsaw right now.
Big V.
Yeah.
If you look at the 1 minute charts on the S&Ps and the NASDAQ, big, violent sell-off, and then a pretty violent recovery as well. Now we're in more of just a choppy range. But Tom,
hey, Hickey.
We've been talking about choppy markets now for a couple of weeks. Identify the markets you're in, but this market sold off based on that CPI number that came out and the underlying data that came out of that CPI number. Pretty violent sell-off. I didn't think there was anything in there to be completely alarmed about, other than I think this hammers home 25 basis points and nothing more. Why? Shelter up 0.5%. Food up 0.1, but food way up 0.3. Apparel up 0.3. There's still things. Airfares jumped 3.9%. A little bit of seasonality there, though. And again, like we mentioned when we went into this reading, It was a CPI number dominated by energy, by lower energy. That's why the headline was lower, but the core was firm. Year-over-year numbers, I think there's, remember, Tom, you have a Green New Deal, money hitting the economy. You've got an Inflation Reduction Act, in parentheses, hitting the economy. They're still spending hitting the economy. That's keeping things. And I think Jerome Powell will do a maintenance cut a week from today, but nothing more.
Yeah, I think that's the market's pricing in, basically a quarter basis
Melting
point.
away.
And there's people that want a 50 basis point cut, which
they don't know what they want.
Which we've talked about.
Yes.
It's not going to be good if they cut 50 basis points.
And it's not Jerome Powell's scouting report.
Right.
He's not going to do that.
But they still have 100 basis points of cuts priced in till the end of the year, so they're expecting a 50 basis point cut in November, and then maybe a 25 in December also. So expectations are still there for 100 basis points of cuts by the end of the year. But if inflation remains level here, and you mentioned the owner's equivalent rent.
Yeah, owner's equivalent rent up 0.5, normal rent up 0.4.
Yeah.
Not coming down.
That's over 5% gains year over year.
Yeah.
Why should that go down if there's a demand problem as far as, or a supply problem? There's a supply problem for properties, for homes, for everything.
You can make that case that there's been one of those for 15, 16 years. We've had supply problems in housing. So, yeah, now it's really coming into focus, though. The owner's equivalent rent, overall rent, just not coming down.
Right. Yeah. To extend this conversation, let's bring in our next guest. That's going to be Kevin Green, Senior Markets Contributor here. KG, give me your take here on the CPI report, because, you look at core, 3.2% year over year. That's came in at expectations, but the headline number went down to 2.5%. So we're still making ground on the inflation front as far as the Fed's dual mandate.
Yeah, and that's actually because of deflation in a lot of those particular categories that Kevin was just kind of talking about, especially when you're looking at energy, really offsetting pressures that we see from shelter. Now, I think the move today, that downside move, is the shelter.
Well, there she goes higher.
In general, if you actually kind of look at it, in June we were sitting at 0.2%.
I get
July we were sitting
a
at
C for selling early, I guess.
5%. And this is actually the
Oh my
highest that
gosh!
we've seen on a month-over-month basis since
Here I go again.
$12.
$12.
Keep in mind too, some of that's basically survey data, and there could be some skew when you're looking at the national averages in certain geographic regions. That
5,000.
And some others that might actually be seeing glut in inventories. And you're still seeing when you're looking at the housing market in general, right? If you're looking at existing home sales.
No. Yeah. 1,400.
Right now, so I think the market's just trying to find its equilibrium. But you do have a problem with the
1450. Richard. No. This is going to be another $20,000 day. Unbelievable. You suck. God, you suck. 60 contracts times 30 cents. 32 cents. $60 times $32 times 60. Let me see. 73. God darn. Okay. Calm down. Times 60 equals. Fuck. Lord, tell Taylor Swift that I don't care how much money she has, that she's a dingbat. You know she'll probably never get audited because she's brown-nosing the Democrats. I'm steaming my hamburger for my burrito. And I'm not putting anything in, no sauces, no nothing. Maybe some mustard. I'm cutting out anything that has carbs in it. Or QQQ just hit resistance. Unbelievable. That's $1,400. Oh my gosh. Let me see how much that'd have been a good penny right there. 14 dollars minus 1.60 equals $12.40 times 5. $6,200. And I took 28. So 3,800. 30. Yeah. Oh, well. That's the story of my life. If I can just stay in them things longer. I stayed in it all the way down. Why can't I stay in it all the way up? It's because, it's the emotional breakdown. You get in there and you go, this thing hit my 200 SMA. I'm so used to getting out of this 200 SMA. Jimmy, go for it. The only thing that I did wrong with this one here is I added cheese. processed cheese. So I'm getting rid of all the cheese in my fridge. I won't be buying any more of it. I figured I'd go ahead and eat it.
Later in the afternoon. That was Monday and Tuesday. So we opened up down pretty hard, rallied back here, and so that's what I'm identifying mostly, Tom, about this market. A market that's off its highs and getting really choppy.
Yeah, and NVIDIA, there's some commentary out of that Goldman Tech conference. The demand is so great, and everyone wants to be the first, and everybody wants to be the most. We probably have more emotional customers today, deservedly so. It's tense. We're trying to do the best we can. So that kind of reflects the backlog that's out there in the markets for those chips, and see if they can push back against some of those Blackwell delays also. All right, guys, take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to take a look at JP Morgan Chase. The banking giant stock was under pressure. I'll have to take a look at it. It's probably flat now. This week after comments at a conference yesterday from Barclays. Fast Markets coming right back after this short break.
Every morning, every trade, always live. Expert earnings analysis, in-depth technical insights on every changing trend in markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Welcome to Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network. I'm Oliver Rennick.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. We're talking JP Morgan Chase. Stock fell over 5% yesterday on some news out of a conference that the president gave on net interest income. Let's bring in Caroline Wood, senior markets correspondent here, help us break down this news story. And then I know Jamie Dimon, CEO, also made some comments, Caroline.
Yes, we can always count on Jamie Dimon for some.
For many years, I'd take my hamburger and nuke it. I'd put it in the fridge, for the week long, whatever I wanted to eat it. And if I ever needed it, I nuked it, and it always came out kind of natty. And so I was listening to, educating myself on the keto diet, and this guy says he used to nuke it all the time too, but then he found out a better way of doing it, and that was to steam it. So I took my rice cooker, which is made from, what is it? Instapot. I got a rice cooker and I got a regular Instapot. I got two different Instapots. One's for steaming and cooking beans and things like that. So I use that now with a little parchment paper on so it won't drop down in there. And warm my hamburger. It takes about five minutes. Less. I mean, by the time it starts around 3 minutes, so 3 minutes steam, and it just comes out like you just cooked it. So that's how I'm going to do my hamburger from now on. After I cook it, if I need to, I'll never put it back in the microwave again. I'll just steam it. Any of my meats.
Focused on the negative. Keep in mind, shares are up 20% year to date, so it really had been outperforming, especially a lot of its other peers. And then you mentioned Jamie Dimon. He was speaking at a different conference. He was speaking at a conference for the Council of Institutional Investors, and was talking
They were
about
pumping the video today. They got that Asian guy up there talking. Caroline, I love you.
And he said, by the way, I wouldn't take it off the table. Now, we've heard from Jamie Dimon about, remember, I think it was back in 2022, the economic storm clouds, or brace yourself for an economic hurricane, and then kind of had to walk that back. So,
I'm wondering if I can afford her.
I guess kind of take it for what it's worth, but it is Jamie Dimon after all. That being said, Pinto at the Barclays conference very much talked about a pretty strong consumer as it is. He said, we've seen the U.S. economy, even though we've seen a slowdown, is still doing okay. The consumer is the main driver of that growth. So the consumers are in relatively good shape. We heard similar sentiment from the CEO of Bank of America, Brian Williams. Different case for Ally, though, which was a huge loser yesterday, adding to those losses today in terms of the consumer. So, it's interesting to really see kind of just a disjointed commentary in terms of who you're talking to about how strong the consumer is and what this economic slowdown is actually looking like.
You got your snake.
Caroline, the problem with being the benchmark name, like JP Morgan is that you get connected to every news story about financials, right? Goldman talks about trading revenue being 10% lower. Well, that comes back to JP Morgan. Ally, you mentioned, talking about credit quality and
where's your snake?
Mostly car loans. Well, that comes
She
back
finally
to
broke
JP
out of the
Morgan.
snake.
So all those negative stories
Shut up.
Financials.
And she created in Head and Shoulders, two of them actually, one down here. We got one right there, and then you got another one. Right here, that's called the shoulder line. Right shoulder touch, the left shoulder, right shoulder touch the second time. And this is called a neckline. So let's say you missed that. You missed the shoulder line on the second time and you get an... Hey, Jim, answer the door. I missed that trade. I said, well, hold on to yourself. And it started bouncing back up. And then it had a number 1, 2, 3, 4 and run to the 200. Well, the neckline of that head and shoulders, inverse head and shoulders, found resistance right there. And then it came right back to that shoulder, to that neck line of that inverse head and shoulders. So I've been doing, when I see a trade like this, I'll go back and I'll look at things that I've missed. Because if I would have saw that, I would have probably jumped back in that trade. Instead, I got out at the 200. Well, this pullback, I mean, you ran another 600 points, 700 points, 600 point, let me see, 500 point, 600 points. So I left 3,000 on the table. I could have bought that on the dip and made more if I was paying attention to this trade. I seen it pull back, but I didn't put 2 and 2 together. Because I would have said, hey, we're at support level off the neckline of the inverse head and shoulders. So you got inverse head and shoulders. There ain't nobody out there on YouTube that'll talk to you like this and show you mistakes or things that could help you next time you get into a trade or something to look for next time. This is called the neckline. This is called the neckline right here. So it breaks out of the neckline and it pulls back to the neckline and bounces up. Now, you know, I call the trade down here on the inverse head and shoulders. You can see, just run a line from there to there to there. So, you know, it breaks out and it pulls back. And eventually didn't break out past the neckline, then it pulled back to the other shoulder line of the right shoulder. And then it breaks out, it pulls back again. So that's the same exact trade. You got your left shoulder, your right shoulder, and then you got the neckline. So it breaks out of the neckline, pulls back to the neckline. It does it continuously. You got the neckline, breaks out, pulls back to the neckline. It doesn't happen all the time, but I'm saying the odds of it happening are very high, but it does pull back to the neckline. So you got the neckline, pulls back to the neckline, pulls back to the neckline. That neckline becomes a very strong support. So just something to keep in mind. This has been one of my most successful patterns right now. There was a period where it was just triple bottoms. And I got a little bit smarter and started seeing something else start to form. Every pattern that's continuous on day after day situations is telling you about something about the market. You know, sometimes it's just double bottoms, boom, and you're up to new highs. You're in a very bullish market. Inverse head and shoulders, you're in more of a volatile market. Falling wedges, you can still be in a very bullish market. It's just pulling back for a small correction. Here's the neckline here. Pulls back to the neckline. So if you miss that trade, you can still got a trade to play. You ask yourself, okay, where's the neckline at? You know, can we have a continuation off that neckline? Everything consolidates. I want to know if someone's mom is in here watching my YouTube channel. Hi, my name's James. I'm a bachelor. How would you like to go for a swim? I'll take you to Crater Lake. Better than that, we'll honeymoon in Hawaii. And we'll go to the Blue Lagoon. These things are now $15.40. There it is. $1,600. I was asked in the room, are we going to continue and break the 200 SMA? And I said, I don't know. I'm getting out at the 200. And I didn't pay attention to this chart, or I might have would have got back in that trade. It pulled back and hit my 63 for one. And the 50 SMA started to cross the 63. That's the 63 EMA and the 50 SMA. Look at this slash. Look at this. It would have been a great trade right there. Snake breakout. Here's your inverse head and shoulders. Look at this. That neckline. Pulled right back to the neckline off the 63. I had someone ask me, I've never heard of anybody using a 63. I guarantee it, if they watched me trade off the 63 every day, I used to trade off the 51 EMA, and I got better and better at it. And how I picked up the 63, I seen a guy calling it out on Schwab. He kept bringing up the 63 EMA, and I said, well, I need to have a case study here and see how this 63 works. Bounced off the 63, bounced off the 63, bounced off the 63. But again, there's your neckline. Here's your inverse head and shoulders, your right and left shoulder. You've got the big long snake. Some call this a cup and handle. But it was an inverse head and shoulders. There's your neckline and your shoulder line. Left shoulder, right. Boom! Now I added on down here because I had this number pretty much figured out. From way up here, I said, if this thing pulls back to that low, I'm going to get in this trade. And that was 3 days ago we hit that low. So that's another complete flush off the CPI number. I've got to pay more attention to them numbers. I've never really paid attention to any of those. None of them. You know, I've just traded the trend line. And they used to be just straight across when I first started trading. Then I traded with a guy from Trend Spider. And he says, you're a horizontal trader. And I said, what do you mean? And listening to him, I started looking at things more vertically. The lines don't have to be perfect all the way across, you know. They don't have to be straight across horizontal. They can tilt up and down and still be a good solid support. And I realized that after he told me that, I kind of felt bad, you know. I said, what's he talking about? And I had to think about it for a couple weeks, and I used to go on his Trend Spider channel because he thought I was a real good trader, but he taught me more than anybody, just in that one sentence, than anybody's ever taught me. You could just take one parcel of something from everybody and build your own little trading strategy. And that's what I've done for the past 20 years. I take a little bit from him and a little bit from her and maybe a little more from her, but if I'm lucky. I traded with girls for 19 years. 15, 14, 16, 17 years. I always had a girl on my side trading with me. And I would learn about how they trade. They're different. They think a little bit different than men. It's like these spies are at 82 now, 83, and I'm just going, damn, I left $30 times 60. I left $1,800 on the table on the SPY. I'm not going to tell you how much I left on the other one that I accidentally bought. Thinking I was buying the SPX, and I did, and I bought the frickin' SPY in the money. I'm not even going to talk about that one right now because I'll be screaming $3,500. But I'm not disappointed because the emotion I went through on that trade was just people. Are you still in it? Are you still in it? Yeah, fortunately. I was going to either win or lose it, one or the other. Lose $1,000 or gain 8. Or 5 or 6 that I left. Oh, whatever. 60 contracts. I mean, that's a lot of contracts. That's 40 more contracts than I usually end up with most cases when I'm in trouble. That there can bring my. Speaking of blood pressure, I want to see what it is. I took myself off. I got that. I was taking one high blood pressure pill, and I've noticed my blood pressure here in the past. Since I started this carnivore diet, my blood pressure has been going way below. I've felt like I was starting to have fainting spells, so I took myself off of it 2 days ago. I don't have to ever take them pills ever again. I was at 150 to 117 to 120 there for years. And I had a health scare about 4 or 5 months ago with my bottom of my legs, and I just didn't know what to do. And I remember the doctor telling me to eat different, to eat that Atkins diet, and I did. And I just couldn't stand it. So I realized how important food is when it comes to your health, especially as you get older. You got to eat right. I could be having heart attacks. I was hospitalized once I broke up with Vegas. I got into an eating binge. And I was hospitalized because of, and it's a little high right now. Let's see, do this again. Might because I'm very excited, but might take this thing every other day. So I've been doing my blood pressure 3 or 4 times a day now. I might go out and go for a little walk down the street and back and kind of relax. God darn it, man. These things are at 1,700 from 160. 1,760 now. 1,770. So it's $1,600. 16 times 5. $8,000. They can bring anybody's blood pressure up. $130/80. Now it's at 1840.
Premium in them, Kev.
Yes.
They're steady
You gotta figure
movers.
out different ways.
But because of this merger in there, you know, it's been choppy over the last several months. How do you want to look at
Yeah,
it?
it's what, $8, almost just shortly under $8 off its highs that it hit, last spring. It's sitting, like you mentioned, right at the 200-day moving averages, which is 51.10. So, and the other thing is, Tom, it has a dividend. It has a 2.5% dividend that if they pay it, we don't guarantee that, but if they pay it, is a pretty nice return that you can add. So what I tried to do, Tom, here is do like a hybrid trade where you do the covered call and then you turn that into a hybrid butterfly where the long end of the butterfly is the stock. So I bought 100 shares of Kroger. I sold 2 of this week's 54 calls, and I bought 1 of the 56 calls. So I basically did the underlying 54, 56 call, kind of a hybrid butterfly, except the risk is to 0 on the stock. Remember, it's not just the risk of what you pay for it, but the other is you've got the dividend. You can capture the dividend by using this strategy.
Yep, let's break this one down. Complex trade here, and it's 2 separate trades. You got to remember that on the platform here. For every 100 shares of stock you buy, and we'll use that $50.95 is where it's trading currently. Buy 100 shares there, and then you sell 2 of the September 13th weeklies that expire in just a couple days here. Sell 2 of the 54 strike calls, and then you wrap it up by buying 1 of the September 13th weekly 56 strike call. So a short $2 wide where you've got an extra unit on that 54 strike. Now you're collecting about an 85-cent credit there. So overall, you're.
I was looking at Kroger today.
$50.10. So what does that mean? Well, we've got the risk profile.
I even called it out.
To kind of give you a good overview of what this looks like as far as risk reward.
But I ain't ready to
Now,
trade it.
You pay $50.10 as a package for this.
Not until it hits 50
this
bucks.
Spread, because you're purchasing the stock, which allows you to collect that dividend if it gets paid out. That means that your break even too, $50.10. So about 80 cents below the current share price in there. But you've got risk on this trade, and that's if you're paying $50, you got about $5,000 in risk if the stock were to somehow go to zero.
Yeah, you can look at it as a hybrid butterfly. You can look at it as a covered call with a short call vertical added to it. Using that same strike, the 54 strike, that's where that spread peaks out, Tom.
Yep, right at that short 54 strike. Option market's pricing at about a plus or minus $2.60 move, so that fits into that narrative. But I think the key here is even above that 56 strike that you bought in this strategy, this complex strategy, you still are going to be profitable on this trade based on the fact that, hey, you're,
So I'm gonna go for a small little
still
walk.
collecting a credit on that 1x2 call spread. You still own the shares also.
You get 1,000
on
steps
that one,
in.
So it'd be about $190 in potential profitability if it goes above that 200 strike on this particular complex strategy.
I think here in a couple of weeks, I'm gonna buy one of them weight jackets.
And, thanks to Megan Brantley from Folio breaking down the data. But let's take a quick break. When we come back, take a.
They got these weight jackets you put on your vest, put on your body. I'm gonna get me a 30-pounder. Eventually, I'll be walking around with 30 pounds of weight on my chest. And that's gonna tighten up my abs and my legs. I used to work out big time. I had this big old neck. Just got straight down on my head. At that time I was weighing 190 and not really that fat, but it's all muscle. Now I want to get to 160.
Binge watch the market with Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com on all your streaming
Check
devices.
out Rook Sachs.
Schwab Network is available
Rook
anytime, anywhere,
Sachs.
on any device for free. No place better than the Schwab Network.
Rook, check out Rook. Check out Rook. Oh yeah. No.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. Before we take a look at Tesla, let's bring in Ben Lichtenstein, Senior Futures Contributor here on the network. Benny, got stocks far off of those session lows. That was quite a bounce, huh?
Yeah, it was quite a sell-off too in some ways, right? It traded all the way down to 54.06 for the SPX, and while we have seen the bounce, as you mentioned, we're still short of yesterday's highs. So we took out yesterday's lows briefly, rallied back, and have fallen short of taking out the highs from yesterday. And the NASDAQ, on the other hand, was able to take out yesterday's lows and then rally back 500 points to above 18,900. And last I looked, as far as I saw, I was able to take out yesterday's highs as well. So on both ends of it, you had the Dow down to 39,993 and the Russell bottomed out today at 2058 before rallying
Oh,
back.
I got shit on my
you
good
know,
shirt.
I did want to point to just the fact that this market, we've seen this, right? Somewhat range bound, kind of contained.
I think I'm gonna go, instead of work out, I'm gonna go get some clothes. They'll have it the cleaners.
Hold above those August lows and below those all-time highs. So I think a reflection of a market that's waiting for more information, Tom.
Yeah, and we've talked about the volatility in everything today, equities, oil, and then you take a look at the yields, Ben. This is, I think, the driver as
That's what I'll do.
Now bonds down a little bit on the day, so yields pop.
I'm gonna go to the laundromat real fast, pick up my nice shirts. I don't wash them. I got some real nice expensive shirts that I don't want to put in the washer. I think I got 3 or 4 of them, so 5. We'll see how much that comes to. Probably $45.
Patients following the CPI data.
I should drop my jacket off and have them clean it for the winter. I think I'll do that. I'll do that while I'm up there.
The market doesn't seem to like that.
Yep, volatility everywhere, Ben, even though that VIX is back down near the 19 level. All right, thanks to Ben Lichtenstein. He's a host of the Future Show here on the network. But let's bring in our next guest. That's going to
Send me a link, Josh.
Correspondent here. George, you look at Tesla. The stocks outperformed this week and this month. This week is up 5%. This month, nearly 4% gains. This is all about optimism, right?
Go Ruck? Is it Go Ruck?
What's happening with Tesla is the expectations of some breakthrough in technology when they have their essential robotaxi coming out in October 10th, and of course this is a couple months delayed, and the stock started to make a
solid
nice
weight
move
pack.
prior to the previous expected release date, which was in early August. They postponed it about 60 days. So with that said, I think that's a primary catalyst for investors, which, by the way, if you consider the investor base for Tesla, about 42% of the total share float is owned by retail, and insiders and, of course, institutions own about 58% of the underlying shares. So there's quite a lot of retail investors in Tesla, and that can create some sort of momentous or monumental moves in terms of momentum for the underlying stock. But the whole story also in the last year for Tesla is essentially what's going on with vehicle production as well as vehicle pricing. They've obviously cut back significantly their pricing of automobiles, really undercutting some of the competitors. They've actually, as a strategy in a business, sacrificed margins, which if you look at their gross margins are down about 400 basis points compared to their averages over the last 5 years, looking at last year. But the company has actually been cutting back expenses as they've cut prices for their vehicles. And so the profit margins have actually improved quite significantly by 500 basis points compared to their 5-year average. But what's happening here for Tesla, it's not about vehicle production.
I'll check that out.
It's all about software as a service. Tesla is expected to be the go-to company when it comes down to robotaxi and, of course, autonomous driving. They'll be licensing, if all things work out for Tesla, their technologies to all auto manufacturers and all, even commercial manufacturers, for instance, semi-trucks, and anything that has to do with transportation. So valuation on Tesla, obviously quite expensive. And it's really not priced as an auto company. It's really priced as a technology powerhouse, which I think, next month is going to be a sort of a monumental pivot point for Tesla. And I think this is essentially what the market participants are waiting for.
George, when we look at streaming companies, it's always about subscriptions. When we look at Tesla, it's always about EV sales. Is there an inflection point coming in the future where EV sales, cars start taking a back seat to all the other businesses that seem to be growing at Tesla? And where do we see that show up? Now we're seeing higher lows and higher highs since that sell-off from early July to early August.
Yeah.
The stock seems to be climbing. When do we notice this tectonic shift to these energy and AI company that Tesla seems to be making itself towards?
Well, that's the thing. I think it's happening, to be honest with you. I think, of course, if you look at their revenues, the company's generating about $95 billion per annum. Most of that is coming from their automobile sales. I think Tesla is maybe at a breakthrough point when it comes down to the transition from an EV automobile company to, of course, a technology powerhouse that effectively makes them an AI business when it comes to transportation and all the other energy storage businesses that they're moving pretty aggressively into. So maybe this last year, if you just look at the price performance last year, the stock is down about 18%. Year to date, the stock is down still about 11%. It's made some nice moves as of recent. But, you know, if you look at they've been sacrificing margins on their vehicles to enhance competition. But at the same time, this stock is not trading like an automobile company when it comes to valuation. Just looking at even next year's earnings, by the way, they've actually cut their earnings slightly since the last 90 days from $3.50 down to $3.26, and it's trading around 70 times next year's earnings. This is for 2025. That's lofty. That's lofty for any company, but it's also considerably lofty for an automobile company. So there's obviously a discrepancy. The valuation really doesn't speak towards this company being an automobile company. And maybe the reason it's trading at these lofty valuations is because it's making this technological leap in autonomous vehicle technologies. And if they have a breakthrough, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to have mass adoption immediately. The market really won't care about that. It'll care about this slow adoption over time, which again, like I said, the software that we licensed will come from Tesla because all this time they've been selling vehicles, they've been harvesting data from all their vehicles, which they have, you know, many millions of miles of accumulated data.
Yeah, and Deutsche Bank agrees with that. They do not see Tesla as an automaker. They put a $295 price target on the stock when they resumed coverage on it in the buy rating. All right, great stuff. Thanks to George Tiller, senior market contributor here on the network. Kev, let's dive into the trade because I think that October 10th event, maybe that's supportive of the stock until that event, but maybe you want to avoid it.
Certainly seems so. Think so.
The 200-day moving average right around $201. So I looked at a strategy that takes advantage of maybe the stock consolidating, maybe drifting a little bit higher into that event, but avoiding it. So looked at the October 4th weekly series. So 23 days to expiration, where I'm going to sell it out of the money, bullish, neutral to bullish, put vertical. Sell the 205 strike put, buy the 195 strike put. Now we've got up here about a 280 credit on it. It's trading a little bit lower because the stock has bounced along with the overall market. But if you collect that 280 credit, that's your max profitability on it. Takes your break even down to 202.20, just above that 200-day moving average. But Kev, this is basically about duration and timing while avoiding the event, but with the expectations that, hey, it can even go a little bit lower, but I can remain profitable on it.
Yeah, 205, selling the 205, 195 put vertical, you're $17 below the market.
Right.
So Tesla can do, remember, it traded down today to 216. You're significantly past that. So all you're doing is going out to October 4th and saying it may go down, it may soften, it's not getting to 205.
Yep, and your risk on this is you take that $10 width of the short put vertical, and take off the credit, so it's going to be about $720 if you can collect 280. Like I said, it's trading a little bit lower than that right now, but a good look at a way to maybe play this one, avoiding the event, but then also taking advantage of the higher implied volatility and giving yourself a cushion to the downside before you start getting hurt, because we know that Tesla can move, Kev. It's a pretty volatile stock, so you got to watch that one. All right. That's going to do it for us today here on Fast Market. But stick around right here on the Schwab Network's Next Gen Investing is coming up next.
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging with Schwab Network's by-the-numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week.
Election trades are fraught with risk. No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
The market is a multi-trillion-dollar beast. When there's profit there, you take it. That's always going through my head.
My job as a trader is to just make money.
With a history and a geography degree, how did you find your way into trading?
Trading attracts a lot of the best and brightest students because it is this enormous data set. It is incredibly competitive. And so if you really want to put yourself out there and test yourself and find out how good you are, it is very attractive.
So how are you exploiting human weaknesses?
Being lucky in trading is great, but it's not the big formula for success.
You need to be able to find opportunities in the marketplace and sift through enormous, staggering amounts of data. You certainly see patterns. Context is so important. I think the best traders I've seen have insatiable intellectual curiosity. Otherwise, certain parts of your skills will become outmoded by competition or by technology.
When we look at your whole brain, we don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways, as if you don't have an emotional reaction.
I'm not very good at sales, turns out. I am very good at trading.
I have a trading system that I've used for over 10 years now, and it's almost second nature to me.
Do you think that this is potentially a human superpower?
Welcome to Market Overtime on the Schwab Network.
Quality Focus has worked pretty much across all 11 sectors.
We deployed a fantastic array of new technology.
The companies that are doing well are almost too big to fail.
Have you set yourself up correctly?
It's controversial.
The old guard is saying, away, off with their heads.
AI feels controversial and it's going crazy right now.
It is going crazy.
So what does all of this mean for the market?
As long as people want to buy it, the price can go up.
Oh my goodness, the Fed cannot do everything they used to do to save this market.
Instead of taking cues, set the cues.
There's nowhere else I would want my money.
No more than 5% in any one stock, no more than 20% in any one sector.
Now there's a market for every single one of these people. There's a market for you.
Market Overtime on the Schwab Network. Thanks for tuning in.
Welcome to Next Gen Investing. I'm Jenny Horn alongside Alex Coffey, and we're seeing a recovery here ever so modestly, especially led by the NASDAQ, and some of the recovery in some of these specific tech components like NVIDIA, for example, now green on the session, but lower earlier. And Alex, what to make of this session is, it seems like CPI isn't holding the same weight as the inflationary data would be a positive indication for the economy. I at least read it as such, but interested in your take on CPI, because that initially is what drove a lot of this selling today. But again, the NASDAQ is recovering here ever so slightly in real time.
Yeah, I think it came in line, slightly cooler. It's probably the best case scenario for the market at this point. The market's largely moved on from inflation being the primary concern. And so the best thing when data is sort of a second or third priority is for it to not be a surprise. So for it to come in line, I think it's a story the market understood, and it's largely just kind of was a continuation of the recent trading. The intraday turnaround, though, I think we can contribute to NVIDIA. The CEO of NVIDIA coming out and kind of jawboning the market, saying that there's a lot of demand. I think the exact word was demand for AI chips is so great, and that led to a really nice intraday turnaround in NVIDIA as it went from sub 108 to up towards 113. We know it's a big component of these indices, and it explains why you see the NASDAQ out in front. Interestingly enough, though, still 55% of the NASDAQ 100 components are lower on the session, but you have a NASDAQ that's up about 0.25%. So it's one of those days where the big mega caps are leading the charge to the upside.
It is, and especially considering that positive commentary, of course, from Jensen Huang, NVIDIA's CEO, like you mentioned. So NVIDIA leading the recovery charge, as it oftentimes does. It seems like you need to look no further for the Nasdaq's price performance and to look at NVIDIA. But as always on this show, we will be focused on the individual stock movers. We'll kick things off with upvote and downvote. We'll chart and trade our upvoted names. And today for FOMO, we're talking GameStop after we saw about a 30% drop in its sales. Pretty disappointing quarter. We'll dive more into that FOMO feeling, maybe to the downside with GameStop later on. We'll also be revisiting all of the latest with Apple, especially following its Glow Time event earlier this week, and some of the latest developments on the iPhone 16 and what we can expect now from the newest model of the iPhone, of course. And we'll close things out here with AT&T for under 30, as Citi actually had a pretty optimistic note saying there's more room for the stock to perhaps run after it's been relatively, in the telecom space, actually a pretty solid performer.
Yeah, looking forward to FOMO. We talked about GameStop being sort of a crux for the original ideas in the brainstorming process of this entire show. So for it to be FOMO, I think is fitting. But let's do upvote, downvote, not endorsements, of course, not recommendations either. All of these names, I say, kind of tangentially or really specifically have China ties to some extent, at least within that market. Let's start with Nike, one of the few names still on the docket when it comes to giving us some earnings here in the next, I think, week or so. We'll hear from Nike. We always talk about how that's sort of the unofficial bookend to the back end of earnings season, but actually it's a little bit further. It's actually at the beginning of October. So a few more weeks to have earnings trickling in, I guess, Jenny.
And you know, it reminds you that there are still then weeks then we'll get other names. Because I agree, Nike is still, to me, like the book end of earnings to me. So just goes to show, if we have several weeks away, we still have several weeks of earnings. But Wells Fargo said that overall Nike's fundamental story remains challenged, at least through their first quarter. They highlighted DTC and China reads being weak, along with a subdued launch calendar and low resale premiums, while supplier checks also suggest that current franchise management efforts may need to extend it into the calendar year of 2025. So they do have an overweight rating on the shares, price target of $86. And hey, I know we're modestly lower in the session today. We're down about 0.5%, trading at just shy of $78 a share. $86, though, does still imply upside from obviously where we're currently trading.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's been a stock that's been struggling. One has to think that a lot of that's probably, one, contributed to some of the weakness that's been in China over the last few years, but also the emergence of brands like On, the emergence of brands like Hoka as more and more common and maybe the preferred footwear item for many consumers at the moment, even over the mighty Nike. So increasingly competitive. Nike's fended off, plenty of competition over the years, but it does seem that they're not, the I guess, most preferred footwear item at the moment. So we'll see if they can kind of shift that going into the holiday season, which is, of course, a really big time for all companies that sell consumer goods.
And I think shown by the 5-year chart. I've been saying this, I mean, we've been talking about Nike now pretty much every earnings period, every quarter, and I feel like it's time to address maybe the elephant in the room that we're seeing like a different Nike than we became accustomed to several years ago, just because of these evolving trends and very saturated athleisure market.
This is important to note too. That's not saying Nike's this useless company and that no one wants their products, but stocks go up because of earnings growth. If you're losing market share to other new players, hurts your ability to grow. If your market like China, which is a huge component to your growth story, struggles the way that China has. I mean, look no further than the next name that'll be on our list, which is Alibaba, and its performance over the last few years. It's going to be hard to grow. And so I think it's to your point. It's not that Nike's not a great company, or at least has products that people love and will fight for in some cases. I feel like if they're loyal to these brands, just simply saying, hey, maybe the business is going through a bit of a lull.
Yeah, and maybe they need to innovate a bit more, although I will say at least they have like affordable price points. And I know this all too well from shopping at leisure, primarily outside of basically like work clothes. I'm too well versed, I think, in the athleisure world of retail. But to move on here, let's look at Alibaba, because Alibaba's co-founder Jack Ma is urging the company to believe in some of these market forces, citing competition as a potential growth driver. So they said that much of this is per an internal memo that was from Jack Ma. Many of Alibaba's businesses face challenges and the possibility of being surpassed, but that's to be expected as no single company can stay at the top forever in any industry. So these assurances did come after reports that indicated that Alibaba had basically seen a pretty clean separation from the Chinese regulators after 3 long years that had cost the company a substantial amount of money, but overall weighing in on this e-commerce competition, and they did say that now they can continue to see potential for growth. They continue to hopefully grow their e-commerce presence, and they said that while there is still the challenge of e-commerce and the growing threat of like a long-time competitor, JD.com, for example, or Pinduoduo, PDD as it's now formally called, they did say that they do believe that with competition they can become stronger, and this actually allows the industry to remain healthy. So Alibaba's earnings have disappointed this year. It does struggle to win now the pricing battle between its competition, but I will say that to his point about like no company can be at the top for forever, in the rest of the Chinese economy's defense, Alibaba hasn't been at the top in quite some time. I mean, I would hardly say it's at the top, and it's been at the top forever at this point.
Yeah, it's obviously had some movement around. It's still quite volatile, 35% implied volatility. But when you look at this name, so much of the 50% decline that you saw over the last 3 years of trading was really front-loaded. This stock is unchanged going back to March of 2022. So we've talked so much about this sort of failed recovery in China, but it does seem that, at least in the case of Alibaba, it's been able to sort of stem off further weakness in this name, at least going back to March of 2022. Now, at the same time, during that time frame, the S&P 500 has done quite well. If you look at it over a 3-year stretch, up 20%. Alibaba, of course, down 50%. So going opposite directions, but it does seem to be trying to find some sort of a base here. Next one is one that I don't know that we've ever talked about before. ALB is the call sign. It is a lithium miner stock. This is one that's making news for what reason here?
So a lot of these lithium miners are taking off today, with Albemarle actually at the front and center, up almost now 11%, thanks to some of the supply decisions for the world's largest makers of EV batteries. So we did see that this report does come after some of these lithium core and mining have seen these various forms of growth, especially regarding the fact that they are this key material in EV batteries. But for example, we do know that CATL is the world's largest maker of EV batteries. It accounts for about 40% of the total addressable market. It supplies actually many of these EV makers, including Tesla. And so while there has not been a confirmation from CATL yet, there is still the thinking that we could see massive demand for a lot of these commodities. And especially coming into today's session, we've seen benchmark lithium prices fall about 60% through at least over the last 12 months. In addition to this potential capacity reduction, there is also the thinking that lithium ore production has declined about 14% in some recent weeks. That's highlighted by the Citi analyst notes. They see near-term sentiment hopefully lifting up lithium prices, helped by the traditional September to October peak season, with cathode production pipeline estimated to be up 6% now month over month. So,
yeah, so the long story short then, it's what it seems like is a demand for lithium, prices of lithium both been down pretty tremendously over the last few years. A big player in the space is rumored to be taking some of their supply offline. That's going to benefit the others who are still left to reach that market, which has some demand still. It's not the demand it was 2 years ago in the EV boom, but it's still there. So we'll see. ALB, nice move today. Huge move today, actually, I would say. Almost 11% higher. Last one on the list, Starbucks. It's pumpkin spice season. They don't seem to be as busy as they were in the recent years around the pumpkin spice, I guess, holiday period that you see. But I think they're still probably churning some out.
I know, and I sort of wonder, just like anecdotally, if it's because there is the shift more and more to a back to the office type working environment. If so many had become accustomed, to me it was just like everyone always worked at Starbucks, or at least became more comfortable working out of Starbucks. That now, as we see more and more of those return to office, Starbucks, at least in the city of Chicago, do seem eerily less busy than they did several years back. But that is perhaps a good sign that we're seeing a more return to normalized working world. But now course, Brian Niccol, on just his second day in charge as of yesterday, did write in this open letter that he wants to get back to what makes Starbucks Starbucks. He did say that he basically is hoping to shift his focus on the first 100 days to getting back to their original core values. After speaking with customers, he said there's a sense the company has drifted from its core, in which stores were a place to not only get coffee, but a gathering of space and community centers. He said many of their customers will say they experience magic every day, but in some places, especially in the U.S., they have not been delivering on that promise. So they said that recently products have been inconsistent, the wait time is too long, the handoff is too hectic, and he did say that they will make investments in technology to hopefully improve the customer experience in supply chain and their mobile ordering platform. And I know that there was a lot of the thinking that coming from the helm of Chipotle that he would be like shrinking the portion sizes. But recently, Alex, I feel like I've been frequenting Chipotle more than I have been Starbucks. I don't notice a shrinking portion size at all. And I think anytime you can streamline your supply chain, streamline your operations, especially for a company as massive as Starbucks, this is a good thing objectively.
Yeah, I don't really know how you could shrink the portion size, though. They're just regular.
They're just the drink sizes.
Yeah, they're just. So I never have heard that, I guess, but. What I would say when it comes to this is he's going to have to do something, right? They just paid him a ton of money to come in and, change some dynamics. The stock price kind of front-run that with the jump higher and is assuming there's going to be some changes. So we'll see ultimately what happens. The thing that I find the most interesting, and maybe with this being one of the names that we'll talk about more, it does seem that the stock's now kind of found itself in this new $10 range between about 90 and 100 post Brian Niccol's appointment to the job. So we'll see if there is something down the line that could break it out of this range.
I know, and I will say I enjoy following like the turnaround story that follows Brian Niccol, because like he was able to do it at Taco Bell, he did it at Chipotle. I'm excited for like the journey in which we'll get to witness here firsthand for Starbucks. So I think it's exciting as like just a personal story, and also from an investor standpoint to see the turnaround in real time. But we'll be looking more at the technicals in Starbucks, as well as some example trades, and as well as Nike. We'll also be diving into the technicals there with our host of Futures, Ben Lichtenstein, coming up next. Stick around. Next Gen Investing. I'll be right back.
Wrap up the trading day with me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, 3 p.m. Eastern. It's Market on Close. No place better than the Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time for our Chartmaster segment. So joining me is our host of Futures, Ben Lichtenstein, to break down the technicals for us. And Ben, as two runners, we start off our conversation with Nike here. And I have to say, I have a whole bone to pick with Nike. I've been saying this for probably years at this point, that they have not been keeping up with the innovation of some of the products we've seen from like the Aloes, the Ons, the Hokas, and for that reason we've seen this chart fall behind. But I'm curious, I don't believe you're a Nike wearer as well. So curious about the technicals, curious if you're a Nike enthusiast.
No, for some reason the product never really appealed to me. I'm not sure why, but I would agree with you in terms of innovation and lack thereof as of recent, and definitely agree with you when you're talking about price activity. We'll get into that when we're looking at the bigger picture. Now today, a bit of a different story because we're seeing a pretty nice move up here off the lows. I wanted to dive into a very granular intraday time frame look at shares of NKE. You're going to see a 1 minute candle chart behind me, and the reason I wanted to start here is because it's a prime example of what I like to look for in terms of these two phases of price development. And I always talk about the horizontal phase where the market's kind of sideways in a consolidation phase versus that high conviction breakout phase that we're seeing here, which is depicted in green candles, simply put, higher highs and higher lows. The transition back into that horizontal phase, and the beauty of looking at price activity through this lens is there's only two phases of development. So it's a very simple approach towards determining trend. You look for these areas of consolidation, these horizontal phases. You look for this staircase type pattern. In this instance, it looks like we're establishing a pretty well-defined trend to the upside. Again, a 1 minute candle chart. So just looking at the move off the lows from earlier today, 76.85, another area of consolidation of forming around 77.30. Speaking of that vertical phase, look, a prime example, green candles, higher highs, higher lows, the market seeking value to the upside as it is an initiative type price activity. And then again, it briefly goes sideways around 77.75. And look, we're now attempting to break out again to the upside as well. This is a high conviction, high energy participation move to the upside, bottom left, top right, a couple different ways of describing it. But simply put, the bulls are in charge here. Guys, take a look. Let's step away from the 1 minute candle chart because you're going to notice here now a little bit of a different picture. We've gone from a very granular look at price activity to a more intermediate, and in this instance, you're actually going to see areas of value that are moving at lower and lower levels. So here I identified two areas of consolidation, 93. You get that big breakdown, right? You can see your eye should be drawn to these areas of value, and then you see that really high conviction vertical separation. So in this instance, we've gone from a 1 to now an hourly candle chart. We've gone from a trend up, short-term intraday, to a more intermediate trend lower where value is actually coming off. Now, the thing I'm noticing is that we're kind of rolling over and building momentum back to the $78 level after failing at the upper extreme of this range around 88. Failed attempt at the upper extreme and energy through the middle. What does that do? It opens up a door for lending itself, I should say, for a retest of that $70 level to 69. But we've got a well-defined upper and lower extreme parameters within this range that we're establishing right now to give us an indication of directional conviction one way or the other. Next move we have, the bears are thinking it's going to be a breakout to the downside. They want to see value form at a lower level. The bulls want to see us take out 93 because that's the last area of value that we formed. So that kind of signals that reversal.
Golly, these things are at 127.
For you as we take another step back.
So man. So I had 60 contracts. Oh shit. 60 times $1.02 or 127. Okay, let me do this different. 1.27 minus 0.38 is 89 cents. 89 cents, 89 bucks. $89 times 60. Something ain't right there. $50 times $1, yeah, I guess it was. Wow. I'm about ready to buy a put. Yep. That's crazy. I can't look at the SPXs. They're, oh shit. 160, oh my God. 5 times $25. Oh my, that's $12,500 I left on. I could have made. So yeah, every bit of 20 grand. Oh well.
For about half the width of the strikes would be our loose guideline for this. So 250 for the debit on the $5 wide spread. 77.50 is the break even. Pretty close to the current share price. So that also one of our loose guidelines, trying to have that break even near the current share price.
I'm gonna think about puts here for sure.
$250 going through expiration. Go
Double top
80,
on the
your risk
SPX.
is capped at 250. So equal risk to reward. Will benefit if the stock goes lower, and Jenny, if it goes higher, it's limited. If it does go above $80 a share.
Yeah, and I mean, hopefully so. We're just trading below to 78, so we're nearing it, but it doesn't seem like Nike's made a lot of days to the upside, at least as of late. So now to shift gears here and look at Starbucks with now their new CEO, Brian Niccol, at the helm. Ben, I'm excited to see where this goes, what this recovery looks like. This was, I think, one of the best performers actually in the month of August following that news. So walk us through the recent trends here in Starbucks.
Yeah, well, my last experience with Starbucks was so frustrating. I was shocked. I couldn't even order at the counter. I had to download the app and go through that whole process.
I am not surprised by this at all.
No, I mean, again, it just kind of defeats the purpose to me. You're in the store already. Why do you have to? But okay, maybe trying to streamline things a little bit, but just a bit frustrating. So maybe that's one of the things he needs to clean up. Maybe offer both, I guess, for old guys like me. But let's talk about Starbucks and break down the chart a little bit because, again, much like our last example, feeds directly into what I like to look for. So I started off with an hourly candle chart here because as your eye looks at some of the recent price activity, you should easily be able to identify the two phases of price development, right? You have that consolidation phase, the big breakout to the upside, the high conviction move where the market, again, is just seeking value. It's a very imbalanced type phase because it's a lot more efficient for the sellers than it is for the buyers. The buyers got to pay up, pay higher prices. The sellers can just put limit orders out there and they get taken, absorbed by the market as it moves higher. And then we transition into that more.
So I'm looking at the 54.40s.
It's kind of like efficient for the buyers and the sellers, where they both kind of get to have their price.
Puts 54.40s. We're going to see, we've got a head and shoulders, we got the 9, so we could start the position at the 9. Got my order ready. This is the lotto trade. At 95 cents. We got the head and shoulders. We don't want it to break this. Fat cats are back. This doesn't work. I gotta think about getting out of this trade. So now we got a double top. Damn. It's 40. It was $6 a shirt to get my shirts washed. Trying to figure out what this Dr. Kend D. Berry, MD. You're what? What are you fading? I can't read that. You're fading me? Dr. Ken Berry? Yep. I'm going to follow him. Jim, sorry, but I'm fading you. I don't understand what that means. Might have to get out of this trade. Give it just a little bit more time. Oh, they're doing the opposite? Okay. Boeing got to 156. I didn't think about looking at it. Baba. We're one notch out of the money on my SPX. Looks like Mr. Hamster could be right. There she goes. Pitch 506. Give it a little bit more time. That's where the 200 is. I think I got a little bit too far out of the money on this one. Somehow. Should have dropped her down a little bit closer to like 54.60. Get my water real fast. He's going the opposite. I got it figured out now. That's probably a smart idea. Ken D. Berry. I'm going to save this guy. I'm still in the trade, but I'm going to look this guy up so I can copy him. I like the way he talked this morning. Meat doesn't cause gout. Okay, if we break here, I'm going to go ahead and get out of this trade. These suckers are now real bullish today. Move them down. Yeah, I got way too far out of the money on that one. Jeez, stopped out. And watch your God, these things are up so high now, the ones I was in. That's that's incredible. I could have had maybe a 30 grand day today. doing 540s. They're at $10. And the 551s, I understand. Seems like 551s would be a lot higher. But they're not. They're at $2. But still, yeah, that's $1.50 times 60. That's $9,000. I got 28. And 5470s. Oh my God. The 5470s from 160 went all the way up to 4,500. It's a 4,500. Times 5. 22,000. I know these things are going to pull back. I just know they are. So I'm going to look at something different here. $5,500. I was way too far out of the money for one on that one, but still yet, it's a hell of a bounce. I'll get one of these. So we're at 560, 570. I gotta make, there's 6, so I'm up $1. I want to see this thing drop real big. Maybe down here. I just timed that one wrong. I got in right here and just kept going. So I took a 450 loss on that one. And these I got at 5. So I need to get at least $1,000 out of them. I ain't gonna lose this motherfucker yet. They're at 680. I just got one. I gotta, psychologically, I keep wanting to eat, think about food, but I feel full. I gotta learn how to feel like I'm hungry again. I could go in there and have a couple olives. That wouldn't hurt. I think I'll do that. I'm gonna grab 2 olives. These are stuffed olives with garlic. Okay, we're $8.50. Drop. Okay, there's my money. There's my money back. If I want to sell it. Well, it was. Green olive. These are good. Tastes a little salty, but Pearl Special Garlic Stuffed Olives, today's sponsor. I think it could be a bull trap. If the CPI number was off, you would think the PPI number would be off too. This is what I called in the video. I said we'd have 2 good green days and then today would be a red day. I've nailed it. But all in all, I'm still bullish. So it's again, I should have sold them at $8.50 or $9. It's now 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock Eastern. This is the time where it starts to cool off a little bit. There's something different about what's going on. There's not, my timing's not right with Tasty Trade and Ameritrade. Ameritrade's acting a little strange here. I mean, toss lately. I get on my phone and it's like 3 or 4 seconds behind, 2 seconds. So let me see. That's the way it was yesterday. I get out with $200 here. I want to see if we can drop down. Check, see what the timing is on this thing. Yeah, there's a difference. Well, no, not much. They're in sync today. No, they're not. Or are they? No, they're not. Yeah, they're not. 31. Yeah, they are. They're together. Oh, I wasn't looking at the right thing. No, they're not. What's the strangest thing? My mobile's not in sync with the land. It's actually slower. Mobile data off. I think it's a landline because my mobile data is the same as the landline with Tasty Trade. But this with Tasty Trade's not. I'm going to take these olives, put them in the kitchen so I can get them out of my face. 2 olives is all I had. That's where I'm going to stop at until I have my, after we close, I go for my walk, come back and have my yogurt. I'm gonna stay in this thing. I was up $400 on this put. As long as I stay at 5, well, here we're getting close. If we break here, I'll have to get out. Tonight I'm going to make some guacamole bread.
Fascinating.
Got to get out of this thing. Well, it's one heck of a run back up. I'm quite impressed. I mean, from this morning. You gonna give me a second chance? They sure reclaimed it. Monster Mash. FSLR's got a little run. Come on, drop. Three-back cruise. I just now noticed that. That's on the 2-minute. I wonder who she is. Back to even. Drop, baby.
got a new head of AWS in there. So if you saw the growth rate in AWS over the last 2 quarters, 17 and 19% respectively. So they've kind of reversed that trend over the last couple of quarters, and that's what they should be focusing on. And then also the advertising side of their business continues to grow at a double-digit percentage growth rate. So that's a bonus for them also. But the stock is about 20 bucks off its all-time highs that we saw in July of about 201. But I think earlier in the session when this stock was down pretty hard, we saw a trader come in and buy a bunch of calls in here. And this was on the October monthly cycle, so 37 days to expiration here. The October 180 strike calls, trader bought over 10,000 of those.
Yep.
Paid an average debit of about $6.15, so they're paying a pretty hefty option premium on those. Those have already expanded throughout the session because they bought these in the morning. The break even of 186.15 over the next 5 weeks or so, that's only about 2.5% above the current share price there in Amazon. So yeah, some astute trading from this trader earlier on in the session, scooping up some of those at-the-money calls here in Amazon.
Yeah, I mean, look, it went from $200. It had that sell-off during earnings, as you noted, so it's still below that high of over $200, but has been clawing its way back with plenty of the news that has been giving it some tailwinds without a doubt. Next up, we have Starbucks. We've talked about Brian Niccol going into the lead role there. There was a lot of optimism because he's had such success at Chipotle. Tell me about Starbucks.
Yeah, stock's popping over 3% today. Now basically flat on the year, and that's probably a win for Starbucks shareholders because this stock before that announcement had done horribly as they'd seen decreasing sales over the last couple of quarters in Starbucks. Now, I think a lot of the move over the last couple of days in Starbucks based on the open letter that was published on Tuesday from CEO Brian Niccol, kind of clarifying some of the things that he wants to work on moving forward. He outlined 4 different areas for improvement: barista experience, morning service, its cafes, and its company branding. And they said that they initially want to take this on in the U.S., clean up some of their stores, maybe get rid of all the multitude of offerings that they have. If you look at the menu of Starbucks lately, it's gotten maybe a little bit too big for its britches, and maybe he wants to parse that down a little bit. And then he also made some comments on China, where they're losing market share to Luckin Coffee and other brands in their growth prospects there. Maybe they're not going to open as many stores in China.
$24 for a half a pound? Are you kidding me?
The last couple of years. But he said in his first 100
It ain't
days,
that
he
damn
plans
good.
to spend time in the chain's cafes and offices, meeting with key suppliers, getting back to being Starbucks is basically what he quoted. Maybe that's why you're seeing the big 3.5% pop today in the shares. And we saw some traders trying to take advantage of that, buying some October 100 strike calls. Trader bought over 6,000 of these earlier on in the session. Only paid an average debit of $1.35 on these. So that break even of 101.35 where he starts profiting is only about 5% above the current share price. You've got 37 days in this position, so somebody out there thinking that we're going to see a continuation of this rally that we're seeing so far this week in Starbucks.
Yeah, and you know, the Luckin Coffee, even though we talked about the competition and how Luckin Coffee had been growing in China, that stock's not too good at all as I'm taking a look at it. Last but not least, how about Best Buy? That's been seen as a solid year, but you found a bearish trade.
Yeah, this stock popped about 14% post-earnings towards the end of August, Nicole, up 24% so far this year. But if you looked at what the reasoning behind the pop, you know, this is Best Buy, right? Consumer discretionary spending has been really pulling back. This stock had taken it on the chin earlier. They do some financial engineering with buybacks and such. But they're, you know, the high margin part of their business where they do the Geek Squad and fixing up, and they've got a rewards program that does pretty well.
Come on. I'm still in these suckers.
They raised full year adjusted earnings per share to $6.10 to $6.35 from the prior range of about $5.75 to $6.20, and comparable sales last quarter, Nicole, still declined 2.3%. during the quarter compared with a 6.2% fall a year earlier. That drop in comparable sales was actually the best result since the fourth quarter of fiscal 2022. So I think a lot of the optimism post-earnings was based on the fact that, hey, maybe that decline in sales growth is actually starting to moderate a little bit. Now, we've seen the stock pull back from those post-earnings highs, and I think this trader is taking advantage of, hey, maybe this gap to the downside gets filled, because we saw some put buyers out here in the October monthly cycle. So 37 days to expiration, a trader bought 4,500 of the 92.5 strike puts, paid an average debit of about $2.10. So the break even for this trader where he starts profiting is all the way down at $90.40 over the next 5 weeks. That's about 7% below the current share price. Put volume about 3 times normal daily average volume in there. Stock was lower initially on the day, but popped with the overall market. But yeah, this trader's definitely looking maybe for some weakness here post that earnings pop that we saw. And if you look at the chart, the short-term chart, over the last week and a half of trading, we've seen a real big pullback from those post-earnings highs.
Huh.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I mean, it's good to see you and talk about.
Had a nice pop into earnings.
That people love to hear about in the options corner today. Tom White, so glad you're on the show each day with these trades. That
Oh,
we
yeah.
These are real trades.
I'd have bought a put on that.
Thank you, Tom White.
Definitely, I would have bought a put on that.
We'll look at the timing of the potential window opening for the IPO market to heat up, and some companies that you may want to.
That's crazy.
Keep an eye on. We'll be right back.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, bringing you futures and forex for round-the-clock market access, even when equities markets are closed.
One hell of a market today, boys.
Thinkorswim platforms. So no matter what or when you want to trade, Schwab has cutting-edge tools, curated education and insights, and trading
They do
specialists
not want this market to pull back.
however complex the strategy. With a wider range of opportunities, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Kickstart your morning with a full dose of commodities, technical analysis, economic
Technical
data,
analysis.
and live reaction in global markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device. or
Technical analysis.
Available on all your favorite streaming services. Futures with Ben Lichtenstein every weekday, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Yeah.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number.
Today's better than average day for sure, by far. I like to hit at least $1,000 a day, but today is probably 4x. It could have been a lot more, but it could have been a lot more, like 20x. If I held in the ones this morning. I'm feeling tired. I'm gonna order those electrolytes and stuff here. It's now 1:26, 2:26 Eastern Time. Boing. And to take off. SPY new high. And 54.40s. Woof. I'm in nothing right now. QQQ new high. Boing! Not bad. My 5440s are at 8,200. The 5470s are at 5,200. $160 to 5,200. Inflation's going up and the market's going up. That's not in sync. Man, I'm tired.
Danger! Danger, Will Robinson!
Yes. Yes. Tesla's now being called a tech company. Something that it should have been called, that I've been calling it for a very long time. Higher level. New high. New high. You need to lay off the hamster chips. This is looking beautiful. Today could be one of my biggest days. Keep going. I think the market's sending a good message here. The equity mixed unlikelihood as mixes likelihood of surprise Fed rate cuts. What do you mean surprised? That don't make no sense. Goldman Sachs said they had a bad quarter in their stock trading. Can you believe that? This is literally nuts. Shall we take profit? Mikey? All systems go. You don't think there'll be a correction in power hour? I tried puts twice. One of them was successful, the other one wasn't. I got calls. It just keeps going. I mean, this is literally, the trip down was crazy, but the trip up is twice as crazy. Look at that shit. I'm not accustomed to this. Next resistance is right there at 55.62.12. We got an overhead resistance under 56.50. What is today? Tuesday? This market's got me. Today's Wednesday. So we got 2 more days left. A lot of volume in these stocks today. MU has 12 million. Georgie Bush. Got 3 more minutes to power hour. That stupid commercial's on. Okay, where's my little thing at? The Dow is now, what, only 25. We were down like 700 almost. I didn't look the last time how low it got.
The tech is way out in front. Apple, green, everything but Tesla
Apple.
working. Note, by the way, how different Tesla
See how my Apple
continues
calls
to
are
trade.
doing.
That's pretty interesting to me, too. But basically, NVIDIA is where we start the story. The description of the day, obviously, hinges on the stock again. We'll tell you a little bit about what Jensen Huang said. For the most part, pretty much the same. A lot of demand, trying to keep up with supply, trying to figure out who to crown king, who they want to sell the most to. NVIDIA problems, very much first world problems here. Shares rallying big, and the message continuing about a lot of demand for the chip. So fresh kind of bull case maybe, but we're still below 120 bucks. The chart looks like it's starting to get squeezed a little bit. I got some more thoughts on that for later on, kind of a technical take, but right now 120 still an important line in the sand. The pivot point, notice how we kind of escalated in each direction once that level was broken. So to come back, maybe test it from the downside has always seemed like a very real possibility. Of course, but when we broke down in the last 2 weeks with as much conviction as we did, this is now the first time to kind of really test it with a real upswing. So we'll see if we get there. 120, that would be when I start to get impressed by NVIDIA action. Vol coming off, that I think too is something worth keeping an eye on. As I talked about yesterday, did not foresee inflation as being a major event one way or the other. Jobs to me remain more important. Jobless claims, I think, are still the weekly highlight. Inflation, we've got a pretty good idea on the direction it's going, the impact it's going to have on the Fed, on the margin. We might be tweaking some of that. That's where the bond situation comes in. Because even though vol's dropped off, the bond market here has got a lot of action. If you think about how bond vol cuts both ways, here's a look at the VIX, which is making some lower lows. That's important. That's notable. 24-hour lows for VIX as we come off of the employment print VIX, which was 24. Inflation was a 21 VIX coming into it. This is where I'm a little suspicious, because if you think that jobs are more important than inflation at this point, the 21 VIX should probably be more like the jobless claims nerves, because every single marginal information on employment is so crucial right now, whereas the marginal information on inflation is really not so much there. We had a little surprise stickiness in some of the core stuff, but one of them doesn't even go into the PCE, into what the Fed watches. We saw airfare pick up the pace, but generally we kind of know the direction it's going. Some of the stickier housing inflation numbers as well. There's a whole other argument about that. So nothing's really changed on the inflation front. What's going to change the needle, I think, for the Fed, move it one way or towards 25 or 50, is going to be the job situation. Every piece of information we get there. Like if we were to print like a 300K jobless claims tomorrow, I think you'd see the odds of 50 come right back into the market. So that's kind of my point, is that the bond action related to vol right now is making me scratch my head a tiny bit. However, yesterday I did talk about how selling around inflation would seem like it's a buy the dip. And so that's what we're doing, actually. We are buying the dip. Now, a few catches to it. Firstly, dollars hanging in there as well. So that suggests that the odds of 50 should be coming down, which they are. That part fits. The bonds going back and forth basically all day. The dollar's been pretty well pinned. That's why I've had the yellow light on the dollar. It seems like it's pretty well supported. The yield, we'll see how it closes. If we end at the highs for yields today, that to me would be a pretty big deal. If we really end at the highs for yields, lows for bonds, if they sell off bonds from here into the close, because bonds really caught the bid when stocks started coming off. Keep in mind, yields popped after inflation. It was stocks selling right after the open that put the bid into bonds that sent the blue line, the 10-year yield there, down away from the dollar. So now they've reconnected. That seems to be more a message about the inflation pushing the Fed towards 25 and not 50. But there is definitely a relationship between stocks and bonds right now that's really important. Again, so in theory, if stocks were to sell off hard enough, then yields come back down. That's the type of action that starts to pique my interest. So we'll watch for that into the close. The other thing is that the financials were an important sector coming into today. They were soft again, but the dip is getting bought there too. That was the sector I was worried about most coming into today after yesterday's negativity that all the bankers were talking about. So But here's the thing: is that it's still a pretty good chart on the year for the big financials, as long as you're careful in the regional banks, which are a little changed on the year. The year-to-date chart here, financials on pace with the S&P. Maybe it's just a little corrective action for banks. Nice to see them buying the dip there. Hey, Kevin Hanks, Jenny Horn with me. We talked about banks a good bit yesterday, Kev. I think that the fact that they're bouncing along with the rest of the market here with tech is encouraging. The fact that it's NVIDIA way out front today, for sure. But the fact they nibbled on the banks too, that looked like it was going to be a problem area earlier this morning.
Well, they hit them hard.
Yeah.
Yesterday
and this morning.
Today.
Yeah.
So that start today, they hit everything hard, frankly.
True.
But this is, if you had me to sum up this day in a couple short words, it's NVIDIA to the rescue.
Yeah.
Because
pretty much.
You look at its chart when it bottomed about 9:45 this morning, and so did the market looked.
And it never even really went negative too. NVIDIA was like, for a moment,
yes.
and then came right back.
It spent most of the day unchanged or higher.
Yeah.
But boy, I tell you, that right after the close sell-off was harsh and quick. And then the V that it
right after the open.
See the V there.
After the open, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So pretty powerful day led by, I think, a little change in sentiment in NVIDIA. And boy, dragging the rest of the market with it. There were a lot of stocks. You mentioned Tesla, the only one that seems to be struggling today, even though it's several dollars off its lows.
Yeah.
But everything else,
Tesla's been one of the more relatively strong ones, actually.
If you look at the overall market, boy, it's only
it's only
four
two sectors
higher.
Four now.
Of 11.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not like it's some broad crazy, but this is a leadership trade here, and you see the weight of NVIDIA in this market.
Especially after we saw Oracle break out.
Yep.
Didn't really spur a big rally. It was enough to keep stocks going yesterday. Palantir broke out. That was a nice event, but it just reminds us there's really only one boss that can move the market.
As we've said, we've sat here so many times and said this exact thing. Look no further, especially for like the Nasdaq's recovery today. Look no further than NVIDIA. And we joke that during the noon hour here in Chicago is when we always see it's like when we go on air for next gen, things always seem to either turn over or start rallying.
No, you're totally right. European market closes, and then it's like lunchtime Chicago time is when we always make some big reversal move.
And today, thankfully today it was, it's to the upside, but I actually think of this NVIDIA story, of the commentary we heard from Jensen and NVIDIA, the winner of it all is almost Taiwan Semi, where they're saying this is the best in breed of the foundry, and this is what so much of our supply chain is reliant on. So I think you can read his commentary both ways. You could obviously, this is the way the streets are reading it today, is there's so much demand. This is a best in breed product. There's GPUs are basically unmatched, that they're in such a tense time right now because of this unprecedented demand. But I also thought a lot of the commentary surrounding all things Taiwan Semi was actually the major win, where this is such a reliable relationship. They obviously have then, I'd say, a lot of pressure to perform to then be able to maintain the supply chain that NVIDIA necessarily needs. But to me, you could read this as Taiwan Semi and NVIDIA are basically it's a two-horse race at this point. I know the rest of the semiconductor space is rallying today. If you look at the various ETFs, like the SMH stocks rallying substantially, but Taiwan Semi to me emerges like the major winner of this story.
Yeah, it always has been, right?
Right.
3.5%. Did you hear anything, Kevin, in this that sounds novel? Because one could argue that it's natural for NVIDIA just to kind of technically go back and test 120 without any real news flow at all. And maybe that's what we're doing.
Now, unlike Jenny Horn, I did not go through every word of Jensen once.
I know.
But
that's why I went to her first.
Yeah, exactly. She's the person to go for that.
I'm the NVIDIA groupie.
Look at the reaction in the underlying. It's I was watching a lot of things at a time, and sure enough, NVIDIA, I think, spurred the rest of the market higher, Oliver. The other thing that jumped out at me today, look at some of the ranges on some of these stocks. I'm looking at the range today in a CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike has a $13 range from high to low.
Yeah,
there's a lot of those out there today. Even though Tesla's down, Tesla's range is big today. So I guess this is just, I think it's important. I say this a lot. Sometimes I get in trouble for saying this.
You have to identify the market you're in. And these markets are whippy and choppy and all over the board. And one stock like NVIDIA that refused to sell off and rally today seems like it's dragging. There's no other real reason other than I'm not sure the market should have sold off on that CPI data anyway.
Right. I don't even know if we did, to be honest. I think the stocks just kind of faded. There just wasn't much of a bid.
Well, they hit them hard.
Because the first move, they did try to rally on inflation and then faded. But we get jobless claims tomorrow. I mean, that's pretty much it. My conclusion from the Jensen comments were largely more of the same. So I could easily argue this is just sort of a technical move. I don't know, there's nothing like super fresh. I know a few analysts kind of said, hey, we're still bullish on this, blah, 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 but nothing like groundbreaking, right?
No, and especially because, okay, again, like I'm the NVIDIA groupie, is because I listened to him on the earnings calls, and we've already heard, like Blackwell, the unprecedented demand that we're going to need.
He did a great job on the last earnings call.
He did. He usually does. And I know that we're so quick to criticize him because of the run-up in share price, frankly, which I get that whole component. You have to be perfect when you're a company that's run up to the extent NVIDIA has.
Sure.
But this shouldn't be necessarily anything shocking, anything new. Blackwell demand is so great that they need supply to then match. I mean,
Sounds exactly like what they said on it.
and you know what? They've also been saying it for now several straight earnings quarters. I also think another interesting part is that they're saying maybe if Taiwan can't handle it, they're going to maybe switch then some of their suppliers, which then could result in a lower quality product. Which you want to avoid all of that narrative if you're.
True. Yeah, fair enough. All right. Thanks, Shihorn. Thanks, Kevin Hanks. Appreciate the chat here in Video Driven Day and bounce back. Let's put it aside for a sec. Let's talk macroeconomics, the Fed's decision, and yield curve uninversion with Campbell Harvey back with us, Professor of Finance, Duke University, Director of Research at Research Affiliates, of course, author of Yield Curve Inversion Analysis, which I was refreshing on last week.
Damn, these things are at $6,000.
Everybody was saying the yield curve inversion never
The
caused
SPXs.
recession. Don't listen to the yield curve uninversion either. You got an answer to them, right?
Yeah, so it turns out over the last 4 recessions, the yield curve uninverted before the recession actually begins. And this is kind of a natural property of a leading indicator. So you get an advanced signal well in advance, and then the signal turns positive, and a recession starts. Now, to be clear, what you're talking about is a particular piece of the yield curve.
Correct.
A 10-year month, 2-year.
Correct.
The original research that I did for my dissertation
3 months.
prefers looking at the 10-year minus the 3 month.
That's still
Very
inverted.
short term. That is still inverted. So it has been inverted for quite a while, 22 months. The lowest,
Always Clean Trading
historical
Center. May I help you?
Is 23. So we're very close to the longest historical inversion.
Campbell, so 2 interesting things there, and sorry to have to bring you back to your dissertation days, but I love this talk, and I feel like there's still a lot of kind of misunderstanding the way people portray it. So the fact that you use the 10s to the 3 months, which are still deeply inverted, does that then perhaps suggest that we could kind of go on treading water for a little bit? Because according to your study, when that one uninverts, right, that's when the recessions are hitting.
Yeah, just to be clear, there's a lot of correlation between the 10 minus 3 and the 10 minus 2 years. I prefer the 10 minus 3. That we need to look at this in the larger context that is pointing to a slowdown. So in particular, if you look at the employment situation, if you look at year-over-year non-farm payrolls, that has been decreasing very steadily. The number of openings unemployed has been decreasing. There's still some way to go, but the vector is pointing towards slowdown. And the ideal scenario is a so-called soft landing recession, and that's a very mild recession. And we've had a few of those. So 2001 is an example of that, where you get very slow growth. It's called a recession, but it's short and it isn't really painful.
Cam, this is to come back again. not to belabor the point, but what do you think is creating the gap right now between the 10s to the 2s versus the 10s to the 3 month? Is there that much aggressive assumption of hikes in the market that the 2 years uninverting, but the actual more Fed-controlled 3 month needs to see the cuts actually happen? Is that why that's still so inverted?
You're correct. So this is purely a result of the Fed keeping the Fed funds rate too low. So it's even, to me, shocking today. The Wall Street Journal's got a headline that the shelter inflation, even though the overall inflation dropped to 25, the shelter inflation will give the Fed pause.
I know.
So that,
I read that. I said,
they
Cam was
might
going to
not
hate
cut.
that.
Yeah, and so they might not cut by 50 basis points, but only like 25. And this is making no sense whatsoever. Just look at the real-time data. Look at apartmentlist.com. So their year-over-year rentals minus 0.8%. So negative growth. If you look at Zillow, it's about 3%, which is far below 5.2%. If you look at the median house price reported by the Federal Reserve, that is negative year over year. So the 5.2, where does it come from? It doesn't make any sense. So if you put any reasonable number based upon real-time data, the inflation rate year over year is less than 2%. So we are well within the Fed's range. And given the negative factor that employment is on, it's time to act. And it's time to act with decisiveness, not this drip, 25 basis points. We need to head this up, because when the Fed makes a change, that doesn't instantly impact the economy. There is a lag. So the Fed needs to look forward, and it can't afford to wait too long. They made that mistake when they labeled inflation as transitory, and we paid a heavy price for that mistake. We're still paying for it. So I think that the Fed needs to lead, and that means a 50 basis point cut.
You think 50? It seems, by the way, the market has been warming up to your idea. I've come in warming up to it as well, to do a bigger cut, just because the relationships in the market seem to be pretty convincingly pointing towards the need for some support, given what we talked about in bonds in particular. Okay, point made on the housing. You're also reminding me I need to write a strongly worded letter to my landlord on their pricing negotiations for my next lease. Everybody should take note of that, by the way. So Cam, what then comes next in your mind? When you say employment's on a vector, that mathematically is something that continues. So if 25 is not enough, then does that vector extend to what? Are we talking 4.5% unemployment by the end of the year, or what?
Yeah, so this is how it plays out. So if the Fed keeps the rate, the short-term rate high, what that does is it reduces growth in the economy. And it's kind of obvious why. It's more expensive to invest. So a company that is thinking of a new investment project, they're going to think twice, given the cost of capital is so high. And so this holds back economic growth. And when you hold back economic growth, that means you hold back employment growth also. So what the Fed needs to do is to start moving the rate to the level that it should be right now. So given the inflation dynamics and given the employment growth dynamics, I don't think it's reasonable to think that a rate of 3.5%, that sounds about right to me. Yet we're way above that.
So we need 100 basis
even
plus.
50 basis points, that's not enough. So we need to move towards a 3.5% rate, and the faster we do it, the better, and that will potentially save a recession that nobody wants.
Understood. Love the macro analysis. Like the fresh take, Cam, with the data today. Also like the clarity on the curve. I describe it as the inversion is like a prognosis, that something's sickening underneath. When you uninvert, that's when the worst effects start to show up. So that's basically what we're looking for now, once they hopefully try and get ahead of that, because 10s, 2s uninverting your 10s 3 months probably on the way pretty soon.
Exactly. So just think of it. When the Fed raises the rates, that will flatten the curve. So it's very straightforward.
Yeah.
And I would like them to basically get it over with. All the suspense doesn't make any sense. The Fed says, oh, we're data driven. Well, okay, fine. That makes sense to me. But you should be driven by real-time data.
Yeah.
Not some construction of CPI that uses stale, sheltered data. So the Fed needs to be making decisions based upon real-time data, not data from 1 year ago or 18 months ago. That doesn't make any sense. And that sort of mistake is very costly for economic growth, and we will see the consequences.
All right. Cam, thank you for the catch-up, sir. If you were in the chair, though, you got to worry about November, too. Probably not a great look to do something crazy, unfortunately. I empathize with that for Powell, right? He's got to make this decision right before a big election. Cam, thanks a lot for the analysis. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Harvey, Professor of Finance at Duke University and Director of Research at Research Affiliates. Good stuff on the macro. We'll come back to a problem area in the stock market. Boeing making fresh lows again. When is this thing ever going to turn around? We'll talk the defense trade in general as well. Some of the other stuff's been working pretty well.
Download the Schwab Network app and join in on the latest market trends. Anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Be part of the latest commodities action on Futures with Ben Lichtenstein, weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Do. Always Clean Trading Center. They hang up when I said that. You'd think they'd want to ask Trading Center, what are you trading? Always clean? What the hell's that mean?
Hour of trading insights. I'm Tom White. I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast
Is it
Market.
Nicky or Hickey?
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
This market is crazy. That's one heck of a run. I mean, that's nonstop, even into power hour. How many times are we used to seeing it, like a double top pulling back? And, this would have been where I would have probably took it right in here on the pullback. But no, we just new highs. Keeps going. Tomorrow's PPI number, and we got jobs coming out. Maybe they think jobs numbers are finally going to be accurate. I wish I'd have held all them calls. I had 60 of these suckers. And now we're there 3.6. I had 50 at 25 cents. The 551s, spies. So that would be $3 and let's say $3.40. 34 times 50. That'd be, oh shit. That'd been some good money. I sold the last one just a little bit ago, but I had sold a lot of them before when we hit the 200 and the double top.
passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customize to align with your goals. All at your fingertips. Schwab Investing Themes. 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
All right, S&Ps, 55.40. Kevin Green looking at the levels for us. 55 was a rejection at the morning, and then we just broke through it, KG. But you were looking at levels a little different from 5,500, right? So are we in the clear, or where are we at?
I mean, yeah, we're definitely in the clear. I mean, we're squeezing up right now. I mean, we've been squeezing since around 55.20, actually. The 55.05 area was what we highlighted earlier this morning, but it was a little bit difficult there, Oliver, because yesterday what we saw during the open interest was actually some hedging activity also taking place at the 5,500 level, so there was a little bit of an imbalance there. And that's probably another reason why we saw that sharp move to the downside earlier this morning, not only because of the economic data, some worries when it came to shelter, but also the fact that we just had a whole bunch of institutional and even retail traders that were pretty much loaded up at that strike price as we saw more selling into the marketplace. Dealers had to short more futures, and then once again we see that domino effect. We saw that megaphone pattern that we've been kind of keeping on our radar over the last couple of trading sessions here. Let me just highlight those megaphone patterns are really signifying that there's an uptrend, but
megaphone
some volatility. And today we definitely saw that. We actually broke through that downward channel, and then we also once again hit that 5,400 level. It got pretty close, right? We're hitting ranges. We got really close. Buyers stepped in, and then we saw this buying activity just rip to the upside. Now this is day two where we have seen these V-shaped type of recoveries, or these checkmark type of recoveries. That's actually a really good sign if you have strong buying activity coming into the market. Now you can see right now we're trading pretty much at the upper end of that channel line from that megaphone. We don't take it off of the chart if it breaks just one channel line, right? We keep it on there until we have a definitive breakout or breakdown. And so we could see some resistance here. We do have some traders actually targeting
he charts like I do.
The area. That will be a challenge. But this is actually a really good reaction. Let me also kind of just give you a statistic here, Oliver.
Okay.
So for 24 hours, the E-mini S&P futures, this is what we use to be able to, or market makers use, among other things, but from a basic standpoint, this is what they use to be able to hedge positions. So if they have negative exposure, meaning that there's a lot of buyers of puts that are out there, their risk is to the downside, meaning those market makers. So they have to sell those futures. When you have those puts being taken off of the market, you have excessive call buying. Those market makers are then buying those futures to try to stay delta neutral as possible. And today, for the last 24-hour session here for the E-mini S&P futures, we've actually seen 95% volume on upticks and only 5% on downticks, even though we had that huge flush earlier this morning. That's how strong, the dealer positioning was to the downside, but that's how strong the recovery has been to the upside. 95% up volume, meaning upticks, basically hitting the asking price, is very aggressive for a day like today.
Love the way that marries with the technicals, because this was, if we keep that chart up, I mean, this is a really interesting day here in the context of the sell-off early, because that was a really nasty sell-off, taking us right back down to Friday lows.
It's definitely a weird day today.
Back to high.
You have to admit, today was definitely a weird day. I see some frustration in the room in there. I mean, that sell-off this morning was just notorious. It was really notorious. I've never expected this kind of comeback today either myself. I mean, especially after such a hard sell-off. I mean, that's a huge sell-off. And they were, because of the CPI numbers, they were horrible. They would do the opposite of what you think. Then they go back to the Fed. He's going to lower this interest rate, so they've got to stay bullish. Then we've got PPI coming out. They could be just as bad. We could have another bad reaction to the PPI numbers. And then all of a sudden, the next day we got the employment numbers. They could be bad too. But it still doesn't matter, I don't think. As long as the pow-pow is going to give them their quarter inch, quarter of a point. Now, if they give a half of a point, you know, we could get another bad reaction in the market. Then they'll bounce right back up again. So you got to think of what's happened here in the past. We've had a real hard day, 5-day sell-off. I mean, this is big. From 564 all the way down to 538. That's on the SPY. And then the SPX is much worse, I think. From 5640 all the way down to 5400. So that's a 260 point dip in 1, 2, 3, 4 days. I mean, that's huge. Then we had the double bottom pullback today to that previous low. So this spike today, I don't know what to think of it, but we're nearing up here to this resistance level again. Maybe just want to take it back up to that pivot point at 56.62.12. Then see what happens. I mean, if they break that, we could end up back up in here on the top of this channel again. Or at least right in here, and then maybe back on up to here. But this was big. I mean, the same thing happened here, a huge sell-off, and it lasted all day long, and I lost money on this day because I thought we were going to have one of these days. Because it was huge. This, I mean, from 5,500 all the way down to 54, that was a 100-point drop. And I thought we were going to have the same kind of day that we were going to have here because of this. 3 black crows. So I added on, and I ended up taking a big loss that day. And it could have happened, the same thing could have happened today. We could have been down here at the bottom, and then we never could have recovered. But we did, plus much more. And I'm just as shocked as anybody else. We hit that 55.62. That's where I'd say we've got to be pushing.
I should say May of 23. So even though crude has found some stability, at least short term, up about 1.5% today, we're still trading at a little over 1 year lows, almost 1.5 year lows here, as the markets are, adjusting for slower growth, but the prospect that even with slower growth, that the economy will hold together.
Yeah, crude oil $67. After getting bludgeoned, it's kind of a small bounce, but it's meaningful, I guess, that it's not just a tailspin. It was kind of looking like a tailspin over the past week.
Sure has. Yeah, you've had several notes come out basically indicating that demand expectations moving forward are going to not necessarily, come to fruition. Couple that with supply. There's ample supply, and the U.S. continues to pump out oil, and now we're really expanding our exportation of oil. And, with some of the changes, I think there's been some changes in Europe as far as accepting our oil. And so with these dynamics underneath the market, it does appear that, there's some headwinds for crude moving forward, and OPEC potentially increasing production and also cutting prices to Asia is another factor.
Okay. Looking at the commodity complex overall, obviously gold's been strong. Copper kind of has been iffy with the China trade. It feels like the Chinese story kind of seeps its way into our commodity discussion. But gold is a different beast. I'm kind of surprised it's soft. I mean, I guess it's off the lows of the day, but gold, has been pretty reliable.
It has been. I think the gold trade is certainly, even though it's not necessarily participating today, overall, we're just slightly off of the all-time highs. And I think, there's other things that are influencing the market today. The dollar holding up, for one. It's found some stability. And now if you look at the dollar from a technical standpoint, however, you could make a case that a higher low's been put in. So I think this level here is interesting at the 101.7 level. I mean, if we take out those recent highs and make new highs, then you've got a lower, possibly higher low and potentially higher high coming out of the selling pressure. So something to keep an eye on as we move through the next couple of weeks. And I think that's one of the factors as to why maybe gold's sitting this out a little bit. And really, honestly, after the big selling pressure that we did see in crypto, and particularly Bitcoin,
like today when I got in that put and it ran up $400, I thought I'd seen other candles that were going to say it's going to go lower, and then all of a sudden, boop, she popped. So this is the toughest market I don't know how to say it. It's like I was watching the SPX. The reason why I got into them puts, because Mike was talking about candlestick patterns. So we had three black, three white. We had two big engulfing candles with a tweezer bottom that came back to this low last week, or Monday, when we had that huge, and it didn't recover. That big flush. I mean, that was a wicked flush. And we had the same kind of flush today off the 200. And it happened every time. Every time we hit that 200, it dipped, it dipped, it dipped. And I was expecting the same thing here with these engulfing soldiers. And I got in it, and it dipped down and hit that 200, and then it bounced right back up. So, it played good, but I really thought we were done for the day there, because we hit both 200s and it just continued. It dipped down a little bit, And I got out of the trade once he hit the 200 and then bought back in it for another put. And I got stuck in it. Had to get out of it. So I thought we were done for the day. I really did. That was 5 hours into the trading session. And wait for the PPI numbers tomorrow and the employment numbers, because if they didn't react good to the CPI today, I figured the same thing would happen tomorrow. But now we get the numbers, and I don't think it's going to matter whatever we get, as long as they think that we're going to get a 25-point basis cut. And they've been saying this all year long. I mean, 6 cuts by April or the middle of the year, and that never happened. And the market kept going up. So I don't think even the fat cats get it right. I really don't. Eventually they're going to get their way, and this is what, this has almost been a year and a month now since they've been talking rate cuts. Since was it October or August, when I mentioned that they were going to stop the rate cuts last year, and we did. But I didn't expect them to say we were going to have 6 already. We should have already had them in their point of view, and we haven't had a 1. So it's like, damn it, give us the rate cut. Now that I heard this morning it's priced in, now I heard 50 points, I've heard 25, and I've heard 25, 50, and another 25. They don't want to give a 50 because of the election, and then yet, if they give a 50, we could have a market pullback. I mean, I get mixed messages every time I listen to CNBC, because they never really they don't know. I don't think they know. I think they know that we're going to get one, finally. But if this economy is in great shape, as they say, we shouldn't get any at all. Which I don't think it is. Still, once this money, and again, they bring up today they bring up the more spending with the Inflation Act bill. So I heard that again today. More spending in the Inflation Act bill. Oh boy. So they're ambitious about that because the government's still spending money. And if Kamala gets in, they're going to have another $8 trillion deficit in 4 years. And the spending will keep going. Especially if they keep majority. And everybody's cheering on Kamala from yesterday. I just think she was being, I don't know, she's a pretty feisty little chick. She ain't no Hillary. Hillary's pretty mean, but this chick, she willpower. I mean, she got the, it's my way, or the I'm speaking.
But unfortunately, cutting rates just isn't enough.
I can see her as president. I will not pass this bill until this gets in this provision. Period. I won't sign this bill until it gets on my desk with such and such, and I want reparation for all the black people in this country. And I will not leave this office until it gets signed. I'm speaking, I know I heard him say it. I laughed. I'm speaking. But see, the media freaked out about people eating animals. They acted like they never heard of this story before, that these immigrants went to a pond, stole a couple geese and cut their heads off and walking down the street with a goose in his hand. That it didn't happen. And it did happen. Trump made some bad mistakes yesterday. I was really surprised. If I was advising him, I would have totally said, man, come on. Don't you know who you're dealing with here? These people are psychopaths. So on CNBC, this guy says, I hate to say this, but Trump and these killing the animals, saying people are going to starve to death and eat animals. And Joe says, you're usually a Republican poster, or whatever you call them. And he just kept going on about that frickin' animal thing he said over and over. And you can't talk like that around liberals. I mean, what they say and what they've said it before in campaigns. I've heard them say it years ago. I mean, McCaskill here in Missouri was saying that we were going to feed old ladies dog food and pet, if it's up to the GOP, we'd be feeding them dog food and pet food. And she gets away with it, but when someone with higher standards says something like that, we're going to get that 56-62, I'm telling you. By the end of the day, we only got 2 minutes left, so we ain't going to get it, but we're awful close. Look how close we are. We might get it. We got 2 minutes still. 55-62. Watch it. We're 3 minutes, $3 away from it. I can see that pumping up, jumping real fast here. $55.60, $2 away from it. Now that's a damn good call. Well, if we had big moves like this every day, we'd be filthy rich.
We choose truth over facts.
Exactly. Right. Well, man, what a day. All I can say is thanks all. This could have been one of my most glorious days of all, but I did not expect this kind of move at all, not with the PPI numbers and the unemployment numbers and the reaction of the CPI today. I figured we'd hold up a little bit off that 200, which is right up in here, number 4. This was a very strong move to the downside and a double strong 2x move to the upside. Randy asked me, are we going to break the 200 today? And I said, man, I don't know. I got to get out of this trade because I'm up $2,800. You know, because we hit the 200. I mean, even on the hour, you know, I get, oh well, these things ran up huge, $5.10 from 25 cents. I had 60 of them at 38. And to watch it go down, you know, and be stuck in a trade like that's hard when there's people that's in it with you. I looked at them numbers. I didn't like the CPI numbers. I'll get out of here and get rid of this headache. Make me some bread if I'm in the mood. I know if I make it, I'll eat it. But I gotta use them avocados. Now that I got parchment paper, I think I can do it right. So I'm going to get ready to play a song here. The band I used to kind of sit in with every once in a while. I don't know if you've ever heard of Split Lip Rayfield. This is the band right here. Kurt Rundstrom, bass player, plays a gas tank bass. We got a mandolin player.
How would your life change if you had $10,000 or $15,000 a month of your income as a real estate wholesaler? I'm